Shocked. The school beauty I support is actually a prince girl. On the wedding night, my girlfriend elopes abroad with her male best friend. Was Mo Jiang angry? No, he immediately took in a gorgeous, sweet-voiced campus belle. The campus belle has long legs, a slender waist, and a clingy personality. She's both innocent and seductive, able to be sweet or bossy as needed. After 2.5 carefree years, his girlfriend returned to the country, and Mo Jiang handed a check to the campus belle. "Baby," she asked back, "so it's over between us." Little did he know, the campus belle's beautiful eyes flickered with a crimson glint. "Mo Jiang, you want to dump me? Do you even know who I am?" Mo Jiang ignored her and tossed the check aside before making a quick exit. Not long later, Mo Jiang attended his girlfriend's father's birthday banquet, only to meet the feared and legendary high society young lady of Beijing who just so happened to be the campus belle he had been supporting for the past 3 years. Oh no, he had definitely messed with the wrong person. Chapter 1, Not even pretending anymore. Father. Is this really right? Beijing. Tonight. A highly anticipated wedding is being held at the city's most luxurious hotel. The parking lot is filled with luxury cars. A slightly outdated Toyota Crown slowly pulls into the lot. Inside the car, the atmosphere is a bit tense. Sitting in the passenger seat, the young man, Mo Jiang, furrows his brow, his face full of unwillingness. He turns his head and looks at the middle-aged man in the driver's seat, his father, Mo Fu. Why should I, a grown man, marry into someone else's family? And I haven't even met the bride. Mo Fu scoffs, his eyes full of disdain. What do you know? These people have strong financial backing in Beijing. If it weren't for your old man being lucky enough to save their father, would this good fortune come to you? Mo Jiang falls silent for a moment, then mutters, but this is still a marriage into their family. It sounds so humiliating. Mo Fu sighs, his tone softening slightly. Son, I know you're unhappy about this. But you know how our family is right now. A few years ago, you failed in business, and we ended up in debt. Now we're struggling. You worked as a male model for half a year, but not a single rich woman took you in. This opportunity is rare. Not only is the bride offering a 20 million yuan dowry, but she also promises you 1% of the company's shares. And if you can make her pregnant, there's another 200 million yuan in reward. Think about it. With that money, our family can turn things around. You won't have to suffer the glares of others anymore, nor will you need to put up with those rich women and their cold treatment. Mo Jiang lowers his head, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the car window. He knows his father is right. The past few years have been tough for both of them. But the thought of marrying a woman he has never met before fills him with anxiety. Father, Mo Fu interrupts him, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering one to his son. Don't overthink it. Have a smoke to calm down. Mo Jiang takes the cigarette and silently lights it. He takes a deep drag, the smoke slowly filling the car. All right, I'll go along with it. In the end, he relents, his voice tinged with helplessness. An hour later. Mo Jiang, dressed in a custom-made suit, stands before a mirror. He looks sharp and refreshed. The perfectly tailored suit accentuates his figure, giving him an elegant and confident demeanor. He looks at his reflection, then chuckles wryly. I look like a mannequin. At the wedding venue, the chandeliers gleam brightly, and the flowers are abundant. The guests are all dressed to their nines, whispering among themselves, full of curiosity about the marriage. Mo Jiang stands on the stage, waiting for the bride's arrival. He waits for a long time, but the bride still doesn't appear. Instead, he sees the bride's father, Yun Fu. Yun Fu is a kind-looking middle-aged man with thinning hair and a Mediterranean hairstyle. At the moment, he is chatting with Mo Fu, laughing heartily. Old Mo, your son looks like a fine young man. It's a good match for our Yun family. Yun Fu laughs as he takes out a cigarette and hands one to Mo Fu. Not at all, not at all. My son only looks decent, Mo Fu replies modestly, though his pride is barely concealed. The wedding time arrives. The host walks onto the stage, speaking in a smooth, magnetic voice with elegant words. The guests gradually quiet down, their eyes fixed on the stage. However, as the minutes tick by, an hour passes, and the bride still hasn't shown up. Brother Yun, what's going on with your daughter? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Mo Fu asks anxiously, his eyes revealing some concern. Yun Fu, too, looks confused and shakes his head helplessly. I don't know either. I called her a few times, but she didn't answer. It's always something at the crucial moment. More time passes. The host, now increasingly awkward, repeatedly invites the bride to enter, the tension clear in his voice. Mo Jiang stands on stage, his heart sinking as all eyes shift toward him. He feels increasingly uncomfortable as the guests look at him with various expressions, some curious, some doubtful, and some with a hint of ridicule. Just as he is about to lose his patience, the doors to the wedding hall suddenly open. Everyone turns to look. A beautiful, aloof woman enters, wearing a pure white wedding dress. But what shocks everyone is that she is holding a man's hand. The atmosphere freezes. The entire room is speechless, stunned by this unexpected scene. Mo Jiang watches, and his anger ignites. His fists clench, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His face reddens. It's clear to anyone watching. This bride is definitely not just friends with the man beside her. Damn. Mo Jiang curses in his mind. On his wedding day, he has been made a fool. How could a young man like him stand it? At this moment, the bride, Yun Wen, looks at Mo Jiang on stage and coldly declares, I don't agree with this marriage. Yun Wen. Do you know what you're doing? Do you realize your actions will ruin the Yun family's reputation? Yun Fu slams his fist on the table, his face red with anger and worry. The man standing next to Yun Wen, with a mysterious smile, explains, Uncle Yun, I'm just Yun Wen's best friend. The explanation is so absurd that the entire room erupts in shock. Who would hold hands with their best friend? Especially a male best friend. Yun Wen, no matter what, you must marry. Yun Fu's voice trembles, clearly enraged by his daughter's actions. Yun Wen ignores her father and looks back at Mo Jiang. I'll give you 5 million. Let us call off the marriage. Mo Jiang is about to explode, thinking, it's always been like this, the tables will turn. But before he can finish, his phone vibrates. He pulls it out from his pocket. It's a message from his father. Son, stay calm. You have no feelings for her, just get married. The dowry is 20 million. 20 million. Stop talking about revenge or whatever. You can't earn 20 million even if you work for 50 years. Listen to your old man. Get married, and the family tree will be rewritten. Mo Jiang looks up. He sees his father gesturing to him from a distance. He takes a deep breath. His anger slowly fades. His father is right. He can endure the humiliation for the 20 million. Once he marries, the family tree will be rewritten from his page. Chapter 2, 100 million or Tsinghua and Peking University, which one will you choose? As the prominent figures in the audience below expected this young man on stage to say, don't mock the young and poor, they widened their eyes in anticipation. Their gazes were full of expectation, admiration on their faces, hands ready to clap, waiting to cheer for the courage of this young man. But the next second, they were all stunned. Mo Jiang slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and that smile grew wider and wider. When he thought of the 20 million yuan dowry, his lips seemed to be nailed in place, unable to be suppressed. I'm going to marry her, Mo Jiang said loudly, his voice echoing throughout the wedding hall. Not just for the Mo family, but also for the Yun family's reputation, he added, attempting to make his words sound more dignified. Damn. Yun Wen's face instantly turned ugly, her originally flawless makeup failing to hide her inner fury. She stared at Mo Jiang on stage, her eyes burning with a look that seemed to want to tear him apart. Baby, how about we elope? Feng Jian, who was holding Yun Wen's hand tightly, whispered, his tone full of temptation and coaxing. Hearing Feng Jian's words, Yun Wen felt a warm rush in her chest. Baby, after we're together, I'll give you half of my company shares, Yun Wen said passionately. She paid no attention to the surrounding gazes of either shock or disdain. Feng Jian struggled to hold back the smile that threatened to form on his lips. Baby, you're objectifying me too much. I want you, not your company shares. Though he said this, in his heart, he was calculating how much those company shares would be worth. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. When Yun Wen heard this, she was so moved she felt like her head was going to explode with joy. She thought to herself, I must have saved the entire galaxy in my past life to deserve meeting such a good boy like Feng Jian. Her heart was instantly filled with sweetness and happiness. Let us elope, just the two of us, Yunwen said firmly, her tone resolute. However, what they thought was a private conversation was clearly heard by at least half of the people in the venue. Their voices were especially loud in the otherwise quiet wedding hall, every word clearly reaching everyone's ears. Yun Fu's face turned a deep shade of purple, as red as a ripe tomato, with veins bulging on his forehead. The man trembled in fury, almost collapsing from anger. It was Mo Fu, who was quick to react, slapping Yun Fu's back in time, helping him catch his breath. Yun Fu finally managed to calm down a little, but his face was still pale. Mo Jiang, now a little furious, stared wide-eyed, though his thoughts kept drifting back to that tempting 20 million yuan dowry. His mood improved slightly. When he was young, he didn't understand much. He once had an interview and was asked whether he would choose 100 million or Tsinghua and Peking University. Back then, young and naive, he firmly chose Tsinghua and Peking University. He even proudly said that earning 100 million was easy, but scoring 700 points to get into Tsinghua was hard. Looking back now, he regretted it deeply. He wished he could go back in time and slap himself a few times. At 20-something, he was still single and had nothing to show for himself except for a decent-looking face. Now, not only had he not found a job, but he was also at home, living off his parents. If heaven could give him a chance to choose again, he wouldn't hesitate. He would choose 100 million. Any hesitation would have been a great disrespect to 100 million. What a joke! 100 million. That amount could let him keep a talented and beautiful girl from Tsinghua and Peking University. Afterward, Yunwen didn't hesitate to take Feng Jian's hand, dragging her long wedding dress out of the venue. The white wedding dress dragged on the floor, making a rustling sound as she walked. Her extreme disdain and contempt for the wedding made it clear. In an instant, the entire wedding hall erupted in chaos. People murmured, voices overlapping like boiling water, filled with mocking laughter at Mo Jiang. Old Mo, your son has really suffered. Later, I'll freeze my unfilial daughter's bank card, Yun Fu said helplessly, a guilty expression on his face, his brows furrowed tightly. Didn't he expect things to turn out like this? Your son still agreed to marry into our Yun family. It's really rare. Yun Fu coughed violently, then looked at Mo Jiang on stage, his face filled with awkward satisfaction. Mo Fu simply smiled. Brother Yun, I'm doing this for your family's reputation. My son can suffer a little, but your family's name cannot be damaged. Yun Fu thought for a moment before saying, how about we increase the dowry to 40 million, as compensation for your son? Really? Mo Fu could no longer hold back. He shouted excitedly, holding back his laughter, his legs shaking uncontrollably with excitement. The shaking clearly revealed his uncontrollable joy. In his mind, he quickly started calculating should he buy a new Maybach outright or go for a Porsche Cayenne. As for his son's happiness, he didn't care about it right now. Well, if he weren't in his 40s, he would gladly married into the Yun family himself. Such a good opportunity couldn't he go to that stinky brat of his? 2 hours later. Mo Jiang, acting as if nothing had happened, wore no trace of sadness or sorrow on his face. Instead, he radiated a sense of ease and joy. He couldn't even feel sad when the dowry had increased by 20 million. The embarrassment he experienced and the mockery he faced earlier seemed to have never happened. Later, when he met Yun Fu after the banquet, he secretly used eye drops to make his eyes look red and acted heartbroken. Yun Fu was so moved that he kept saying that this would be the only son-in-law he would recognize. He even generously gave Mo Jiang 2 villas. Mo Jiang excitedly kowtowed twice, shouting "Dad" loudly, his voice sincere and full of emotion. It truly made him feel like Yun Fu was his own father, wishing to do anything for him. Yun Fu was very pleased with Mo Jiang's actions and kept praising him as a good son-in-law, with a look of great satisfaction on his face. Mo Jiang then happily got into his father's Toyota Crown, leaving the wedding venue. Inside the car. Dad, this isn't either way home, Mo Jiang said, puzzled, looking at the unfamiliar scenery passing by. Mo Fu glanced at his son, his excitement overflowing. We're going to the Maybach for S store. Why there? Mo Jiang asked, still confused, unable to process the events of the past few hours. To pick up the car, of course. What else would we do? Mo Fu raised his voice, feeling that his son had asked a ridiculous question. You get one, I get one. Mo Fu looked at his son proudly, patting his shoulder. Son, you finally made it. Perform well with the Yun family. Mo Fu said with earnest advice, his eyes full of expectation. We're going to practice the trumpet, Mo Fu suddenly said. Mo Jiang was stunned. Wait, Dad, is that really okay? Mom's in her 40s. Can she handle it? Chapter 3, Sister US Fried Skewers, Great Service. The light shone on Mo Jiang's brand new Maybach, which shone with a metallic luster and looked particularly eye-catching in front of the convenience store on the street. Mo Jiang parked the car and got out with an upright posture. His casual clothes could not hide the confidence that radiated from his inside out. He raised his hand to tidy up his hair and walked into the convenience store. Boss, come to Baolikin. Mo Jiang raised his head slightly and looked at the row of cabinets filled with cigarettes. The boss was a middle-aged man. Without saying anything, he quickly took out a pack of lickin from the cabinet and handed it to the counter, 18 yuan. Mo Jiang took out his phone skillfully, scanned the code and paid, his movement smooth. It's over. He picked up the pack of the Chuan cigarettes, gently stroked the cigarette box with his fingers, and did not leave immediately. His eyes fell on the Zhonghua cigarettes in the cabinet again, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Boss, another soft Zhonghua. 650 yuan. The boss's voice was calm. Mo Jiang's finger paused on the phone screen, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, fuck, it's so expensive. But soon, he straightened his back and thought to himself, forget it, now I am a promising young man with tens of millions of assets, I can still afford this little money. As soon as his thought came to mind, he decisively completed the payment. I paid it. Mo Jiang took the soft Zhonghua cigarette, tucked it under his armpit, and strode out of the convenience store. Back in the car, he sat in the driver's seat and took out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth with a graceful movement, then picked up the lighter and fired it with a click. The flame jumped up and lit a small cigarette. He took a deep breath, and white smoke slowly came out of his mouth, swirling and dispersing in the air. Mo Jiang frowned, seemingly not very satisfied with the taste of the cigarette. He took out another lickin, lit it again, took another deep puff, and a look of satisfaction instantly appeared on his face. Lickin is indeed more powerful, and soft Zhonghua is too bland. At this moment, a rapid phone ring came from Mo Jiang's trouser pocket. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was his good friend Aober. Mo Jiang didn't think much about it. With a flick of his finger, he answered the phone and put it to his ear. What's up, Xingye? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Xingye's doubtful voice came. No, Lao Jiang, why do you sound like you are not sad? You've gotten over it so soon. I thought I wanted your father to accompany you to have a meal and comfort you. You are a talented person. You can stand it even when someone put a hat on you at the wedding. If it were me, I would have turned the table over and quit long ago. Whoever wants to be the live-in son-in-law can do it. Mo Jiang listened to Qing Yi's series of words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Get lost, I'm your father. By the way, are you free tonight? How about we have a meal together and meet each other, then you will know why I can come out of this situation. Okay, the old place, Sister Yu's fried skewers. Aober's voice was filled with excitement. That's fine too. Their baked sweet potato vermicelli is really good. I love it. Mo Jiang savored the taste of the sweet potato vermicelli and licked his lips unconsciously. Just as Mo Jiang was making the call, two girls with heavy makeup and revealing clothes appeared beside him. They walked over with their waists twisted, one of them bent over, revealing a glimpse of spring light on her chest, and the deliberate posture was very eye-catching. Mo Jiang was somewhat embarrassed by this sudden scene and quickly turned his eyes away. The girl didn't seem to care about Mo Jiang's reaction. She gently knocked on Mo Jiang's car window and seemed to be saying something. However, Mo Jiang's car window was made of soundproof glass, so he couldn't hear what the girl was saying at all. The sound of knocking on the glass reached Aober's ears through the phone. Old Jiang, what's going on? Why is someone knocking things? There was a hint of curiosity in Xingye's voice. Oh, it looks like a girl has come to add me on WeChat. I'm hanging up now. I don't want to chat anymore. See you at the old place later. Mo Jiang hung up the phone without waiting for Xingye to continue speaking. He rolled down the car window, and immediately, a strong smell of perfume hit him in the face. Handsome guy, can you add me on contact? I'm very sexy. One of the girls spoke up with a slightly exaggerated smile on her face. The powder on her face seemed to be falling off and almost splashed on Mo Jiang's face. Mo Jiang took a look and complained in his heart, wow, his face is whiter than his grandmother's. Moreover, both girls have some tattoos, and all kinds of strange patterns look particularly abrupt on their exposed skin. Mo Jiang guessed that these two girls probably hung out in nightclubs all year round. Coupled with the explicit words just now, he couldn't help feeling a little disgusted, and even thought to himself, maybe she is a crazy baby. Although it was a bit biased to think this way, he just couldn't help but be a little biased. After all, in his opinion, such dress and behavior always made him feel uncomfortable. Forget it. I don't like eating chicken that has been eaten by others. Mo Jiang said this coldly, then closed the window, started the car and drove away. After a while, Mo Jiang came to the place where Sister Yu was frying skewers. He looked at the slightly crude food stall sign with a human-shaped picture next to it. She is a woman wearing a maid outfit, with an honest face, wheat-colored skin and a northeastern style. She is Sister Yu from the northeast. It was only 8 o'clock, but the food stalls were already packed with people. The reason why this place is so popular is not only because the sweet potato vermicelli inside has a unique taste that makes people linger aftertaste. The store also has a complete range of entertainment facilities, including a billiard room and a chess and card room. Of course, the boss lady from Northeast China, Sister Yu, is also a big signature. She always wears size 45 slippers. But she was wearing a maid outfit and moving between the tables to serve food to the guests. The unique image and enthusiastic service attracted many people. As soon as the Maybach driven by Mo Jiang stopped next to this food stall, it looked out of place. Outside, a row of shirtless men were drinking beer and talking to each other. Why is this Maybach parked here? Is the owner here to catch a glimpse of the beauty of northeastern Yujie? Maybe they are here to eat fried skewers. After all, Sister Yu's fried skewers are the best. Mo Jiang parked the car, took out his cell phone and called Qingye. After a while, the phone was connected. Qingye, I'm here, where are you? I'm at the door. Which car are you driving? Flash your lights and honk your horn. Aober's voice was filled with anxiety. Mo Jiang smiled and then did as he was told. All I heard was the sound of Qingye exploding on the phone. Fuck, why is the Maybach flashing its lights and honking its horn? Chapter 4. Yi has been wandering for half his life, and only regrets that he has never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, Yi is willing to be your adoptive father. Qingye was slightly stunned, his eyes widened as big as copper bells, and his face was full of disbelief. At that moment, the whole person froze in place. The good friend who was very close to me, grew up wearing the same pants, and even compared elephants to each other. Now, such a drastic change has taken place, and he has suddenly become a prominent figure that attracts everyone's attention. Lao Jiang, you don't mean the Maybach? Qingye's voice trembled, and every word seemed to carry an aftershock of disbelief. Mo Jiang's mouth curled up slightly, the arc of the curl was just right, and he coughed lightly. Ahem, what should you call me now, Xiao Yi? There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Qingye did not hesitate at all and shouted loudly, I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your foster father. These words made Mo Jiang unable to hold back any longer, and he threw his head back and laughed out loud. Okay, enough joking, have you ordered yet? Mo Jiang stopped smiling and his tone returned to calm as he spoke, while gracefully getting out of the dazzlingly new Maybach. Then he reached out and gently pressed the car lock button to lock the door. Then he saw Qingye at the door of Yujie Fried Skewers waving at him excitedly. The arm was waving with great amplitude, as if he was afraid that Mo Jiang couldn't see him. When Mo Jiang saw this, a warm smile appeared on his face and he nodded slightly in response. Then he walked towards Qingye step by step. Qingye's eyes fell on Mo Jiang's expensive brand name clothing. However, there was no sense of strangeness or distance in his eyes. Without hesitation, he stretched out his arms as usual and put his arms around Mo Jiang's neck with familiarity. It was as if nothing had ever changed between them. Qingye had heard others say before that once good friends become rich, they are very likely to gradually become estranged from those they used to be good friends with. After all, each other's life trajectories and circles are no longer the same. Aober had also had such worries and anxieties in his heart, but when he said that half-joking remark without hesitation, he knew that Mo Jiang was still the same Mo Jiang, and had never changed, and the deep friendship between them was still as solid as a rock. Inside Sister U.S. fried skewers shop. Aober's image is particularly eye-catching, and his eye-catching yellow hair looks particularly flamboyant under the light. The Peppa Pig chewing gum tattoo sticker on my arm. He wore a pair of black framed glasses and looked gentle, yet he inadvertently revealed a unique unruly temperament. At this time, Qingye was holding tightly in one hand a string of roasted gluten carefully made from sweet potato flour. The gluten is baked until it is golden and crispy, with an attractive shiny surface and an aroma that makes people salivate. In the other hand, he firmly grasped a bunch of pickled roasted leeks that had been stepped on with a 45-foot-long scissors. He ate without restraint, with oil dripping from his mouth, and he looked so pissed. Mo Jiang also enjoyed the grilled gluten in his hand and the lamb skewers with the unique flavor of Sister Yu's feet. The lamb skewers were grilled to a crispy outside and tender inside, and the perfect cooking time made every bite full of rich flavor. It stimulates the taste buds and makes people unable to stop. While Mo Jiang was enjoying his meal, a girl named Yu, dressed in a maid outfit, came over. Her face was plain, yet she had a kind of friendliness that made people feel friendly. She was wearing size 45 slippers, and every step she took made a click-click sound. She held a plate of grilled chicken legs steadily in her hands, a warm smile on her face. "Dear guests, these are the grilled chicken wings you ordered. It tastes really good, it's definitely a treat." After saying that, Yu turned around and hurried to another table to serve the dishes. Her busy figure kept moving around in the store. Qingye's eyes could not help but be attracted by Sister Yu's charming figure, and he was stunned for a moment. "Speaking of which, Lao Jiang, how much money did the woman give you when you married into her family?" Aober asked vaguely while chewing the food in his mouth, his voice full of curiosity. After hearing this, Mo Jiang simply replied, 40 million, I bought my dad a Maybach of the same model. His tone was calm as water, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. 40 million, what? 40 million, fuck. Aober was so startled that he jumped up from his seat and slammed the table hard with his hands. The loud noise seemed particularly abrupt in this small shop. This sudden action made the store quiet instantly. Everyone's eyes turned to Qingye's position. Qingye felt so embarrassed that he felt ashamed. His hot cheeks seemed to be burning. He wished he could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground to avoid everyone's gaze. His face flushed red, and he frantically apologized to the guests in the surrounding seats. I'm sorry. Then he slowly sat down, his eyes still full of disbelief, and looked straight at Mo Jiang and said, 40 million for the dowry. This is not even money, damn it. But then again, the woman ran away from the wedding. Would this have an impact on your reputation? It's been a hot topic online recently. They say you are a tortoise man, a phoenix man who only cares about money. I was so angry at the time that I cursed back on your behalf, but I ended up getting blasted online. I almost did it. Aober frowned and said angrily, his eyes burning with anger, full of concern and injustice for his friend. Mo Jiang just smiled and said nothing. After a moment, he said, wait a minute. I'll get something for you from the car. After saying that, Mo Jiang turned around and ran quickly towards the car. After a while, he came back with the Zhonghua cigarette in the car. Hey, this is for you. Mo Jiang then handed the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to Qingye in a quick and decisive manner. Qingye's eyes were filled with surprise and hesitation. This one is too expensive for me, right? Just take it. I don't know who you are. Besides, I don't need money right now. If you have any difficulties or need money in the future, tell me. Mo Jiang said generously. When Qingye heard Mo Jiang say this, he was deeply moved and had no choice but to accept it, hugging Zhonghua tightly in his arms. Mo Jiang then picked up the bottle opener and skillfully opened the cap of a bottle of white bear beer on the table. Then he raised his head and took a big gulp, saying, why should you care about what others think? You don't live for others. Besides, I have never met that girl before. Even if she ran away with someone else, what does it have to do with me? No matter what they say about me, I won't lose a single piece of meat, and I actually got 40 million. After hearing this, Qingye's worries completely disappeared. His good buddy was indeed fine. Then he picked up a bottle of white bear and clinked glasses with Mo Jiang, saying loudly, "That's right, come on, cheers." After they had drunk almost enough, they supported each other. He staggered to the billiard room on the second floor, picked up the cue and started playing billiards. Halfway through the game, Qingye's eyes became a little blurry, and he vaguely saw another person on the pool table not far away. A girl wearing what seemed to be the uniform of Peking University or Tsinghua University and with twin ponytails was playing billiard by herself with full concentration. But standing next to this girl were two men in black who were as strong as mountains. Cai, the most noble queen in the universe, the king who manages 499 male models. At this time, both of them were not clear-headed and felt groggy. As the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave. Qingye patted Mo Jiang's arm and said vaguely, "Did you see that girl, Lao Jiang? She's really pretty, and she's a student. I guess she's also a school beauty. Oh, it would be great if it were my girlfriend." Mo Jiang was walking a little unsteadily at this time, his drunken face was flushed, and he looked at the pool table not far away with a dazed look. Sure enough, a young and beautiful girl with twin ponytails came into view. She was bending over, concentrating on playing billiard. However, what Mo Jiang is focusing on is this ball, not that ball. The two balls were sticking straight onto the billiard table, making his whole body hot. "Qingye, do you believe that I will get the contact information of that student girl right now?" Mo Jiang spoke with his tongue stuck out. "Go ahead if you have the guts. If you can get it, you're awesome." Chapter 5, Model Brother. Kind of interesting. Mo Jiang was stimulated by Qingye, and his competitive spirit instantly became like a raging fire that was ignited. "Okay, let me tell you how to get that girl's contact information," Mo Jiang said loudly. Then he walked towards the girl step by step with a shaky and staggering step. At this time, the two men in black who had been behind the girl saw Mo Jiang slowly approaching. Their eyes instantly became alert. Instinctively, they wanted to quickly move forward to block Mo Jiang's way. "Don't let this seemingly drunk stranger get close to your lady. Miss, this man obviously wants to." A man in black looked anxious and worried, and was about to explain the situation to the girl. But before he could finish his words, the girl waved her hand and decisively interrupted him. "You don't have to move." The girl's voice was clear and crisp, like a piece of jade being thrown to the ground with a loud sound. After the girl finished speaking, she looked at Mo Jiang, who was staggering towards her, with a calm gaze. There was no fear or annoyance in her eyes, only a hint of interest. At this time, the men around who were originally having fun, after seeing this scene, gathered together and watched curiously. Naturally, they had already noticed this girl with outstanding temperament. The reason why I didn't dare to go up and ask for contact information. Of course it was because just now there was an ignorant and reckless guy who asked for it. Then, in an instant, the two men in black behind the girl grabbed her cleanly and threw her to the ground. That miserable appearance still scares them to this day. Some people even laughed at him openly. "Do you think that Dick will be kicked away by that female bodyguard?" "I feel like it." At this moment, Qingye's cell phone suddenly rang urgently. Then he hurriedly greeted Mo Jiang and said, "Mo Jiang, something urgent has happened. I'll leave first." Mo Jiang turned his head and responded with drunken eyes. Then, without hesitation, he turned all his attention back to the girl with twin ponytails in front of him. At this moment, there was a hint of drunkenness and wantonness in his eyes, as if their whole world only had the two of them. "Beauty, are you alone?" Mo Jiang said loudly, his voice full of alcohol and indulgence. The girl just raised her head slightly, and her clear eyes looked at Mo Jiang, who had a dazed look on his face. "What's the matter?" The girl's voice was cold and contained a hint of doubt. Mo Jiang looked at the girl in front of him and thought her voice was very pleasant. Moreover, she looked small and delicate, and seemed easy to bully. Then he rested his wrists on the pool table to support his shaky body. From time to time, he would touch his already messy hair. Then he burped loudly. He opened his mouth slowly. What he originally wanted was to ask for contact information, but under the strong influence of alcohol, it became, "Beautiful lady, will you be my girlfriend? I'll support you. Let you be the co-pilot of my Maybach." As soon as Mo Jiang uttered this series of bold and presumptuous words, the two men in black beside the girl instantly became furious. He rolled up his sleeves angrily, and the muscles in his strong arms were tense. They thought to themselves that they must give this ignorant boy a good beating. How dare he tease their extremely noble lady like this? The girl just waved her hand gently, signaling the two men in black not to act rashly. Then she looked at Mo Jiang with interest, and said in a coquettish tone with a hint of charm, "Are you sure? I'm not someone you can support." When Mo Jiang heard this, the pride in his heart instantly surged up. Today, he is a promising young man worth tens of millions, and he also owns 2 villas, which gives him enough confidence. So he quickly took out a bank card from his crotch. He threw the card onto the billiard table with a bold and unrestrained gesture and said, "There is 100,000 in this card. How is it? Is it enough?" At this moment, Mo Jiang exuded the temperament of a nouveau riche. That arrogant look made people both angry and amused. After all, when he was in college, he had a unique temperament and that handsome face. "There are always girlfriends around me, one after another. Although the family's conditions are not wealthy, they are not poor either. They can only be said to be an ordinary well-off family." But after graduation, his career plummeted. "I was deceived into investing and ended up in debt due to a failed investment. Those once sweet girlfriends also ran away with other rich second generations without hesitation." He fell into extreme decadence and despair, and was bombarded with debt collection calls and text messages every day. Life became dark. Since there is really no other way out, there is no other solution. Otherwise, he would never agree to his father's request to participate in this ridiculous marriage of marrying into their wife's family. The girl looked at the bank card with a value of 100,000 yuan that Mo Jiang handed to her and just smiled indifferently, with a hint of contempt in her smile. For her, 100,000 yuan is only enough for her to have a meal at a high-end restaurant. Not even close to enough. However, the girl did not refuse directly, but looked carefully at the profile of Mo Jiang in front of her. The girl looked at the face and felt it was somewhat familiar. A bit like the male model she ordered when she first went to a nightclub. At the same time, that was also her last time to go to such a place of feasting and revelry. Because she felt that such an environment was not suitable for her. "Since he was the first male model I ordered, I was particularly impressed. It seems that the man in front of me is the same person as before. The man is in pretty good shape, and can provide emotional value." At the beginning, she also proposed to support this man, but he firmly refused. Little did she expect that things would change. This man was drunk and didn't recognize her, and he actually wanted to support her. This kind of role change made her feel a little strange and interesting. The girl looked at Mo Jiang, who was already extremely drunk, and slowly extended her hand. The slender fingers gently stroked Mo Jiang's strong chest. This touch made Mo Jiang feel hot all over, and his inner desire was instantly ignited, just like dry wood meeting fire. The girl had not asked the man's name before, but thinking of this coincidence, she spoke. "What's your name?" "Let me start. My name is Cai Yunjing." Mo Jiang listened to the soft little voice of the girl in front of him. "I feel extremely satisfied in my heart. My name is Mo Jiang, and I am a promising young man with tens of millions of assets at the age of 24. That night, under the dual effects of alcohol and excitement, Mo Jiang was in a dazed state. He didn't know what happened afterwards, he only remembered that he talked a lot with Cai Yunjing. The distance between the two seemed to have been shortened unknowingly. The noise around them gradually faded away, and it seemed as if there were only the two of them left in the world. That night, Mo Jiang had no idea how he got through it. "All I know is that when I woke up the next day, I found myself lying in an unfamiliar hotel room. My head felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer and was in excruciating pain. It was obvious that I drank too much yesterday. Then my mouth felt itchy, and when I touched it, I found that it was just wisps of hair." Mo Jiang turned his head and took a look. "I saw a petite figure with twin ponytails wearing cute Pikachu yellow pajamas lying quietly beside me." Mo Jiang opened the quilt slightly, looked down, and saw something. A touch of bright rose red is particularly eye-catching, which is the trace left by last night's passion. Chapter 6, Call Me Baby or Master. At this moment, above the hotel where Mo Jiang was, in the vast and empty sky 200 meters above, a helicopter with sleek lines is quietly parked. The roar of its propellers spinning at high speed is particularly loud in this vast sky. Inside the plane cabin, 2 tall men in black were holding high-powered binoculars, concentrating on observing every move in the hotel. And these two men in black were exactly the two who followed Cai Yunjing like a shadow yesterday. One of them, a man in black with a full beard, black-framed glasses and white stockings, slowly put down the telescope in his hand. He raised his orchid finger and gently touched the man in black beside him, his tone filled with anxiety and uneasiness that was difficult to conceal. "What should we do? If we go back and report, the master will scold us bitterly." His voice trembled slightly, as if he had clearly foreseen the terrible situation of facing the master's wrath when he returned. "What else can I do? Just scrambled eggs and continue observing," another man in black said helplessly. "Who knew our young lady would enjoy cosplay? Be the one being kept." As the man in black spoke, he shook his head helplessly, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. "Maybe rich people just like to play in all kinds of ways," responded the bearded man in black. As the man in black spoke, his eyes subconsciously looked at the telescope again. Suddenly, his tone became extremely excited and his emotions were out of control. He held tightly onto the arm of the bearded man in black next to him. "Mum, kiss, kiss." His voice was shrill with emotion. "Is this true?" The bearded man in black had an expression of disbelief on his face, his eyes were wide open, full of suspicion and curiosity. He also quickly picked up the telescope and started looking again, and then his tone became extremely excited. He was so excited that he kept jumping up and down. The entire helicopter was shaking slightly due to his violent movements and could lose balance at any time. "I told you to be careful and not to tilt the helicopter," another man in black shouted anxiously. The bearded man in black stepped on the helicopter so hard that it almost lost its balance. And at this moment, in the warm room of the hotel, Cai Yunjing's long and slender legs were casually and naturally placed on Mo Jiang's waist. The posture is lazy and charming, like a beautiful painting. Her little face was buried tightly in Mo Jiang's neck. The silky soft hair fell directly on Mo Jiang's lips. It brings a gentle touch like a breeze, which is very touching. Mo Jiang was trying to turn over gently. He wanted to slightly change this overly ambiguous posture, for fear of disturbing the beauty next to him. Cai Yunjing turned her head and gently kissed Mo Jiang's cheek. She said in a lazy and coquettish voice, "Don't move. Stay with me for a while." Her voice is so soft and sticky that people are instantly immersed in it and cannot resist it. "Good." Mo Jiang responded gently. "Hold me." Cai Yunjing shook her body slightly, as if looking for a more comfortable position. Then she lay there quietly, looking cute and adorable. Mo Jiang was a little slow to react and was slightly stunned. Cai Yunjing opened her eyes and glanced at Mo Jiang, with a hint of anger in her eyes. He reached out and gently poked Mo Jiang's forehead, and said with a hint of rebuke, "Stupid, hold my waist with both hands." Mo Jiang finally reacted, but felt something was wrong. "That's not right. Aren't I the one supporting you? Why does your tone sound weird?" Mo Jiang frowned and asked with a puzzled look. Cai Yunjing looked at Mo Jiang's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell, echoing in the silent room. She blew gently on Mo Jiang's earlobe. The warm breath made Mo Jiang feel itchy, as if countless small insects were crawling on the tip of his heart. Then, in a coquettish voice, she said softly, "Then what do you want me to call you? Baby? Still? Master Tilder?" When Cai Yunjing said the last sentence, her voice had a long tail. The gentle tone seemed to drip water and was full of temptation. Mo Jiang almost couldn't control himself. The old face turned red in an instant. Although he had several girlfriends, they only held hands and kissed each other. I have never experienced such a scene that made my heart beat faster and my face turn red. What's more, he had such close contact with the girl yesterday. Mo Jiang was defeated in an instant. "Just call me baby, it always feels weird." Mo Jiang's voice was a little flustered. "Then baby, can you hold my waist? I want to sleep for a while." Cai Yunjing's voice is coquettish and full of temptation, as if she is a charming little goblin. Mo Jiang listened to Cai Yunjing's coquettish voice, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise sharply. It can't be suppressed at all. Okay, no problem, go ahead and sleep as long as you want," Mo Jiang said hurriedly, his tone full of eagerness and obedience, fearing that he could not meet the requirements of the girl in front of him. Then he slowly put his arms around Cai Yunjing's waist. The pair of big white rabbits pressed against my chest and felt soft. Mo Jiang's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. This girl gave him a soft and sweet feeling, especially when she was wearing this cute Pikachu pajamas. It looks more charming and lovely. Mo Jiang felt the steady breathing beside his ear and moved his head slightly. Looking at Cai Yunjing, who was lying beside his neck with her eyes closed. Looking at her sleeping peacefully, Mo Jiang couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the tip of her nose. "Oh Tilda baby, stop making trouble. I'm sleeping," Cai Yunjing muttered, with a hint of dissatisfaction and sleepiness in her voice. Seeing this, Mo Jiang couldn't tease Cai Yunjing anymore. He is now much more sober and has a general memory of yesterday. He had indeed exhausted the girl yesterday. Thinking back to last night's madness, Mo Jiang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He felt like a bit of a jerk, not knowing how to be gentle with women. Last night the girl was begging for mercy and crying all the time. Mo Jiang just quietly watched Cai Yunjing falling asleep. About half an hour later, Cai Yunjing then woke up slowly. She slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of haziness in them, as if she was still immersed in the beautiful dream just now. Then he sat directly on Mo Jiang's waist and stretched lazily. The movement was lazy and seductive, like a kitten that had just woken up. Mo Jiang couldn't help but laugh at Cai Yunjing's expression and said, "You can get off me now." There was a hint of teasing in his tone. Cai Yunjing lowered her eyes and looked at Mo Jiang. "Well, unless you give me." Cai Yunjing was halfway through her speech when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She immediately shut up and started again, "Unless you carry me down." There was a playful smile on her face. Mo Jiang looked at the girl sitting on his waist. She looked so cute with her pouting face. Without saying anything more, he just bent down. One hand passed through the girl's ankle, and the other hand directly arched the girl's waist. Cai Yunjing suddenly fell backwards. A look of panic appeared on his face. You idiot, what are you doing?" Chapter 7. After so many years, the eldest lady finally smiled. Mo Jiang just smiled without saying anything, then he stretched out his long and powerful arms. Cai Yunjing was gently picked up in an extremely elegant princess hug. Because of this sudden change in center of gravity, Cai Yunjing subconsciously closed her eyes tightly. With both hands, he hugged Mo Jiang's neck tightly like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. Her breathing became rapid at this moment. "Is it time to come down?" Mo Jiang looked at Cai Yunjing, who had her eyes closed and looked nervous. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, my eyes full of gentle amusement. Cai Yunjing didn't move. Everything around them became silent, only the sounds of their breathing and heartbeats were clearly audible. After about several seconds, she slowly and carefully opened her eyes. When she found herself hanging on Mo Jiang's neck like a koala, her cheeks instantly turned red, like ripe apples, bright and attractive. "You big idiot, why don't you put it down right away?" She said it coquettishly, with a barely perceptible hint of shyness in her voice. "Good." Mo Jiang had a smirk on his face. As if deliberately teasing her, he gently threw Cai Yunjing up. Cai Yunjing was frightened by this sudden action and screamed, and she hugged her hands tighter. Then, Mo Jiang caught her steadily. Then, he gently placed Cai Yunjing on the ground. Cai Yunjing looked angry, and her delicate face looked even more vivid because of her anger. She raised her hand and slapped Mo Jiang's chest hard. "Do you believe that I will bite you to death?" She gritted her teeth and said, "Big bad guy." Every word was filled with her anger and coquettishness. Mo Jiang couldn't help but smile as he looked at Cai Yunjing, who was trying to act fierce but actually wasn't able to be fierce at all. He reached out and gently ruffled Cai Yunjing's hair. "Okay, sorry, I'll take you shopping later, okay?" Mo Jiang coaxed and said. "Xiao Yunjing." He called softly again. Cai Yunjing didn't say anything at this time, she just quietly felt the warmth of Mo Jiang's hand. This was the first time that someone had touched her head so gently. The feeling was wonderful and made her feel extremely comfortable. She even couldn't help but rub Mo Jiang's hand, like a docile kitten acting coquettishly to its owner. "Xiao Yunjing." Mo Jiang looked at Cai Yunjing, who didn't respond, and asked again, with a hint of doubt and concern in his tone. Cai Yunjing came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed. Okay. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and a little shy. Are you still angry then? Mo Jiang continued to ask with a smile. Not angry anymore. Cai Yunjing shook her head gently, and her long hair swayed like a waterfall. She looked so well behaved that people couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms. When Mo Jiang heard Cai Yunjing's reply, he leaned forward slightly and pointed his finger at his face. Then don't be angry, what should I do? Xiao Yunjing. His voice was slightly suggestive. Cai Yunjing glanced at Mo Jiang's expression, then obediently moved over and kissed the left side of Mo Jiang's cheek. That gentle kiss was like a feather falling, soft and sweet. Yeah, that's good. Mo Jiang said with a smile. Then Xiao Yunjing, shouldn't you brush your teeth and wash up? Once you're done, we can set off early. Mo Jiang said in a coaxing tone. Cai Yunjing felt something new when she heard Mo Jiang's coaxing tone. Normally, as a young lady, she is used to being strong and powerful, and people around her either in awe of her or try to please her. Sometimes I am coaxed like a child by others, it seems. It's pretty good too. This feeling of being cared for and pampered. At this time, there were two brothers in black on a helicopter not far away. The bearded man in black looked at the scene inside the hotel through the telescope and couldn't help shaking his head, his eyes full of emotion. He sighed. After so many years, the young lady finally smiled. His voice was full of emotion and relief. No, are you right? Isn't this the line from the butler in the domineering president's novel? Another man in black said, with a hint of confusion and ridicule on his face. The bearded man in black glanced at his companion beside him, with a hint of dissatisfaction and blame in his eyes. Our eldest lady is the eldest lady of the entire imperial capital circle, the eldest sister of the imperial capital's rich second-generation circle. When those bosses see our eldest lady, they can only kneel down and lick her toes. That's true. The man in black said in agreement. So what do we do next? The man in black asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The bearded man said speechlessly, follow the young lady and ensure her personal safety. Why do you think the master would pay us 100,000 yuan a month to do this with the young lady? Inside the hotel, Cai Yunjing stood aside, looking quietly at Mo Jiang who was washing his face. Then she looked at the 2 wash cups and 2 toothbrushes she bought last night. Then reach out and take it. But she didn't take the pink Pikachu patent wash cup next to it. Instead, he took the one that Mo Jiang had just used without hesitation. Then he pretended to be doing nothing and picked up the toothbrush that Mo Jiang had used, squeezed toothpaste on it, put it in his mouth and started brushing. Mo Jiang had just washed his face. After drying his face with a face towel, he turned his head to look at Cai Yunjing. It feels a bit weird. Then I tilted my head to take a closer look. Wow. He actually took his toothbrush and toothpaste. Why are you using my toiletries? Mo Jiang asked in surprise, his face full of confusion. Cai Yunjing's mouth was full of bubbles at this time, and he couldn't speak, he could only mumble. It looks funny and cute. Mo Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or what, and looked at Cai Yunjing helplessly. Cai Yunjing took a sip of water, gulped a few times, and then spit out the water. He looked at Mo Jiang. Why? Do you think I'm dirty? Don't let me use your things. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, and her slightly pouty lips revealed her little temper. Mo Jiang simply took out a tissue, folded it, bent down, picked up the tissue and helped Cai Yunjing wipe the foam from the corner of her mouth. Cai Yunjing was stunned for a moment, and looking at Mo Jiang's serious expression, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Mo Jiang wiped it clean and threw the tissue into the trash can. Why would I think you're dirty? I just feel a little. So do you like me? Cai Yunjing interrupted Mo Jiang and looked at him with her watery eyes wide open. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Mo Jiang was a little overwhelmed by this sudden question. Answer me. Cai Yunjing's tone was firm, not allowing Mo Jiang to escape. Mo Jiang was silent for a while. I like you. If I didn't like you, why would I support you? There was a hint of teasing in his voice. Then if I use your cup, won't that save you money? Don't you think I'm nice? Cai Yunjing said nonchalantly with a mischievous smile on her face. But Mo Jiang pointed at the pink Pikachu patent wash cup and toothbrush on the sink, which had not been used yet. Cai Yunjing took a step forward and threw the 2 things directly into the trash can. Then he turned his head to look at Mo Jiang, a smile on his face. Well, it's gone now. Mo Jiang. Chapter 8, My goodness, the supermarket is our own. Mo Jiang finally decided to go to the well-known large supermarket in the local area. He drove the black Maybach leisurely. Cai Yunjing was curled up in the passenger seat. From the beginning, she had been fiddling with Mo Jiang's other hand. After a while, she would gently pinch Mo Jiang's fingers with her slender fingers. After a while, she playfully drew irregular circles on the back of Mo Jiang's broad hand with her fingers. Pay attention, I'm driving. Mo Jiang reminded softly while concentrating on the road conditions ahead. The corners of his mouth seemed to be out of control and could not help but rise slightly, outlining a doting arc. However, Cai Yunjing acted as if she didn't hear it. Whenever she stopped at a traffic light, she would occasionally reach out her finger and gently poke Mo Jiang's strong arm. Feeling bored, I picked up my phone and started playing by myself. While Mo Jiang was concentrating on driving, his peripheral vision would inadvertently glance at the phone in Cai Yunjing's hand. He didn't mean to snoop, but he couldn't help feeling a little curious about what she was browsing. Unfortunately, the phone is equipped with an anti-peeping screen, so you can't see anything when looking from the side. Okay, you even snooped through my phone. Mo Jiang was discovered unexpectedly, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. No. Cai Yunjing raised her head and looked at Mo Jiang, who was eager to explain. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, Mo Jiang also parked the car steadily in the designated parking space in the parking lot. Well, you can take a look if you want. Cai Yunjing tilted her head, a cunning light flashing in her eyes. When Mo Jiang heard this, his eyes, which were originally a little embarrassed, instantly brightened up. Real? Well, you, kiss me. Xiao Yunjing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly moved half of her face towards him. Mo Jiang was delighted when he heard this. He quickly and impatiently moved his face forward. Just when he was about to gently kiss Cai Yunjing's cheek, Cai Yunjing suddenly turned her face playfully, and their lips touched together without any warning. In an instant, Mo Jiang's eyes widened and he was stunned. He could clearly feel the strange touch on his lips, a soft and sweet feeling. It was as if an electric current instantly spread throughout the body. After a while, Cai Yunjing's face flushed red, she clenched her fists and gently patted Mo Jiang's chest. Woo-woo sound came from his mouth. Mo Jiang then realized his own gaffe and hurriedly opened his mouth in a panic. You're such an idiot, you're causing me to be deprived of oxygen. Cai Yunjing's face was flushed with shame and a hint of resentment. She looked extremely cute and naive. Her lips were slightly pursed. Mo Jiang knew that he couldn't help himself just now, so he quickly apologized again and again with an apologetic look on his face. Okay, I'm an idiot, okay, Xiao Yunjing. Who told you to be so proactive? And you were so sweet and soft, so I couldn't help myself for a moment. Okay, stop talking. Cai Yunjing lowered her head shyly and glanced secretly outside the car. They saw a group of people passing by their car, looking inside the car intentionally or unintentionally from time to time. Because the intimate kissing scene just now was too ambiguous. This caused many people to whisper to each other. Seeing this, Cai Yunjing became even more embarrassed and wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Seeing this, Mo Jiang hurriedly opened the car door and got out, then walked around the front of the car, came to the passenger side, and gently took Cai Yunjing's hand. Cai Yunjing's hands were delicate and soft, as warm as mutton fat jade, and Mo Jiang held them tightly. Not far from where they parked the car, a white BMW was slowly approaching. Sitting in the car were the two men in black. Soon, the BMW drove steadily to a parking space. By the way, why did that boy take the young lady to the supermarket? A man in black scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Nonsense, they are definitely going to buy something. We just need to follow and observe the location of the young lady. The bearded man in black rolled his eyes at his companion with some impatience. Go into the supermarket. The two strolled around for a while. Cai Yunjing's eyes lit up, and she said to Mo Jiang, "Baby, how about we buy couple outfits?" Mo Jiang nodded without hesitation. He doesn't have any particular preference for clothes on a daily basis. But as long as it is what Cai Yunjing wants, he is willing to do everything he can to satisfy it. Okay, let's go. Mo Jiang said with a smile. Yeah, baby is so good. Cai Yunjing happily hugged Mo Jiang's arm, gently leaned her head on his shoulder, and spoke affectionately. Throughout the whole process, the corners of Mo Jiang's mouth seemed to be glued together. He never went downstairs and always had a smile on his face. Soon, the two came to a high-end clothing store with exquisite decoration. As soon as I walked into the store, the salesperson inside immediately showed a standard professional smile on his face. He said enthusiastically, "Welcome, two guests, big and small." However, halfway through his words, the salesperson's face suddenly became extremely shocked and his eyes widened. It was as if I had seen something beyond my imagination. All the salespeople in the store had the same shocked expression on their faces. For a moment, the atmosphere in the store froze. They recognized Cai Yunjing. After all, this supermarket is the Cai family's business, and Cai Yunjing, as the eldest daughter, behaves in a low-key manner. She rarely appears in public, but her identity is well known in this business circle. On weekdays, she always gives people the impression of being cold and frugal with words, making her difficult to approach. Cai Yunjing noticed something strange, turned her head quickly, and stretched out her finger to make a gesture to shut up. The salesmen were all experienced people with many years of experience. They immediately understood what he meant and kept their mouths shut tacitly. He pretended nothing had happened and continued with the work at hand, only occasionally secretly glancing at these two special guests out of the corner of his eyes. Mo Jiang sensed the strange atmosphere in the store, turned to look at the salesperson in confusion, and asked, "What did you just say?" The salesperson and Cai Yunjing looked at each other, understood what he meant, smiled again, and said calmly, "Nothing, I just feel that your temperament is very compatible with the temperament and appearance of the top lady next to you. The two of you standing together are truly a match made in heaven, and a pleasure to watch." Mo Jiang was already in a good mood, and hearing such praise made him feel even more comfortable. "Well, that's right. I'm going out to buy clothes with my girlfriend today to see what she likes." Mo Jiang turned to look at Cai Yunjing, his eyes full of tenderness, and said softly, "Xiao Yunjing, tell me what clothes you like." Cai Yunjing nodded, showing a sweet smile, and responded obediently, "Okay, baby." The salesperson looked at this scene, and his expression changed as variously as the facial makeup in opera. She really didn't expect that the young lady from the Beijing circle, who was usually so cold and aloof that people couldn't approach her, would become. She was so intimate with the boy in front of her, with such close interactions and sweet names. At this moment, a crisp telephone ring sounded from Mo Jiang's pocket. Mo Jiang took out his phone and took a look, then said to Cai Yunjing with a hint of apology, "Xiao Yunjing, I'm going to take a call first. Tell the salesperson what clothes you've chosen. I'll pay for it later." "Okay." Cai Yunjing responded. Then he walked to the clothes rack side by side with the salesperson and started to choose clothes. "Miss, you." The salesperson who was following Cai Yunjing couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Chapter 9 is quite interesting. You even let me call you master. Just treat me as an outsider, just pretend you don't know me. Cai Yunjing's expression instantly turned cold, and her voice also became a little colder as she spoke slowly. That look was completely different from the gentle and soft look she had shown in front of Mo Jiang before. The salesperson nodded hurriedly, with just the right amount of respect on his face, and asked carefully, "Then what is the price of the clothes?" "Just lower it a little bit." Cai Yunjing raised his chin slightly. "Yes, miss." The salesperson responded with a hint of flattery in his voice, then tactfully stepped aside and prepared to deal with the price issue. At this moment, Mo Jiang, who was concentrating on answering the phone outside the store, heard Qingye's excited and trembling voice from the receiver. "Mo Jiang, my goddess wants to ask me out tonight. She said she has something to tell me, and she also asked me to buy 2 movie tickets in advance." After hearing this, Mo Jiang's mouth corners unconsciously raised, revealing a faint smile. "That's fine. What a great opportunity to watch a movie with your goddess." "No, my goddess said she was bringing a friend with her, so she asked me to buy a movie ticket for her and her friend." There was a hint of helplessness in Qingye's voice. Mo Jiang was speechless for a moment, and his hand holding the phone paused slightly. "I was thinking to myself that this plot development was a bit unexpected." "No, aren't you a dog licker?" Mo Jiang couldn't help but speak out what was on his mind, with a hint of teasing in his tone. How is that possible? She just said she was going to the movies with her friends. I feel like I've almost got her. Aober's voice immediately rose an octave, as if he was trying to refute it. And I bought 3 tickets. I'll go with you. Maybe we can get it tonight. Aober became more and more excited as he spoke. So I want to borrow your Maybach for a while. When I pick up my goddess, I'll trouble you to be my driver and call me master. Aober stated his true purpose, his voice full of anticipation. When Mo Jiang heard that he was asked to call him young Master Qingye, the expression on his face froze instantly. For a moment, I didn't know what to say, and secretly complained in my heart, this kid really dares to think. No, I'm giving you face, right? You let me call you. Mo Jiang was interrupted by Qingye before he could finish his words. Dad, my son's happiness for the rest of his life is in your hands. Please help me. Qingye's voice suddenly became pitiful, and he was almost crying. Just consider it as a small favor for your son, okay, Dad? Qingye continued to beg, and his tone sounded as if he would not be able to live if Mo Jiang did not agree. When Mo Jiang heard the other party calling him Dad, he felt helpless. He knew that although Qingye was a little unreliable on weekdays, he was very serious about relationships. This matter may indeed be of vital importance to him. After thinking for a while, Mo Jiang finally spoke, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Okay, then Dad will call you Master Qingye today. Thank you, Mo Jiang, you are my adoptive father, my adopted parent. When Qingye heard Mo Jiang agreed, he immediately cheered, his voice full of joy and gratitude. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and after deciding on the meeting place, Mo Jiang hung up the phone. He took a deep breath, sorted out his thoughts, and then walked into the store. Xiao Yunjing, have you made your choice? Mo Jiang walked to Cai Yunjing with a gentle smile on his face and asked softly. When Cai Yunjing heard Mo Jiang's voice, it was like the face-changing performance in Sichuan opera. She immediately put on a sweet smile and said affectionately, I've chosen it, baby. Cai Yunjing chose 2 couple outfits with Pikachu patterns, which were novel and unique in style. Not only that, she also bought several Pikachu patterned hoodies and pajamas. There are also various clothes for daily wear, each of which is carefully selected, as if you want to bring the entire Pikachu series home. Mo Jiang looked at the clothes that Cai Yunjing took, which seemed to have Pikachu images on them, and couldn't help but smile and teased. I can see that you like Pikachu very much. After hearing this, Cai Yunjing's tuft of black hair on the top of her head bent slightly, looking extremely adorable. She nodded vigorously, her eyes twinkling. Yeah, I like it very much. Let's pay the bill. Mo Jiang took out his bank card and said to the salesperson with a bit of generosity in his tone. Yes, sir. The salesperson typed quickly on the computer for a while, then raised his head, smiled, and said to Mo Jiang. The total is RMB. Here is it, sir. You can round off the 0 and take it. When Mo Jiang heard this number, he couldn't help but gasp and secretly exclaimed. My goodness, this money is as much as my previous annual salary. His eyes unconsciously looked at Cai Yunjing, who was smiling beside him, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But he quickly adjusted his expression. I thought to myself that since I had already decided to give Cai Yunjing the best, this little money didn't matter. Now that he is considered a promising young man, this little money is really nothing. So he took out his card decisively and said, swipe it. Cai Yunjing naturally knew that Mo Jiang was hesitating, and she had asked the salesperson to lower the price of these clothes. She knew clearly that Mo Jiang was a male model in nightclubs not long ago, and he suddenly became so rich. It's really hard to understand, unless you win the lottery. Of course, she also felt that there was a high probability that Mo Jiang had won the lottery. Otherwise, this brand new Maybach wouldn't make sense at all. It costs over $1 million, and it's not something that anyone can afford. After packing, Mo Jiang and Cai Yunjing walked out of the clothing store, carrying large and small bags. Afterwards, Mo Jiang took Cai Yunjing to shop around the supermarket. Along the way, the two talked and laughed. Cai Yunjing picked up a product from time to time and asked Mo Jiang for his opinion. Mo Jiang always answered patiently, his eyes full of tenderness. They also bought some cosmetics and other things, and before they knew it, their hands were full of various shopping bags. After buying everything, the two walked to the parking lot and Mo Jiang put the things in the trunk. So he took Cai Yunjing to a restaurant nearby that looked pretty good. This restaurant has elegant decoration and quiet environment. The waiter greeted them warmly and took them to a seat by the window. At this time, two men in black were standing in front of the restaurant that Mo Jiang and others entered. One of the bearded men in black rubbed his stomach and said, "The young lady has gone into the restaurant to eat. Why don't we go eat too? I've been following her all morning and I'm a little hungry." The other man in black heard his companion's words and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then let's sit at the side of the young lady's table so we can observe the young lady's situation and eat at the same time." Two men in black walked into the restaurant and sat down in a corner. The bearded man in black had just picked up the menu and was about to order when he heard his companion whisper, "It seems we have been discovered by the young lady." "How is that possible? I've been looking for this spot for a long time. How could the young lady see us?" The bearded man in black said with a look of disbelief, without even raising his head. "I really found it. It came from here." There was a hint of nervousness in my companion's voice. "Oh, already here. Chapter 10: What to do? Too good at teasing." A layer of fine beads of sweat had already appeared on the forehead of the bearded man in black. At this moment, he couldn't help but stutter, "Miss. Miss." His voice trembled slightly, revealing a nervousness that was difficult to conceal. "Who told you to follow me?" Cai Yinjing's face was as if covered with frost, and he spat out these words coldly from between his teeth. Yes, master." The bearded man in black answered timidly. He knew Cai Yinjing's temper very well and was well aware that if this young lady got angry, the consequences would be disastrous. "Remember, stop stalking." Cai Yunjing glanced sideways at the bearded man in black. The warning in his eyes was so strong that it almost overflowed. But the bearded man in black was about to make a few excuses for himself. After all, the master's orders were as heavy as a mountain, and he dared not disobey easily. But when he caught a glimpse of Cai Yunjing's increasingly cold eyes, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. "I'll tell my dad." Cai Yunjing turned her head, and after she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the table where Mo Jiang was. "So do we still need to track?" Upon seeing this, a companion hurriedly approached the bearded man in black and asked. His eyes were full of confusion and hesitation. "What are you chasing after? Didn't the young lady tell us not to follow?" The bearded man in black responded unhappily, and as he spoke, he sat back in his chair and casually opened the menu on the table. "Then let's now." The companion was still a little confused, scratched his head and continued to ask. "Paid vacation, and a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. As the bearded man in black spoke, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and smiled. Mo Jiang was sitting at the dining table. When he saw Cai Yunjing come back, a smile immediately broke out on his face. "Xiao Yunjing, my order is ready. What would you like to eat?" Cai Yunjing sat next to Mo Jiang, like a docile kitten, and gently rested her head on Mo Jiang's shoulder. "The dishes you ordered are all to my liking. It turns out that the person who understands me best is my baby Tilder. Her voice is soft and gentle, which makes people feel sweet." Mo Jiang felt a little embarrassed after being teased by Cai Yunjing. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and she even stuttered when she spoke. Really? Well, that's all. If you want to eat something else, we can order it later." Soon, the waiters placed the ordered dishes on the table one after another. Mo Jiang was about to start eating when he turned his head inadvertently. He found that Cai Yunjing was tilting her head, staring at his face without blinking. His eyes were filled with deep admiration. "You don't want to eat?" Mo Jiang asked doubtfully. He really didn't understand why Cai Yunjing kept staring at him, and couldn't help but guess in his heart. Could it be that these dishes are not to her taste? Cai Yunjing came back to her senses when she heard Mo Jiang's voice. A blush instantly appeared on her face. She said coquettishly, "The baby is so handsome, I almost forgot to eat, I was just busy looking at the baby." What Cai Yunjing said was not false. I still remember going to a nightclub with my best friend, and she was hugged by a male model on each side. They were having a lot of fun and even excitedly ordered two male models to sing the song, "It's the Taste of Sister," in front of them. Accompanied by the ambiguous melody, the whole scene was lively and exciting. Among the crowd, she noticed Mo Jiang at a glance. Although Mo Jiang's singing was still a little awkward at that time, his dancing rhythm was not very coordinated, and his movements were a little clumsy. She did not dislike it at all. Not only that, she also added several hours without hesitation just to see Mo Jiang a few more times. As for the reason, it was of course Mo Jiang's handsome face, which made her never tired of looking at it, and the more she looked at it, the more fascinated she became. Mo Jiang's mouth corners, which had been slightly lowered, curled up when Cai Yunjing said this. He raised his head high again, almost reaching his ears. Then eat quickly. As Mo Jiang spoke, he considerately picked up the knife and fork and helped Cai Yunjing cut the steak into small pieces of appropriate size. After cutting it, he gently placed the steak in front of Cai Yunjing. Then he picked up the chopsticks and carefully fiddled with the shrimps on the plate, peeled off the shells, and placed the tender and juicy shrimp meat neatly on Cai Yunjing's plate. Baby, can you feed me? Cai Yunjing tilted her head, blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Mo Jiang expectantly and said. There was a hint of coquettishness in her eyes, which made people feel pity for her, and it was impossible to refuse her request. Mo Jiang did not hesitate at all and nodded without hesitation, okay. After that, he reached out and picked up the fork. I want the one you used. Cai Yunjing said again, looking straight at the fork on the plate in front of Mo Jiang. That's not good. Mo Jiang was a little hesitant. After all, this was a rather intimate action. Although he was willing to satisfy Cai Yunjing's request, he still felt a little embarrassed. Why not Tilder baby? Cai Yunjing began to shake Mo Jiang's hand and spoke coquettishly, her voice drawn out. As for why the usually taciturn young lady would have such a lovely demeanor. Of course, it's because I spend a lot of time with my best friends. I often hear that the male models that my bestie supports would act coquettishly in this way when they are having a meal together. The more you listen to it, the more familiar it becomes. She often heard her best friends kept Gigolo shaking his hands and calling him ZZE all the time. Over time, I also learned this way of acting like a spoiled child, and now I unconsciously used it on Mo Jiang. Seeing this, Mo Jiang couldn't stand Cai Yunjing's nagging anymore, so he had to pick up a piece of steak with his fork and slowly put it into Cai Yunjing's mouth. As soon as the steak enters your mouth, the fresh gravy bursts out instantly, and the rich and mellow aroma spreads in your mouth. Cai Yunjing supported her chin with both hands and looked at Mo Jiang's face quietly. After swallowing all the meat, Cai Yunjing smiled and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She said in a sweet voice, the one that my baby fed me was especially delicious, please have another one Tilder. Her voice was soft and went straight into Mo Jiang's heart, making it impossible for Mo Jiang to refuse. Mo Jiang listened to Cai Yunjing's gentle voice and felt his heart was about to melt. In just a few bites, Cai Yunjing finished the whole plate of steak. Mo Jiang looked at the stains remaining at the corners of Cai Yunjing's mouth, his eyes full of doting. Then he reached out and pulled out a tissue from the tissue box on the table and carefully folded a corner. Then he gently wiped the stains from the corners of Cai Yunjing's mouth. Cai Yunjing just looked at Mo Jiang quietly and let him wipe the corners of her mouth. Baby, you are so caring. I want to eat with you every day from now on, okay? Mo Jiang was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently, yeah. Soon, the two finished their meal. Mo Jiang stood up and prepared to take Cai Yunjing back. As soon as they got in the car, Cai Yunjing took the initiative to hold Mo Jiang's hand. Her hand was soft and warm, and she held Mo Jiang's hand tightly. Baby, I find you're more attractive to me than this meal. What should I do? As Cai Yunjing spoke, she slowly extended her lips, blinked, and looked at Mo Jiang lovingly. Seeing this, Mo Jiang couldn't help but reach out and rub Cai Yunjing's hair. Good. Mo Jiang said softly. Then he slowly leaned over and kissed her gently. After a while, Mo Jiang released his lips and was about to explain to Cai Yunjing how he would send her back. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the warm atmosphere. Mo Jiang took out his cell phone and saw that the call was from Qingye. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard Qingye's painful voice, woo-woo. Aober's voice was tearful and sounded very depressed, as if he had suffered a great blow. Mo Jiang could tell something was wrong and asked with concern, what's wrong? His tone was filled with worry, wondering what had happened to Aober to make him so upset. A grown man is crying. Mo Jiang couldn't help but tease. Qingye sniffed a few more times and said in a crying voice, I was rejected by the goddess, woo 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 woo. Chapter 11. How desperate must one be to dance like that? What's going on? Aren't you guys going to watch a movie? Mo Jiang held the phone, his face full of confusion, and his voice was slightly drowned out by the noise around him. On the other end of the phone, Qingye's sobbing could be heard intermittently. Mo Jiang couldn't help but frown. Qingye cried for a long time on the phone before speaking with sobs. My goddess brought her best male friend with her. She kissed and hugged her best male friend and asked me to book a hotel room for her. She wanted to sleep in the same room with her best male friend, and on the same bed. As he spoke, his voice choked up again. Then I said I didn't want to, and she refused to act, saying directly that we were not suitable and that I was a good person. Mo Jiang was speechless for a moment, as if something was choking his throat. He wanted to laugh, but he knew very well that he must not laugh out loud at this moment, as it would hurt Qingye's heart. He coughed lightly, calmed down, and asked, Okay, do you want me to pick you up? Let's go out for a drink, buddies. Well, the same as always, sister. Use fried skewers. Qingye's voice was heavily nasal. Mo Jiang glanced at Cai Yunjing, who was holding his arm next to him, and said gently, Then I'll bring someone over. Who? There was a hint of surprise in Qingye's voice. The girl you mentioned yesterday is now sitting in my passenger seat. Mo Jiang's mouth corners slightly raised. When Qingye heard this, he instantly became alert and said with a hint of surprise, You got that Peking University and Tsinghua University student girl. Amazing, is this the strength of Maybark? Go away, do you know how to talk? What do you mean by not being able to eat? That's called mutual affection. Mo Jiang scolded with a smile. Okay, we both like each other, so I'll hang up first. After Mo Jiang hung up the phone, he looked at Cai Yunjing tenderly and asked softly. Do you want to go home? If you are not free, I will take you home. Cai Yunjing just shook her head and said playfully, It's the weekend these 2 days, baby, just pick me up and go to school tomorrow. Soon, the two drove towards the address given by Aober. Because location sharing was turned on, Mo Jiang followed the navigation and quickly arrived at Qingye's location. It was the staircase next to a supermarket. Mo Jiang slowly stopped the car to the side of the road and leaned over to look. I saw a figure staggering on the stairs, step by step, with his pace getting higher and higher. He was holding a can of Tsingtao beer in his hand. At this moment, the song, That Girl, was playing in Mo Jiang's car. Mo Jiang quietly looked at the figure on the stairwell, shook his head secretly, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. How desperate must one be to dance like that? Baby, what is he doing? Cai Yunjing blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at Qingye, who was swaying his body at the stairs in a trance. He's probably imagining himself as a clown. Mo Jiang silently took out his cell phone and took a picture of Qingye's scene. Combined with the music in the car, the scene looks like a ridiculous movie clip. Mo Jiang saw that Qingye seemed to have not noticed that he had arrived, so he called Qingye. Qingye was a little drunk this time, his steps were unsteady and he took big strides. As soon as he turned sideways and picked up the phone, he fell down like a puppet with its strings cut. Mo Jiang looked at the green leaves rolling on the ground, and his heart skipped a beat. Feeling something was wrong, he quickly unbuckled his seat belt, pushed open the car door and rushed out. Fortunately, the person was only a few meters from the ground at that time, so the fall was not painful. Qingye, are you okay? Mo Jiang helped Qingye, who had fallen to the ground, up and asked with concern. Mo Jiang, what do you think is the meaning of life? Qingye looked lost, his eyes were empty, as if his soul had been taken away. I feel that the character of the Joker is too relatable to me now. This feeling of being betrayed by the goddess. Mo Jiang tried hard not to laugh. He bit his lips tightly and his shoulders trembled slightly. He is a professional, unless he really can't help it. Goose, goose, goose. What are you laughing at? Don't you know I'm very sad now? Qingye looked at Mo Jiang, angry and annoyed. No, nothing, just continue. Mo Jiang waved his hands, trying to calm himself down. Qingye's emotions, which had been brewing for a long time, were destroyed by Mo Jiang's actions, and he lost all feeling in an instant. He dusted himself off and straightened his messy clothes. But when he looked at the beautiful twin-tailed figure in the passenger seat, he straightened his back instantly, trying to save what little face he had left. Fuck, why didn't you tell me that girl was watching from the passenger seat? That girl just now really humiliated me. Stop doing that, let's go to Sister Yu's fried skewers. Chapter 12. The female president returns with a breakup fee of 5.2 million plus a villa. 2.5 years passed in a flash. Inside Rinji Technology Company, Limited. Mo Jiang was currently wearing a suit of extremely exquisite tailoring. The cigarette he was holding in his hand had changed from the Zhonghua cigarette he used to see to a cigar. Looking back 2.5 years ago, Mo Jiang had squandered a full 10 million. Life seemed to have fallen into a pool of calm and stagnant water, as dull as water, without any ups and downs. So he made a shocking and bold decision to start a business. His father even threatened to sever the father-son relationship with him at one point. After all, I just failed in my business not long ago. However, the trajectory of fate is always full of drama and unpredictability. Mo Jiang resolutely chose to start his business in this prime location in the imperial capital. Mo Jiang was already prepared to face numerous difficulties. However, every time he appeared in the office with Cai Yunjing, everything was going exceptionally smoothly. Those department leaders who are like difficult thorns in daily life always make things difficult and picky for entrepreneurs in the past. When they saw Mo Jiang at this moment, it seemed as if they had changed their faces, with a flattering smile all over their faces. He kept praising him, complimenting him on his promising young age, and even praising his amazing skills. In this way, Mo Jiang's entrepreneurship went smoothly. In the past 2.5 years, the market value of his company has soared like a rocket, reaching a staggering scale of billions. First, a small game called Catch a Sheep spread wildly across the country. Overnight, this game became popular all over the internet. It has attracted countless players to become obsessed with it. Soon after, the company once again created a craze in the fiercely competitive gaming market with King of Rinji and fishing games. Just as Mo Jiang was immersed in beautiful visions and fantasies about the future. I am looking forward to launching a groundbreaking 3A game that will make a global sensation. Then you can achieve huge sales, reach the pinnacle of your career, and build your own business empire. Suddenly, there was a crisp and pleasant knock on the office door. Come in. Mo Jiang came back to his senses and spoke gently and gracefully. He raised his head and saw the familiar figure of Qingye. Is there anything wrong? Mo Jiang looked at Qingye with a questioning look. Qingye walked over hurriedly, holding a cell phone, with a serious look on his face. It's your father-in-law calling. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Mo Jiang waved his hand slightly, signaling Qingye to go out. Qingye suffered a setback in his business venture, almost went bankrupt, and fell into the darkest point in his life. Aober extended a helping hand without hesitation and lent him a vital sum of money to help him successfully overcome the difficulties. Mo Jiang will always remember this timely friendship. Now that I have achieved success in my career, I will naturally not forget this kindness and will definitely bring my good friend along with me. In fact, even if Mo Jiang's business fails, he is not without a way out. 2.5 years ago, he casually posted a video of Aober's desperate and slightly funny dance as she walked down the stairs. No one expected that this video would unexpectedly become popular. With this sudden traffic that seemed to come from nowhere, Mo Jiang took advantage of the opportunity to enter the field of short videos and has now become a small internet celebrity with millions of fans. You can easily earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a month just by taking advertisements, so making a living is not a problem. Mo Jiang picked up the phone, and a warm smile instantly appeared on his face. Dad. Soon, Father Yun's steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, Mo Jiang, how have you been recently? It's okay. Mo Jiang replied respectfully. Well, by the way, let me tell you something, Mo Jiang. Tomorrow is the day when my daughter Yunwen returns home. I suspended her bank card for 2.5 years, but she finally couldn't stand it anymore. I didn't expect her boyfriend had been supporting her for so long in the past 2.5 years. Thank you for your hard work. I know that you have been supporting other women in the past 2 years. So after Yunwen comes back, I hope you can break off your relationship with those unclear women. But Mo Jiang was about to explain, but was interrupted mercilessly by Yun's father. Father Yun continued. Don't worry, I had someone check Yunwen abroad. That male best friend hasn't done anything to her in the past 2.5 years. She's still a virgin. Of course, Dad has promised you that you are the only son-in-law in the Yun family. To be honest, the Yun family has another daughter, Yun Wen's sister. She is studying for a master's degree abroad and will probably be back soon. After hearing this, Mo Jiang couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After all, you have to live with a woman who is suspected of cheating on your husband on the first day of marriage. Any man would find it hard to accept this. Okay, Dad, I got it. Mo Jiang said helplessly, with a hint of bitterness and helplessness in his tone. Mo Jiang chatted with Yun's father for a few more words and then hung up the phone. He slowly picked up his mobile phone and his eyes fell on the photo of him and Cai Yunjing on the screen. In the photo, Cai Yunjing was smiling brightly, and I was standing next to her. After spending more than 2 years together, he developed an indescribable and complicated feeling for Cai Yunjing. Every time he picked up Cai Yunjing from school, he could always notice that people around them were particularly respectful to her. The level of respect was so respectful that it seemed as if Cai Yunjing was not an ordinary girl, but someone with an extraordinary identity and background. Due to their failed experiences in his previous relationships, he dared not invest too much in relationships easily. It was clear from the beginning that the relationship between him and Cai Yunjing was one of maintenance. He provides money, while Cai Yunjing provides him with emotional value and meets his physical needs. I take her out on weekdays because Cai Yunjing is very beautiful. Whether attending business occasions or daily social activities, he can feel proud. On the other hand, deep down he always felt that with Cai Yunjing by his side, no matter what difficult problems he encountered, he could solve them easily. But no matter what, this feeling makes him nostalgic. He always knew in his heart that the relationship between them was only based on interests. Now, Yunwen is about to return to China. After careful consideration, Mo Jiang decided to give Cai Yunjing a luxury house and a breakup fee of 5.2 million. It can be regarded as a result of my companionship with her for the past 2 years, and I can have a clear conscience. Just as Mo Jiang was immersed in thought, the cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the brief silence. He picked it up and saw a call from Xiao Yunjing clearly displayed on the screen. He subconsciously answered the phone, and immediately heard Cai Yunjing's sweet and soft voice. Baby, I personally prepared a table full of dishes for you tonight. Remember to come back and eat after work. And Cai Yunjing deliberately prolonged the ending tone. Mo Jiang couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, revealing a faint smile, and asked, "And what?" "I learned a new position, baby tilde." Chapter 13. After losing 2 bank cards and the property certificate, he ran away. In the villa area, Mo Jiang leisurely enjoyed the pork trotter rice, spicy pork trotters and braised pork belly made by Cai Yunjing for dinner. Go into the bathroom and take a shower. Soon, he walked out of the bathroom slowly with his strong upper body naked. He held a soft towel in his hand and was gently wiping his hair which was not yet dry. He lowered his head slightly, and his well-defined abdominal muscles could be vaguely seen. Mo Jiang sat down on the sofa in the living room, picked up the hairdryer beside him, and started blowing his hair. Just then, he heard the bedroom door behind him creak softly and slowly open. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, thinking it was just an ordinary noise in the house. However, when his eyes inadvertently swept towards the reflection of the black screen TV in front of him, he froze in place for a moment. Cai Yunjing, wearing twin ponytails and a succubus bodysuit, appeared in his sight. The black leather tights fit her body curves perfectly, showing off her graceful figure without reservation. The chest of the tights was cleverly designed with a micro-opening, which formed a strong visual impact with her clear and pure light blue eyes. It makes her look both innocent and seductive, presenting a unique temperament that is both pure and sexy. At this moment, Cai Yunjing, wearing black high heels, quietly walked behind Mo Jiang. She stretched out her slender hands and gently embraced Mo Jiang's arms. She gently placed her head against Mo Jiang's ear, and her warm breath gently brushed past Mo Jiang's ear, with a hint of sweetness. "Baby tilde, do you like my outfit tonight?" As she spoke, she deliberately blew gently into Mo Jiang's ear. The orchid-like breath instantly penetrated Mo Jiang's ears, causing his heart to beat violently and his whole body to feel hot as if it was ignited. Like. Mo Jiang's usually calm voice couldn't help but tremble slightly at this moment. He nodded subconsciously, his eyes always fixed on Cai Yunjing's charming figure. Since you like it so much, baby, you have to reward me well tonight, Tilda. Cai Yunjing said coquettishly, her eyes full of expectation and playfulness. I learned a lot, you should like it, Tilda. As she spoke, she gently bit Mo Jiang's earlobe, and the slight tingling and numbness instantly spread throughout Mo Jiang's body. I will. Mo Jiang responded in a low voice. Then he slowly turned around, looked at Cai Yunjing, and gently kissed her beautiful lips. Then he stood up and held Cai Yunjing firmly in his arms like a princess. Cai Yunjing subconsciously closed her eyes for a moment due to the sudden feeling of weightlessness. He held Mo Jiang's arms tightly with both hands. However, when she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Mo Jiang's strong profile, a blush instantly crept up her cheeks. Even though they have been together for such a long time, every time she sees Mo Jiang, she still feels deeply fond of him. I love being held by my baby. I wish time would stop at this moment. Cai Yunjing whispered softly, her voice full of happiness and intoxication. After listening to this, Mo Jiang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile. He lowered his head again and kissed Cai Yunjing gently for a while. This kiss made Cai Yunjing's eyes gradually become blurred and her body began to weaken. Afterwards, Mo Jiang held Cai Yunjing and strode into the bedroom. He turned slightly sideways and kicked the bedroom door closed with a muffled bang. Then he gently placed Cai Yunjing on the soft big bed. He slowly walked to the window and gently pulled the curtains. The originally bright light instantly became soft and ambiguous. The whole room seemed to be covered with a layer of romantic veil. Under the warm yellow light, the shadows of the two people snuggled up to each other on the wall, like a beautiful painting. Her heart was beating like a drum, and in the silent room, they could clearly hear their breathing blending together. It was as if at this moment, there were only the two of them left in the whole world, immersed in this loving atmosphere. The next day, Mo Jiang woke up slowly from his sleep. He propped himself up slightly and looked at the mess on the bed with sleepy eyes. Men's and women's underwear were piled together in a mess, with a lone high-heeled shoe rolling nearby, as if telling of the madness of last night. On the side, the torn succubus's clothes were even more eye-catching, bearing witness to the traces of last night's passion. Mo Jiang turned his head and looked at Cai Yunjing, who was wearing Pikachu pajamas. Her hair was a little messy, and her cute sleeping face revealed a hint of laziness and contentment. When Mo Jiang was about to get up, a slender white hand suddenly reached out and gently grasped his palm. Cai Yunjing's sleepy voice rang out, "Baby, what are you going to do?" Mo Jiang looked at Cai Yunjing's sleepy face and couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of pampering. "It's past 9 o'clock, why don't you get up?" As he spoke, he picked up the phone on the bedside table and shook it to indicate the time. Cai Yunjing just pouted her pink lips, like a coquettish kitten, and moved her body towards Mo Jiang, getting closer to him. She changed the position of her hands and hugged Mo Jiang's waist. The plush Pikachu pajamas rubbed Mo Jiang's arm gently along with her hair, and she said in a tender voice, No, I want to sleep a little longer, the bed and you are too warm, I can't move, Tilda." Mo Jiang listened to Cai Yunjing's soft and lazy voice, his heart filled with love. I couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair, and asked gently, "How can the lazy little cat get up?" Cai Yunjing blinked her light blue eyes with a hint of playfulness and cunning. He leaned his lips slightly closer, "Unless you kiss me, baby, and unseal me, Tilda." Mo Jiang looked at Cai Yunjing, who was lying in his arms like a lazy cat. Finally, he leaned sideways, slowly lowered his head, and kissed Cai Yunjing on her lips. Cai Yunjing was already a little weak due to yesterday's madness. After being kissed unexpectedly by Mo Jiang, she felt her body go limp instantly. His eyes became more blurred. Mo Jiang was about to get out of bed again. At this moment, I heard a voice so soft that it seemed to drip water from behind me. "Baby, I really want to experience the intimate time that belongs only to us again." After hearing this, Mo Jiang almost tripped over his own feet. He turned his head and looked at Cai Yunjing, whose eyes were dazed and her face was flushed. As the saying goes, there are no fields that can be plowed to death, only cows that can be worked to death. He thought to himself, this girl cried several times last night, I didn't expect that she still wanted to come. In order to cope with the condition, he took several Yue de wine pills yesterday, and now he still has a dull pain in his kidneys. No. Mo Jiang shook his head helplessly, with a bitter smile on his face. That's right. Mo Jiang seemed to remember something. Then he walked to Cai Yunjing, still with a smile on his face. Give me another kiss. Cai Yunjing looked at Mo Jiang's face, pouted slightly, shook her head gently, and said with a hint of anger, No, if you don't play with me, I won't let you kiss me. Mo Jiang looked at Cai Yunjing's delicate appearance, and an impulse surged in his heart. He almost couldn't help but pounce on her and eat her up. But he still resisted the urge and said patiently, Be obedient. If you don't kiss me, you won't be able to kiss me again in the future. Cai Yunjing was stunned for a moment, and her face, which had originally been slightly playful, instantly became calm. She looked straight at Mo Jiang, not even using the usual affectionate baby address, and asked coldly, What do you mean? Mo Jiang didn't say anything, but just put on his pants silently and put on his clothes one by one. Then he walked to the closet, opened the door, and took out 2 bank cards. He slowly walked to the bedside, gently placed 2 bank cards on the bed, and said in a low voice, The total amount of these 2 cards is 5.2 million. The password is your birthday. He paused, then continued. In a few days, your name will be written on the property certificate for this villa. It will be regarded as your dedication to my company over the past 2.5 years. Chapter 14. With a breakup fee of tens of thousands, the eldest daughter of Beijing was ruthlessly abandoned. Cai Yunjing stared quietly at the 2 bank cards placed beside the bed. The amount of 5.2 million did not bring her any joy. After all, as a wealthy lady in Beijing, 5.2 million is just her daily pocket money. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at Mo Jiang. There was already a hint of scarlet in her eyes, as if she was suppressing her anger. She said coldly, Mo Jiang, are you planning to dump me? The voice came out from between teeth, with a hint of coldness. Mo Jiang looked at Cai Yunjing's appearance at the moment and naturally understood. This sudden breakup was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the young girl in front of him. It is understandable that it is unbearable for a while. However, now that things have come to this, he really has no other choice. At this time, Mo Jiang was already dressed neatly. He said softly, Xiao Yunjing, I will not be by your side from now on, you must take good care of yourself. Why did you break up with me? Cai Yunjing asked, her voice trembling slightly, Did I not do well enough? Did I make you not enjoy yourself yesterday? As she spoke, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she gently pulled her collar down. A large area of snow-white skin was instantly exposed, revealing a spring scene. Seeing this, Mo Jiang's heart was shocked, and an irresistible evil thought surged into his mind. But he still held back, took a deep breath, and took a few steps forward. He slowly stretched out his hand. His movements were a little hesitant, but he finally helped Cai Yunjing pull up her collar, and said softly, My wife is back from abroad. It's really inconvenient for us to go out and play in the future. Sorry. After hearing this, Cai Yunjing's eyes became even redder and tears welled up in her eyes. Our relationship ends here. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can call me and I will try my best to help you. After Mo Jiang finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, and finally kissed Cai Yunjing gently on the lips. The kiss had a hint of farewell. Then he turned decisively and walked towards the door. He didn't dare stay for even a second longer, because he was afraid that if he hesitated, he would no longer be able to hold on. Mo Jiang had just taken a few steps when he heard the sound of something being smashed behind him. The crisp sound of broken porcelain was particularly harsh in the silent room. He paused, turned his head, and silently looked at the messy room and Cai Yunjing, who was standing beside the bed and glaring at him, feeling mixed emotions. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and left. He knew that Cai Yunjing would need some time to face and accept this kind of devastating breakup. Mo Jiang walked quickly to the basement, where his newly delivered rice cart was parked. This car has a very high cost effectiveness. For just over 500,000 yuan, it can have more than 1,500 horsepower. In his eyes, this is an ideal car that combines performance and economy. As for his Maybach, he had lent it to someone else before. The other party said that they wanted to use the device for testing purposes for car companies, so he agreed without giving it much thought. Because the flight Yunwen was on was scheduled to land at noon. Mo Jiang drove the car to the side of the road and stopped, then took out his cell phone and called Qingye. After the call was connected, a voice came from Qingye's end after a while, What's wrong? Lao Jiang. Mo Jiang's eyes fell on the photo of him and Cai Yunjing placed on the rice cart. The two people in the photo are smiling brightly. He was silent for a while, then said, "Leave the company, come to Rinji Park and relax with me." "What's wrong?" "I still have work to do," Jingye said somewhat embarrassedly on the other end of the phone. "Whose company do you work for now?" Mo Jiang asked with a hint of unquestionable questioning in his tone. Jingye was stunned for a moment, then replied, "You, Lao Jiang. Then who am I in the company?" Mo Jiang said with a slight smile on his face. Jingye smiled helplessly and said, "Oh, the boss of the company. The boss asked you to go and relax with him. Is that a problem?" Mo Jiang's tone did not allow for refusal. Aober hesitated for a moment and said, "Oh, no problem. Why don't you come over here quickly?" Mo Jiang urged. Jingye quickly responded, "Okay, right away." After Mo Jiang hung up the phone, he turned and walked into the nearby store. He bought a few bottles of pineapple beer and picked up a pack of Lickin cigarettes. "The reason why I didn't buy Huazi is because these 2.5 years have passed." He still couldn't get used to the taste of Huazi cigarettes, which he always felt were too light. The strength of Lickin cigarettes was more to his taste. The reason for choosing pineapple beer is that although it contains the word beer in its name, it is actually a children's drink. "After all, I have to go to the airport to pick someone up later. If I drive after drinking, it would be considered drunk driving." After Mo Jiang finished shopping, he leaned quietly against the fence, looked toward the river, and watched the fish swimming freely in the water. "Thinking back on the 2.5 years I spent with Cai Yunjing, I can't help but feel a little reluctant to part ways with her." He had previously been dumped by his ex-girlfriend because of his bankruptcy. Although he was sad at that time, he could also understand it. After all, everyone has the right to pursue a better life. His thoughts drifted away unconsciously, and Mo Jiang recalled some things from the past. "Speaking of secret love, I believe everyone will encounter that person who is like the white moonlight when they are young." He was no exception. When he was in high school, he had a white moonlight that belonged to him alone in his heart. However, in his senior year of high school, due to family reasons, he transferred to the imperial capital. From then on, he lost contact with Bai Yueguang and the two never met again. This unrequited love also accompanied his youth, leaving a trace of regret. This time, the relationship with Cai Yunjing was based on the interests of both parties from the very beginning, and was not pure love. Soon, a black Audi A6 drove slowly over. Mo Jiang took one look at the car and knew Jingye was coming. Jingye worked with him for 2 years and bought an A6 in full with his own efforts, which was well deserved. Immediately afterwards, a young man with dyed yellow hair got out of the car. It was Aober. He walked towards Mo Jiang with a concerned look on his face, shouting, "Old Jiang, what's wrong with you? Old Jiang." As he spoke, he looked Mo Jiang up and down, as if he wanted to see something from his face. "Or did you have a quarrel with Xiao Yunjing and get unhappy?" He guessed, March 9th is her birthday. "Aren't you going to buy her some gifts to comfort her then?" Mo Jiang just smiled without saying anything, took out a pack of Lichuan from his pocket and threw it to Jingye. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes, skillfully took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, watched the smoke drifting in the air, and slowly said, "I broke up with her. It's not a big deal, it's really you too little, what?" Jingye originally had a teasing tone, but after hearing Mo Jiang's words, her eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Mo Jiang in disbelief. "You two broke up?" He said in surprise, "Yesterday she even asked me what your fetish is, and said she wanted to buy a cosplay costume to play games with you. I asked her to buy a succubus dress. Why did we break up today?" Chapter 15. My wife has been cheating on me for 2.5 years, and now she is coming back. Mo Jiang stood there quietly, holding Lickin in his hand, and took another deep breath. Then he slowly blew out a breath of turbid air, and the grey-white smoke rose in the air. "I was with her in the first place only because of what you said. You are awesome." His voice was low and slightly hoarse. "I thought it was just for fun, but I didn't expect it to last more than 2 years." Mo Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing an elusive look. He felt mixed emotions. "But even if you're keeping her, Xiao Yunjing is still a good girl. Over the past 2 years, no matter what, you must have feelings for her, right? Otherwise, you two wouldn't have been together for so long." Qingye looked at Mo Jiang seriously, his eyes full of doubt and confusion. It is really hard to understand why Mo Jiang would so easily give up this relationship that has lasted for more than 2 years. In Qingye's opinion, Cai Yunjing and Mo Jiang get along well, and their relationship should not end so easily. How about you give Xiao Yunjing some luxury gifts on her birthday on March 9th? Qingye tried to persuade Mo Jiang to save the relationship. After all, in his eyes, Cai Yunjing was indeed a rare good girl, and it was a pity that the relationship ended like this. Mo Jiang just shook his head helplessly, with a hint of loss and loneliness in his eyes. I didn't attend her birthday party in the past 2 years. When I asked her, she wouldn't tell me. He paused slightly, as if trying to collect his thoughts, thinking about how to explain the reason to Aober. Besides, do you remember the phone call from yesterday? Qingye frowned slightly and fell into a brief contemplation. After a while, he slowly said, "Remember, what's wrong?" Mo Jiang's expression became serious. "My father-in-law called." Qingye was stunned when he heard this, and opened his mouth in surprise. "Did he find out that you have a mistress outside?" Mo Jiang smiled bitterly, with a hint of self-mockery and bitterness in his smile. "I knew about it a long time ago, but her daughter went abroad to study with her male best friend, and I was alone in the country with a hat on my head, so he didn't say anything." Mo Jiang's tone was full of helplessness. "Then you broke up with Xiao Yunjing because..." Qingye was interrupted by Mo Jiang before he could finish his words. Mo Jiang slowly turned around, leaned his back against the railing, and looked with somewhat empty eyes at a young couple holding hands and looking very happy on the side of the road. "She's back home, her flight is around 12 noon. Who?" Qingye was unable to react for a moment, his face full of confusion. "Isn't it the wife who cheated on you on the first day of your marriage?" Aober asked in disbelief, his eyes widened. Mo Jiang didn't say anything, but just nodded silently, agreeing with Qingye's guess. "No, I remember that the rich families all played extravagantly. They each played their own game," Qingye said with a puzzled look on his face, full of confusion about Mo Jiang's decision. "She's with her best male friend, and you're with Xiao Yunjing, isn't that great?" "And..." Mo Jiang interrupted Qingye again, "she has a sister who will probably come back on my father-in-law's birthday." Qingye instantly understood what Mo Jiang meant and asked tentatively, "Are you talking about marrying her sister?" The two chatted for about 10 minutes, and Mo Jiang inadvertently looked at his phone and found that it was already late. He took a last deep puff of his cigarette, extinguished the cigarette butt on the trash can, and threw a few empty cans of pineapple beer into the trash can. Let's go back." Mo Jiang patted Qingye's shoulder gently, with a hint of fatigue in his tone. "Okay, have a safe journey." Qingye nodded, then turned and walked towards the black Audi A6 on the side of the road. Mo Jiang also got on his brand new rice truck. He looked at the time again and estimated that it was almost time to go to the airport to pick someone up. Then he started the car and drove slowly towards the airport. Mo Jiang was waiting quietly on the roadside at the airport. After a while, a figure in a white dress was seen slowly walking towards me. Her steps were hurried, and she seemed a little anxious, with a man following her. Mo Jiang took a look from a distance, and based on his memory, he guessed that the man should be the male best friend Feng Jian that Yunwen mentioned. And the woman in the white dress was undoubtedly Yunwen. Mo Jiang looked at Yunwen carefully and found that her face was obviously darker than when she ran away from her marriage 2.5 years ago. He looked a little haggard, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Obviously, her life in the past 2.5 years has not been very comfortable. Moreover, Yunwen did not have those luxury decorations that were once common. Their once fair wrists are now empty. I guess they must have been sold to make a living. After all, even if the male bestie had made a lot of money before, it was impossible for him to spend it recklessly on a female president who usually spent money lavishly. Yunwen didn't have any luggage in his hands, and Feng Jian beside him was dragging a large suitcase with difficulty. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Yun's father had sent a message to Yunwen before, so Yunwen knew that Mo Jiang would come to pick her up. Mo Jiang looked at the two people approaching step by step, and his gaze lingered on Feng Jian for a moment. I saw that there were many more calluses on Feng Jian's hands than when they met last time. I still remember that he used to be delicate like a sissy with fair skin. Now he looks a little disheveled, with calluses all over his hands and a haggard look on his face. Open the door and the trunk. Yunwen walked to the car door and spoke in a superior and commanding manner. It was as if Mo Jiang was just an ordinary driver. Mo Jiang had never had a good impression of Yun when in front of him. Now, hearing her commanding tone, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited, and his good impression of her was completely gone. Mo Jiang spoke coldly, with a hint of anger and disdain in his voice. Is this the tone you use when talking to your significant other? Or did your father-in-law never teach you how to respect others? That's right. A woman who takes her male best friend abroad on her wedding day probably won't learn to be righteous and have integrity. When Yunwen heard these mercilessly veiled words, her face instantly turned a little ugly. He was so angry that his lips trembled slightly and his face turned red and white. She wanted to refute, but found that every word Mo Jiang said was true. I had no way to refute it and could only swallow my anger and shame. At this moment, Feng Jian, who was standing next to Yunwen, started to bark like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. I'm telling you the truth, you're just a live-in son-in-law. And Wenwen is the daughter of the Yun family. As long as Wenwen divorces you and marries me, you will be nothing. Do you understand? Feng Jian's voice was full of provocation and disdain. Mo Jiang immediately glared at him and shouted, Why are you barking like a dog? Is it your turn to speak here? You stupid bastard. Chapter 16. I saw my dad giving gifts to a female anchor. I wanted to sue my mom. When Feng Jian heard Mo Jiang's ridicule, his face turned red with anger. He glared at Mo Jiang fiercely. How dare you hold me like this? At this moment, he was so angry that his whole body trembled slightly involuntarily. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Mo Jiang looked at Feng Jian with a playful expression. He couldn't help but interrupt Feng Jian, his words full of sarcasm. Child, are you going to say something else next? Don't bully the poor young, don't bully the poor middle-aged, don't bully the poor old. Are you going to even bring up the saying that the dead are the greatest? Feng Jian was speechless after being rebuked by Mo Jiang, and his breath was stuck in his chest. He was unable to go up or down, and was almost fainted from anger. He clenched his hands into fists. The muscles on his face twitched slightly uncontrollably, which was enough to show how angry he was with Mo Jiang. Seeing Feng Jian so embarrassed, Yunwen hurriedly stretched out his hand to block Feng Jian. He asked Mo Jiang, Hey, what do you mean? At worst, we won't ride in your car anymore. Just wait for me. I'll go back and tell my dad to divorce you. Let's go, Kazama. Yunwen turned his head and spoke gently to Feng Jian. I'm sorry, Wen, for making you laughed at by this outsider. Am I really so useless? Feng Jian pretended to be heartbroken and hung his head. And he even deliberately included the word, outsider. No, Kazama, in my heart you are the best man I have ever met in my life. Yunwen comforted Feng Jian tenderly and affectionately, his eyes full of love. I'll take you to the hotel in a taxi later. I'll go back to the Yun family and ask my dad to unfreeze my bank card. But can't I go back to the Yun family with you? Feng Jian continued to pretend to be heartbroken. He raised his head slightly and looked at Yunwen pitifully. If you go back, my dad will have someone beat you to death. Yunwen said this in a serious tone, and judging from her expression, she didn't seem to be joking. Feng Jian looked at Yunwen's expression, which couldn't be more serious, and hesitated for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he finally sighed helplessly and said, Okay. Mo Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Then, Mo Jiang quietly picked up his phone and turned on the screen recording function. I recorded the scene in front of me completely and clearly, sent it to Yun's father, and quickly typed on my phone. Dad, Yunwen went back to their hotel with her male bestie when she returned to China, and she didn't want to take my car at all. Father Yun responded almost instantly, exclamation point. Then another piece of news came quickly. You said that damn girl Yunwen checked into a hotel with that male best friend. After a while, Father Yun sent another message. Sorry, you have suffered, Mo Jiang. Our Yun family has treated you badly in the past few years. Dad will send someone to their hotel to catch the adulterer later. It was obvious that Yun's father was very angry about his daughter's behavior and had decided to take strong action. Mo Jiang said nothing, but just kept typing on his phone. Dad, the Yun family is very good to me. Dad, you are also very good. When I started my business, you invested 15 million without hesitation. By the way, may I ask, Dad, your eldest daughter? Mo Jiang was halfway through the fight when he suddenly realized that it was inappropriate to ask this question. I quickly withdrew it, thought about it for a while, and edited it again. What does my future daughter-in-law like? Mo Jiang turned off his cell phone, started the car, and prepared to drive back to his father's place. After all, he owns 2 villas, which he bought out of filial piety to his parents. One was given to his father, his biological parents, to live in so that they could enjoy their old age. He gave the other building to Cai Yunjing. After more than 10 minutes, Mo Jiang arrived at a high-end villa area. He skillfully controlled the steering wheel, drove the car steadily to the door of a luxuriously decorated and imposing villa, and slowly stopped. After the car was turned off, he gently pushed open the door and reached out to open the door of the villa. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a few coquettish female voices coming from the sofa in front of the door. The voice was so sweet that it made me sick. Thank you, Brother Mo, for the carnival. Thank you. I love you, Brother Mo tilde. I can give you the contact information after the broadcast tilde. Mo Jiang had a helpless and speechless expression on his face and walked in the direction of the voice. I saw his father slumped on the sofa with a silly smile on his face, holding a tri-fold mobile phone tightly in his hand, his eyes staring at the screen. There were 3 female anchors live broadcast rooms open on the screen at the same time. It doesn't take much thought to know that his father must be the top brother in the live broadcast rooms of these 3 female anchors. Mo Jiang took a closer look and saw that his father's profile picture was the front of a Maybach, with a close-up photo of his father on it. One of the live broadcast rooms is called A Smile That Conquers the City. Mo Jiang is in the short video industry and has heard of this name. This female anchor also has millions of fans, but her target audience is mainly middle-aged and elderly people. She relies on sweet words and cute acts to attract the audience to give her gifts willingly. Mo Jiang glanced at his father's prodigal look, and then looked at his ridiculously high note level. I immediately understood that my father had given a lot of gifts to those female anchors. Mo Jiang couldn't help but complain, "No, do you believe me? I'll tell my mom. I, your son, work hard outside every day to make money, working myself to death, but you sit here comfortably and give tips to the female anchor. If I have this free time, I might as well take my mom on a trip, take a good look around the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland, and let my mom enjoy life too." When Mo's father heard what Mo Jiang said, he immediately became unhappy. He raised his head, looked at Mo Jiang with dissatisfaction, and said confidently, "I, your father, have worked so hard for so many years, and finally I have a child like you. Besides, I'm old now. I just want to lie down for a while, give the female anchor some gifts, and relax. Is there anything wrong with that? I'll tell my mom." Mo Jiang didn't waste any more time. He took out his cell phone, clicked on his mother's name, and acted as if he was about to complain. When Father Mo heard this, he panicked and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He quickly said, No, don't tell your mom. You are your dad's eldest son, so don't tell your mom. As long as you don't tell, we are still a good pair of father and son." The father knew very well that his wife would be furious if she knew that he was addicted to giving gifts to the female anchor. He would be in big trouble then, so he quickly begged Mo Jiang for mercy. Mo Jiang just looked at his father helplessly and sighed in his heart. Who made me have to deal with such an unreliable father? Then, he quietly sat down on the side of the sofa and asked, "Where's my mother?" "I took your brother to get vaccinated," Father Mo replied. Mo Jiang was silent for a while. He thought his father was just joking. Unexpectedly, his parents gave him a younger brother that night when he returned home. However, Mo Jiang did not react too much. In fact, he was quite worried about his mother's health at the beginning. After all, the mother is already in her 40s, and there are still certain risks in giving birth at this age. But the couple insisted on having a baby, and he had no choice but to respect his parents' decision. My wife is back. Chapter 17. My wife cheated on me and was slapped by my father-in-law. My mother-in-law turned around and pulled me into their house. This move was amazing. "Have you broken up with your girlfriend?" Father Mo's eyes were glued to the phone screen. The female anchor on the show was saying sweet words in a coquettish voice. While he was listening, he asked Mo Jiang casually. His attention was obviously still focused on the live broadcast on his mobile phone. Mo Jiang naturally understood that the girlfriend his father was talking about was Cai Yunjing. Thinking back to the past with Cai Yunjing, he couldn't help but sigh slightly, with a look of helplessness and loss. Then he nodded slightly and said in a somewhat lonely tone, "We broke up." "That's fine. The old man in the Yun family is a reasonable man. His daughter has done that, but you still insist on not getting a divorce." Father Mo then lowered his phone slightly, finally moving his eyes away from the screen and looking at Mo Jiang seriously. He paused, touched his chin, and continued, "The Yun family feels guilty about you. I guess her daughter should have given you some remedial measures after she came back, right?" Having said this, Father Mo seemed to be lost in thought. Then he added, "I remember the Yun family has another daughter." After hearing what his father said, Mo Jiang subconsciously reached into his pocket and took out 2 cigarettes. He skillfully handed one to his father and took one himself. He picked up the lighter and lit it with a click. He took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke slowly, and then said slowly, "Indeed, he wants the eldest daughter to marry me. Indeed, the work ability you have demonstrated over the past 2 years has probably been recognized by their family. Besides, the Yun family only has 2 daughters. If you perform well, maybe." Father Mo paused deliberately in the middle of his words, but the meaning behind his words was obvious. He was hinting to Mo Jiang that if he could marry the eldest daughter of the Yun family, with the power of the Yun family, he would have a future in the Yun family and even in the entire circle. Mo Jiang's status will be greatly improved, and he may even take over some of the Yun family's industries, thus rising to prominence. Mo Jiang lowered his head and thought for a while. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, looked at Father Mo, and slowly said, "I understand. By the way, it seems their family is going to hold a dinner party for Yunwen tonight. Are you going?" Father Mo picked up his phone again and began to glance at the screen again, replying absent-mindedly while looking at it. "Just go. After all, you are her husband now." Father Mo paused, a look of disdain appeared on his face, and he curled his lips and said, "Besides, that woman looks unlucky." After saying that, he concentrated all his attention on the live broadcast of the female anchor on his phone and no longer paid attention to Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang smiled helplessly, thinking that his dad was obsessed with the female anchor. His mom would definitely be furious if she knew. So, he finally stood up and tiptoed quietly behind Mo's father. He pulled out his phone and quickly took a picture of Mr. Mo concentrating on watching the female anchor. Then I sent it directly to my mom, thinking to myself, let me see how she is going to deal with me. "Son, have you eaten yet? How about eating before you leave?" Mo Jiang was just about to open the door and leave when he heard his father's voice, which seemed caring but was actually a bit perfunctory. From the tone of his voice, one could tell that he was just asking casually and wasn't really thinking about it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a delivery boy standing at the door holding a takeaway bag of spicy crayfish and pork trotter rice. The takeaway bag exuded an enticing aroma, but Mo Jiang felt guilty at the moment. "I was still thinking about telling my mom about it, and was afraid that my dad would find out." He quickly shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm leaving." He thought to himself that whether his father lived or died was none of his business. Who told him to watch the female anchor again? I have given his father a chance, so now let my mother discipline him. Mo Jiang walked quickly to the car and drove to a nearby Longjiang pork trotter rice restaurant. He ordered some food casually, and after eating simply, he started the car and drove towards the Yun family's courtyard. I have to say that the Yun family is quite powerful. In the imperial capital where every inch of land is valuable and housing prices are ridiculously high, it is a great honor to own such a large courtyard house. This is enough to prove that the Yun family's financial resources and power are extraordinary. This was also the important reason why his father refused to let him get a divorce no matter what. In the imperial capital, having money can allow you to live a good life. But the most important thing is to have power. Only with power can you gain a foothold in this circle and have a say. Mo Jiang did not come empty-handed. He parked the car steadily outside the Yun family courtyard, opened the trunk, and took out 2 bottles of treasured mauzi. He had carefully selected these 2 bottles of wine, thinking that he must not be impolite when meeting the Yun family. As soon as Mo Jiang walked into the Yun family's gate, he heard a crisp pop sound, and the sound of a huge slap came into his ears. Mo Jiang was suddenly startled and his pace quickened involuntarily. He hurried over to take a look. Then I saw Yunwen being slapped by her father and taking several steps back. Yunwen staggered and almost fell to the ground. "Dad, how dare you hit me?" Yunwen covered his face and screamed in shock and anger. Her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. The originally delicate makeup became a little messy because of the sudden slap. "I'm going to hit you, the unfilial daughter." Father Yun's face turned red with anger. His eyes widened with anger, and he shouted at Yunwen, "If outsiders knew that my Yun family's daughter had been fooling around with a wild man abroad for 2.5 years, what face would our Yun family have left?" Father Yun was so angry that he was shaking all over and his hands were clenched into fists. He's just my male best friend." Yunwen was still trying to argue, her voice sounded a little tearful and tears welled up in her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly as she tried to find a reasonable explanation for her behavior. When Mr. Yun heard what Yunwen said, he became even more angry. His face turned redder and almost burst a blood vessel. "You slept with your male best friend. I'm your dad, and I'm a man too. How could I not know what that wild man was thinking?" Father Yun was so angry that he paced back and forth, shouting as he walked, "If I hadn't arranged for someone abroad to warn that kid in advance, your child would probably be over 1 year old now." Father Yun was so angry that he pointed his finger at Yunwen tremblingly. "What a disgrace. Kazama is not what you think." Yunwen still stubbornly favors Fengjian. Even though she knew her explanation seemed so pale and powerless in front of her father, she couldn't help but defend Kazama. Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang was speechless for a moment, and complained inwardly, "No, your father said so, and you still favor that sissy. It's outrageous that he doesn't even want to act anymore." He stood aside, watching the face of the father and daughter, and couldn't help feeling a sense of helplessness and ridicule in his heart. While Mo Jiang was still watching, he heard a gentle and kind voice behind him, "Hey, isn't this Mo Jiang? Why are you standing here? Come in and sit down." Mo Jiang turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman with a kind and wealthy face. Although she has entered middle age, her figure is still well maintained, with curves in all the right places, thin where it should be thin, and plump where it should be plump. Her skin is fair and delicate, and time doesn't seem to have left too many traces on her face. She was wearing a well-tailored cheongsam embroidered with delicate patterns, which made her look more elegant. It completely meets Mo Jiang's fantasy of a rich woman. "Mom." Mo Jiang immediately put on a perfect smile, which was both friendly and respectful. The middle-aged woman in front of him was his mother-in-law. "Yunwen came back today, so I just brought some wine with me." After saying that, Mo Jiang raised the 2 bottles of Mauzi in his hand and gestured to his mother-in-law. Micah smiled. She gently reached out her hand, held Mo Jiang's hand, and said, "We are all family, why do we need to bring gifts? Old Yun, stop lecturing me. Your precious son-in-law is here." After listening to this, Father Yun looked up at Mo Jiang and the other man, then glared at Yunwen fiercely. Then a smile immediately appeared on his face, which became particularly warm, and he walked to Mo Jiang's side. "Hey, Mo Jiang, come on, follow Dad into the house." Father Yun greeted enthusiastically, "You actually bought some Mauzi, you're so expensive." Father Yun looked at the wine in Mo Jiang's hand, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. After hearing this, Mo Jiang just said modestly, "It's nothing, just a little token of my appreciation. I can't come here empty-handed. Dad, let's go inside and talk." As Mo Jiang spoke, he followed Yun's father into their house, his posture appearing both generous and decent. Yunwen just watched her parents take Mo Jiang into their house, while she was standing outside alone. Looking at the affectionate appearance of these 3 people, it seemed as if Mo Jiang was their biological son. She stamped her feet in anger, clenched her fists, and said with gritted teeth, "Damn it. It must be this man who bewitched my parents. I am obviously their biological daughter." Chapter 18, Son-in-law becomes the successor of Yun's family business, and the female CEO cries anxiously. Inside the courtyard, Mo Jiang sat steadily at the table. His eyes slowly fell on the dazzling array of rich dishes on the table. Mo Jiang reached out and gently opened the 2 bottles of wine he had brought. Then he took out 2 exquisite white wine glasses. Mo Jiang slowly filled the cup with wine. The clear and transparent wine swayed slightly in the cup, exuding a mellow and rich aroma. Mo Jiang picked up one of the glasses filled with wine and handed it to Yun's father with both hands. With a respectful look on his face, he said, "Dad, here's a toast to you." He bowed slightly, his attitude humble. Father Yun responded with a smile on his face. The smile overflowed from his eyes, and his eyes did not hide his admiration and love for Mo Jiang. He gladly took the glass, tilted his head back and drank the liquor in one gulp, his movements bold and decisive. Then, his gaze rested on Mo Jiang's humble and polite appearance, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. It's great to be able to grow a small company to that size in just a few years. After hearing this, Mo Jiang immediately put on a respectful smile on his face, bowed his head slightly, and said modestly, "Dad, it's not worth mentioning. Well, I am almost old, and it is time for me to retire. After a while, I will take you to take over some of the Yun family's businesses." Father Yun looked at Mo Jiang with a gleam in his eyes, and slowly told him his plan. When Mo Jiang heard what Father Yun said, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then, the smile became even wider. "That's right, old man. It will be easier for you to let Mo Jiang manage your family business." Yunmu smiled and said, "You are already old, don't ruin your health." She knew that her old man had worked hard for the family business for most of his life, and now it was time for him to take a good rest and enjoy family life. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Dad, how can you give your family property to outsiders?" Yun Wen's face was full of dissatisfaction and shock, and he asked in disbelief. "Didn't you say you would give me the property? Are you going back on your word now?" There was a hint of willfulness and arrogance in her tone. When Father Yun heard Yun Wen's voice, he became so angry that his face instantly turned red and he almost passed out. "You dead girl, what do you mean by outsider?" he shouted loudly. "Mo Jiang is the son-in-law of our Yun family. He comes to visit us every holiday. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is our biological son. What about you?" Father Yun was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed his finger at Yun Wen, his body trembling slightly with anger, and his tone became increasingly harsh. "Not only did you not say you wouldn't come back to see me and your mom, but you at least didn't even call me via video. You've been fooling around with that wild man of yours abroad for 2.5 years. Your sister is doing a serious job after all. She's studying for a doctorate abroad. She'll video chat with your mom and me during every holiday. Giving birth to you is worse than giving birth to a sausage." Father Yun became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and his emotions became more and more agitated, and finally he coughed violently a few times in anger. Seeing this, Mo Jiang quickly walked to Yun's father's side. He poured another glass of water and handed it to Yun's father. Yunmu also hurried to Yun's father's side and asked with a worried look on her face, "Old man, are you okay?" Then, she raised her head, looked at Yun Wen with a reproachful expression, and said seriously, "Yun Wen, apologize to your father quickly. Look how angry you made him. Do you still want to unfreeze your bank card?" Yun Wen originally wanted to continue to be angry, with his mouth slightly pouted and a look of dissatisfaction. "But when I heard my mother talking about the bank card, I felt like a deflated ball." She hesitated for a moment, struggling fiercely in her heart. Finally, she lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, Dad." There was a hint of reluctance in his voice. "You?" Father Yun looked at Yun Wen, the anger in his heart had not yet completely dissipated. "You and Mo Jiang sleep in the same room tonight, and I'll have someone unlock your bank card tomorrow." Father Yun took the water handed to him by Mo Jiang, drank a few sips, recovered himself, looked at Yun Wen, and said in an unquestionable tone. When Yun Wen heard this, his face turned pale instantly, and his eyes were full of fear and resistance. "Dad, aren't you making things difficult for me? You're asking me to sleep with a stranger. I've never slept with Feng Jian before." As soon as she said this, she realized that she had said the wrong thing and thought to herself that this was not good. He quickly covered his mouth, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. "You sleep with Mo Jiang tonight. If you don't, I will immediately send someone to their hotel to break that guy's legs. As a couple, they have never slept together. If this gets out, people will think there is something wrong with Mo Jiang's health." Yun's father was resolute in his attitude and firm in his tone, and he no longer paid attention to Yun Wen's resistance. He felt that Yun Wen's behavior was too willful and she must correct it. Yun Wen clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white from the force, his eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. He looked at Mo Jiang aggrievedly, with a hint of helplessness and resentment in his eyes. She felt that she had been greatly wronged, but there was nothing she could do. Mo Jiang just looked at Yunwen coldly, with a hint of disgust in his heart. He is not a man without principles. No matter what, Yunwen is his wife on the surface. Although I know that Yunwen's virginity is still there, I feel sad when I think about the fact that she has lived with Fengjian for more than 2 years. He felt a little uncomfortable and queasy, as if there was a thorn in his heart. Dad, since she doesn't like it, forget it. After listening to this, Father Yun looked at Mo Jiang, then at Yunwen, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Okay, then you two can just sleep together." After saying that, he looked at Yunmu and said, "Old woman, help me back to my room." Yeah. After hearing what Yun's father said, Yunmu nodded, carefully helped him up, and the two of them slowly walked towards the room. At this time, Mo Jiang and Yunwen were the only 2 people left in the huge restaurant, along with a nanny who was quietly cleaning nearby. It was already very late, and there was silence outside the window, with only the occasional chirping of insects. Mo Jiang looked at Yunwen in front of him, was silent for a while, and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, I won't touch you. And I'm not interested in you either." After hearing this, Yunwen subconsciously took a few steps back, his eyes still full of vigilance, as if he still didn't quite believe what Mo Jiang said. "Well, then you're not interested in me, so why don't you get a divorce?" There was a hint of doubt and confusion in her eyes. Mo Jiang. He was speechless for a moment, and his lips moved slightly. You can't say he did it for money and power, that's a hard reason to explain. Mo Jiang glanced at Yunwen, then turned and walked towards the room, saying, "Don't bother with this." After a while, Mo Jiang finished his shower, his upper body naked, wearing only a pair of shorts, and came out wiping his hair with a bath towel in his hand. He has a well-proportioned figure with clear muscle lines. The water drops slid down his hair and dripped onto his strong chest, adding a bit of sexiness. Yunwen was sitting on the bed and was still browsing her phone. When she looked up inadvertently, she saw Mo Jiang with his upper body naked. His face suddenly turned red. She kicked off her slippers and crawled to the head of the bed, covering her face with her hands, and shouted in a trembling voice, "You, what are you doing? You pervert." Chapter 19. On the night of cohabitation, he ignored me and only had eyes for the female anchor. Mo Jiang. He stared at Yunwen quietly, curled up into a small ball, covering his face with his hands, looking very nervous. It was as if Mo Jiang was some kind of monster. However, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and secretly opened a small gap. The dark eyes were staring at her intently. "If you think I'm a pervert, you shouldn't open that little slit and peek," Mo Jiang said with a hint of sarcasm, rolling his eyes. After hearing what Mo Jiang said, Yunwen's cheeks instantly turned red, as if she was a kitten whose tail was stepped on. She quickly closed her hands, as if eager to distance herself from the matter, and stammered, "No. No, how could I possibly peek at your abdominal muscles?" That panicked look not only failed to successfully conceal her little movements. Instead, it seems like he is trying hard to cover up something. Mo Jiang looked at Yunwen's flustered appearance, shook his head slightly, and said, "You still say you haven't seen it? I have adjusted the water temperature, just go in and take a shower." Mo Jiang glanced at Yunwen, then walked to the bed, picked up the hairdryer and started blowing his hair. The warm yellow light shone on him, reflecting his tall figure and slightly wet hair. There is a different kind of laziness and casualness. Yunwen was slightly stunned and a little surprised when he heard what Mo Jiang said. Subconsciously, he raised his head and looked at Mo Jiang, his eyes full of confusion, and asked, "Why did you help me adjust the water temperature?" In her heart, after all, she had done that kind of thing, and Mo Jiang had always been cold to her, so such a move made her feel very surprised. Mo Jiang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "I just finished taking a shower and adjusted the water temperature." Did I deliberately adjust the water temperature back? He felt that Yunwen's question was a bit puzzling, and his tone unconsciously carried a hint of impatience. After hearing this, Yunwen was suddenly speechless. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering, and then she carefully walked around Mo Jiang, deliberately leaving a large space behind. She then put on her slippers, walked slowly towards the closet and took out clothes. Before entering the bathroom, Yunwen seemed to be possessed and turned his head to look at Mo Jiang's abdominal muscles. At that moment, she felt as if an electric current hit her, and her little face turned red. She turned around suddenly, ran into the bathroom in a panic, and slammed the door. Yunwen leaned against the door with his back, his whole body pressed tightly against it, his heart still pounding as if it was about to jump out of his throat. She murmured to herself, this man knows I'm a girl, but he still seduced me with his upper body naked. He must have done it on purpose. As she spoke, she wiped the corner of her mouth subconsciously. Damn it, I almost fell for this man. I will not betray Kazama. As Yunwen spoke, he placed his hand lightly on his chest, and Feng Jian's image involuntarily appeared in his mind. Although Feng Jian looks effeminate, he is thin and small, and has only a pitiful abdominal muscle. But in Yunwen's heart, Feng Jian has a unique charm and is better than Jiang. Yunwen slowly took off her clothes, turned on the shower, and let the warm water sprinkle over her body as gently as silk. The warm water sliding over the skin should bring a comfortable and relaxing feeling. But for some reason, Yunwen's face became redder and redder, as if it was stained with a layer of bright red. Damn it, this man is really haunting. At this moment, Yunwen's mind was filled with Jiang's figure, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of him. After a long half-hour, Yunwen finally came out of the bathroom. Jiang heard the noise and subconsciously raised his head. A figure wearing yellow Pikachu pajamas slowly walked out. The Pikachu in the pajamas looked cute, with 2 pink dimples on its cheeks, right at the position of Yunwen's chest. Jiang was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help looking Yunwen up and down, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you wearing these pajamas?" "What? Can't you wear it?" Yunwen blushed and shyly tried to push her clothes out, trying to hide her inner embarrassment. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Jiang's eyes, and her voice unconsciously became smaller. Jiang looked at Yunwen and said nothing. He thought to himself that Yunwen did have a great figure, probably about D-cup, similar to Cai Yinjing's. What's more, he is very disgusted with Yunwen now. Even if she is naked in front of him, it's hard to say. Jiang returned his gaze to his phone, continued watching the female anchor dancing, and said calmly, "It's nothing, wear whatever you want." He deliberately acted as if he didn't care, not wanting Yunwen to notice the slightest ripple in his heart. "Well, we'll go to bed later. Draw a line, a line. You can't cross that line." Yunwen said this, walked to the dressing table, picked up the hairdryer and started blowing her hair. The hum of the hairdryer filled the room, masking her slightly trembling voice. "Don't worry, I won't touch you." Jiang glanced at Yunwen and said indifferently. Yunwen glanced at Jiang's stern face and felt a little unhappy. She feels that no matter what, her looks are still better than those of celebrities. But the man in front of her didn't seem to be interested in her at all, which made her feel inexplicably frustrated. Yunwen simply ignored Jiang and continued to blow her hair quietly. The warm breeze blew through her hair, and her thoughts gradually drifted away. After blowing the flute, she looked at her cell phone and saw that it was already 10 o'clock. Yunwen let her hair down, and the soft hair fell on her shoulders, adding a touch of gentleness to her. She sat gently on the other side of the bed, about half a meter away from Jiang, as if there was a chasm between them. Do you want to turn off the lights?" Yunwen tilted his head and asked cautiously. Her voice was soft and tentative. Jiang, no need. His answer was brief and straightforward, without any hesitation. Yunwen couldn't help pouting when she heard Jiang's cold voice, and muttered softly, "Why are you making such a stinky face? Really? It's as if anyone really cares about you." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt, so she spoke to him in a nice tone. But the other party didn't appreciate it at all, like a stone that can't be warmed up. At this moment, she heard the voice coming from Jiang's phone again. "Thank you, Brother Jiang, who is ranked first, for participating in the carnival." "Thank you, Tilder." The coquettish voice on the phone made Yunwen even more upset. She thought to herself, such a beautiful woman like her is here, but he doesn't even look at her. But she was staring at the slutty girls on her phone with beauty filters on, which made her feel as if she was completely ignored. Jiang watching the female anchor. "What's so good about those female anchors on my phone?" Yunwen couldn't help but ask, "Does the one with the beauty filter on look as good as me?" As soon as she said this, she realized that her words seemed a little ambiguous, and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Yunwen immediately lay down, covered half of his face with the quilt, and stammered, "You don't think too much, that's not what I meant." Jiang glanced at Yunwen and said calmly, not as pretty as you. When Yunwen heard Mo Jiang's voice, he felt better for some reason. She secretly said to herself, this stinky man is smart. But at least she thanked me and danced for me, and she had a positive outlook on life, unlike some people who run away with other men on their wedding day. Mo Jiang then added, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Chapter 20. The first time I slept with my husband, I suffered from insomnia, but my father misunderstood. Yunwen heard Mo Jiang's sarcastic words. A hint of anger flashed across his eyes. Staring straight at Mo Jiang, his tone was clearly questioning. What do you mean? Yunwen just opened his mouth to say the following words, but couldn't he come out? She tried to save some face for herself. In the end, he could only stand there with a red face, looking frustrated. Oh. Mo Jiang sneered. Then, he simply ignored Yunwen. At this time, Yunwen was also holding a mobile phone in his hand. But my mind wasn't on the screen at all. Her eyes occasionally strayed away from the phone screen. The corner of his eyes involuntarily turned towards Mo Jiang. She secretly looked at the man with whom she was nominally married. She herself was also very confused. I don't understand why I can't help but want to pay attention to Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang naturally noticed Yunwen's vague gaze that drifted over from time to time. But he didn't care. Probably around 11 o'clock. Mo Jiang felt a little sleepy, and he slowly bent over. His movements were a little slow, and he slowly moved towards Yunwen's position. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang moving towards him. In an instant, she felt her face turn red. The nervousness made her voice tremble uncontrollably. What do you want to do? She stared at Mo Jiang, watching him getting closer and closer to her. In panic, she quickly closed her eyes and her mind went blank. However, time passed minute by minute, and a long while passed. The surroundings were still quiet. There was no invasive physical contact as she had imagined. Her clothes were still intact. Mo Jiang was not moved at all. She had originally thought that Mo Jiang, her nominal husband, would become as beastly as she had feared. I thought I had done something that was out of line with her, but the reality was not like that. When she finally plucked up the courage. When I slowly opened my eyes. Only then did I realize that the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. It was obvious that Mo Jiang had just gotten up to turn off the lights. I don't know why. Yunwen suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was as if she had been expecting something. But in the end, it was all in vain. She tilted her head and looked at Mo Jiang, who had turned around and was motionless. A different feeling quietly grew in her heart. And so, a long night passed. Yunwen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Whenever she thought of a man sleeping next to her, she felt itchy inside. This feeling made her feel uncomfortable and unable to sleep. Mo Jiang's figure kept appearing in her mind, and then there was Mo Jiang's cold expression. Then she thought of the way Mo Jiang looked when he approached her just now. Various thoughts intertwined together, making her feel upset. She spent the whole night in this torment. As a result, my eyes were filled with dark circles the next day and I looked exhausted. When Yunwen woke up, it was already noon. She opened her eyes dazedly and saw that Mo Jiang was no longer beside her. The empty bed was just like her somewhat lost mood at the moment, as if something was missing. Yunwen dragged his sleepy body, his steps a little unsteady, and walked out of the room in a daze. At a glance, she saw her parents sitting in the living room. Dad, Mom, where is Mo Jiang? Yunwen yawned, his voice still full of sleepiness. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked. When Mr. and Mrs. Yun heard their daughter's voice, they raised their heads at the same time. Father Yun looked at Yunwen, who had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Still supporting his body weakly. He looked exhausted, and some thoughts flashed through his mind. A meaningful smile appeared involuntarily on his face. How did it go yesterday? Father Yun teased, with a hint of joking in his tone. You say no with your mouth, but your body is quite honest, girl. Yunwen instantly understood what his father meant, and his little face turned red. She waved her hands hurriedly and explained in a panic, Dad, what are you talking about? I didn't do that kind of thing with him. Her eyes were evasive and she didn't dare look directly into her father's eyes. She felt ashamed and anxious. Father Yun glanced at his daughter. He sighed softly, his expression became serious, and he said slowly. Did you go in then? You are already an adult. It would be great if you could give my Yin family a child. Even if you don't have time to look after the child, we two old people can still look after the child and enjoy the happiness of family life. Dad, please stop talking. Nothing really happened between us last night. Yunwen said anxiously, with a look of helplessness and shyness on his face. She twisted her hands together unconsciously. Nothing really happened. Father Yun raised his eyebrows and looked at Yunwen with suspicion. Then what's going on with your face and body? He looked Yunwen up and down, looking at the dark circles under her eyes. And the way he supported himself weakly, with a look of suspicion on his face, it was obvious that he didn't quite believe Yunwen's words. It's my first time sleeping with another man. I'm not used to it. Last night, I didn't sleep all night. Yunwen lowered his head, blushed, and explained in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Her head was almost buried in her chest, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After hearing this, Father Yun said unhappily, Mo Jiang is a very good man, and he has good conditions in all aspects. If you don't know how to seize the opportunity, then forget it. You two can get a divorce after a while and let him marry your sister. In an unknown hotel, Feng Jian was lying on the bed, staring at the screen of his mobile phone, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and uneasiness. The screen showed the message he sent to Yunwen at 11 o'clock yesterday. But until now, I haven't received any reply from Yunwen. He felt increasingly uneasy. He wanted to call Yunwen. His fingers hovered over the dial key countless times, but he never had the courage to press it. After all, he spent a lot of time and energy constantly poor Yunwen. This is why she became dependent on him, and he didn't want to let all his efforts go to waste because of a phone call. And at this time, suddenly, there was a ring from Feng Jian's cell phone. He quickly picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from his uncle who lived far away in the countryside. As a Phoenix man, Feng Jian pays special attention to dressing himself up. Although he was born in the countryside, his family conditions were not good. But in order to gain a foothold in a big city and integrate into that seemingly glamorous circle, he has always claimed to the outside world that he comes from a working-class family. In order to get to know Yunwen, he spent a huge amount of money and finally got Yunwen's itinerary information. Then planned carefully. He created a series of seemingly accidental encounters and finally succeeded in getting to know Yunwen. Over the years, he has made a lot of money from Yunwen. His poor relatives also knew that he had hooked up with the daughter of a big shot in the big city. They came to him to borrow money every now and then. In the past 2.5 years, Feng Jian has almost spent all his money. He was thinking in his mind that it would only take a while. He needs to work on improving his relationship with Yunwen. Wait until Yunwen can no longer live without him. He will be completely glorious. When the time comes, he will become the CEO that everyone envies. Reach the pinnacle of life. Marry a beautiful, rich and white girl. Chapter 21, The relative failed to borrow money and planned to kidnap the rich woman. Feng Jian was immersed in the beautiful dream that he was about to reach the peak of his life. He picked up the phone impatiently, and just as the call was connected, the slightly shrill and harsh voice in the receiver made him frown slightly. Hello, Kazama, I'm your uncle. Long time no see. How have you been lately? A bad premonition quickly enveloped my heart, and I thought to myself, is he coming to borrow money from me again like he did before? Feng Jian felt annoyed. After all, these relatives had been asking him to borrow money again and again for various reasons, which had already annoyed him a lot. But due to their relationship, he still managed to force a polite smile from the corner of his mouth. Although the other party couldn't see it at all, he then said, "It's okay." "What's wrong, second uncle?" It's like this. Recently, as you know, your second uncle's son, your cousin, is getting old enough to get married, but he still hasn't found a house or a car." The second uncle's tone on the other end of the phone was full of helplessness, but also a sense of rightness. "Besides, you are the only one in our village who has a rich woman, so I was thinking of borrowing some money from you to help your cousin." "How much?" As soon as Feng Jian heard the other party mention borrowing money, his face, which had been pretending to be polite, suddenly turned cold. The relative on the phone didn't seem to notice anything strange in Feng Jian's tone and continued to smile. That smile seemed to overflow from the phone, and he continued, just 2 million. This 2 million is mainly used to buy a house and a car." Having said this, he paused for a moment, as if he was carefully considering something in his mind. There was a flash of calculation in his eyes, and then he continued, then if we hold a wedding, 100,000 yuan, and the betrothal gift is 368,000 yuan. Let's not be so calculative. How about rounding off the amount and calling it 2.46 million? Look, your second uncle, I'm good to you. The second uncle's calculations were clacking. In his opinion, since Feng Jian was hooking up with a rich woman, this money was just a drop in the bucket. Oh, uncle, why don't you just say 2.5 million? That would be better. Feng Jian couldn't help but sneer, and his laugh was full of resentment. He felt like a fat sheep that was being targeted. This group of relatives simply wanted to squeeze the blood out of him, leaving nothing behind. Oh, Feng Jian, you've made your uncle so embarrassed. The extra 40,000 yuan can be used as a wedding gift for your cousin. That's very appropriate. When will you transfer the money to your second uncle? The second uncle still refused to give up and continued to persuade her. He seemed to be certain that Kazama would lend him the money, completely unaware that Kazama was extremely disgusted. Transfer money? When did I say I would transfer money to you? Uncle, it's only broad daylight, not even night yet, and you're already daydreaming here. Feng Jian sneered rudely. At this moment, he no longer wanted to hide his inner dissatisfaction. The second uncle on the phone finally realized that he had been fooled. Suddenly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, he became furious and said, "What do you mean? Now that you've become rich and have found a rich woman, you don't recognize the villagers anymore, right? You ungrateful bastard. Your second uncle held you in his arms when you were a child." He began to bring up old issues, his words filled with anger and accusations. How could your parents give birth to such a shameless thing like you? The second uncle was so angry that he completely disregarded their past friendship and started cursing. It's just 2.5 million. You can't even afford it. That rich woman can easily make millions with just a little bit of money. Second uncle continued to yell relentlessly, and his tone made it seem as if Feng Jian had committed an unforgivable sin if he didn't lend the money. In his opinion, since Kazama is married to a rich woman, he should help his relatives unconditionally. I remember you are my relative, and I call you my second uncle. 2.5 million. Just 2.5 million. Feng Jian repeated these words again, his tone full of disdain. You have been busy for most of your life, have you ever seen 1 million? You asked me for 2.5 million right away. So, tell me, when will you pay it back? Kazama retorted mercilessly. We are relatives, can't you help me? Why should I pay it back? Besides, you will be with a rich woman in the future. Can't you just consider 2.5 million as helping your cousin? The second uncle responded confidently, not thinking that there was anything unreasonable about his request. Fuck! Feng Jian shouted angrily, get out. Then he hung up the phone without hesitation. The movement was as quick as shooing away a disgusting fly. Then he quickly blocked his second uncle's cell phone number. He really didn't want to have anything to do with such unreasonable relatives anymore. Over the years, ever since his poor relatives found out that he had hooked up with a rich woman, they swarmed around him and often asked him to borrow money. This second uncle had already borrowed more than 100,000 yuan and had not paid back a single cent. Now he is asking him to borrow 2.5 million yuan. It is simply wishful thinking. Feng Jian couldn't help but curse in his heart, go eat shit. On the other end of the phone was a remote rural area. Under the dim light, a middle-aged woman looked anxiously at the middle-aged man in front of her. I couldn't wait to ask, how is it, did you borrow it? Her hands were unconsciously twisted together, showing her inner tension. No, that bastard turned his back on me. He refused to lend me 2.5 million. What a jerk. The middle-aged man was so angry that his face turned red and he cursed loudly. He kicked over the stool next to him to vent his anger. Back then, all the relatives in our village chipped in to support him to go to college. So what if he contributes now? The middle-aged man became angrier as he spoke, pacing back and forth in the small room. Now he won't even pay what he's asked to pay, you ungrateful bastard. He felt that Feng Jian was ungrateful and completely disregarded everyone's help to him in the past. What should we do? We can't let our precious son remain single forever, right? He's already over 30. The woman asked worriedly, the wrinkles on her face deepening with anxiety. Then there is only one way. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice low and cold. What method? The woman came closer curiously. Kidnap the rich woman that damn kid is hanging out with, and then extort a few million from him. The middle-aged man lowered his voice and said. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Maybe we can even get that rich woman to give birth to a child for our son. I heard that those rich families attach great importance to children. As long as that rich woman gets pregnant with our son, maybe we can achieve success and bring prosperity to the whole family. Wow, you are so smart, boss, but what if you offend that rich man? When the middle-aged man heard the woman's worried tone, he waved his hand nonchalantly and said, What are you afraid of? Let's tie up his daughter. Her daughter is in our hands. How dare she touch us? Well, besides, with the connections of that bastard Feng Jian, it shouldn't be a problem. Since that bastard is unwilling to lend us the money, we can just find a way ourselves. After saying this, a smug sneer appeared on his face. Chapter 22, Lu Bu is the winner without any effort. In a quiet corner of a cafe. Soft music flows in the air, and sunlight shines onto the table through the mottled glass. Yunwen, how were you yesterday? Feng Jian sat opposite Yunwen, looking anxious, his eyes full of worry and eagerness. He didn't do anything to you. Kazamar's voice trembled slightly, and his hands clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the force. This subtle movement revealed his extreme inner tension. Yunwen gently lifted her hair and looked at Feng Jian, who was looking anxious in front of her, with a slightly lazy look. She had only just gotten used to seeing Mo Jiang's chiseled, heroic face last night. Looking at Feng Jian's slightly feminine and effeminate face at this moment, a strange feeling inexplicably welled up in my heart. Yunwen. Feng Jian saw that Yunwen had not responded for a long time, and the anxiety in his eyes became more and more intense. Yunwen heard Feng Jian's call and came back to his senses from his brief trance. What's wrong? She tilted her head slightly, with a trace of confusion on her face, and her eyes still showed some traces of her wandering thoughts. You guys last night. Feng Jian seemed to want to say something but stopped, his lips trembling slightly. Oh, last night, we slept together. Yunwen said indifferently. After saying that, she reached out and picked up the iced American coffee beside her. The condensed water droplets on the cup slowly slid down the wall of the cup. She took a sip, and the ice cubes hitting the glass made a crisp and pleasant sound, which was particularly clear in this quiet corner of the cafe. What? They slept together. When Feng Jian heard this, his eyes widened immediately, and the sharp voice attracted the attention of people around him. The whole person seemed a little out of control. He subconsciously stretched out his hands, tightly grasped Yunwen's shoulders, and began to shake violently. Didn't you say you wouldn't betray me? Yunwen was a little confused by Feng Jian's sudden action, and she struggled to break free from Feng Jian's hands. Her shoulders were slightly red from the shaking just now, and she looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you? He is my nominal husband, what's wrong with us sleeping together? Yunwen frowned slightly, and said with a matter-of-fact tone, Is there a problem? She tilted her head and looked at Feng Jian in some confusion. Feng Jian was speechless for a moment, choked by Yunwen's words. Yes, no matter how good that son-in-law is, he is still Yun Wenming's husband in name only. They slept together, and from a certain perspective, it seemed like I was the unnecessary third party. Feng Jian couldn't help feeling annoyed when he thought of this. He shook his head vigorously, trying to calm himself down. But you said you would break up with him after a while and be with me. You won't lie to me, will you? His voice trembled slightly, with a hint of pleading. You are the only one I have, Yunwen, please don't give up on me, okay? Yunwen looked at Feng Jian, who looked somewhat pitiful, and couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. She sighed softly. Don't worry, my dad said that he would let me divorce him after a while, and we will be together. And yesterday, he didn't touch me, we just slept together. Yunwen patted Feng Jian's shoulder gently. Be good, don't worry. Yunwen seemed to suddenly think of something, his eyes flashed slightly, he took out his mobile phone and operated it a few times, his slender fingers sliding quickly across the screen. After a while, 50,000 yuan was transferred to Feng Jian's account. My bank card has been unlocked. I will transfer 50,000 yuan to you in the near future. You can find a place to live. We don't need to meet for the time being. Yunwen looked at Feng Jian. Feng Jian's face suddenly became a little panicked. Why? Why can't we meet? His eyes were filled with fear and confusion, and his hands unconsciously grasped the armrests of the chair. Yunwen looked at Feng Jian at this moment. For some reason, she felt that the filter she had for Feng Jian was shrinking little by little. Just like snow in the sun, it gradually melts under the warm rays. My dad's birthday is coming up soon. As my husband in public, I have to accompany him to attend my dad's birthday party. There will also be some people paying attention to him. In order to prevent any scandals, I have to stay with him. Yunwen explained patiently. But Feng Jian wanted to say something, but he keenly noticed that a hint of impatience seemed to flash across Yunwen's face. This is not a good sign, and Feng Jian's heart skipped a beat. It felt like Yunwen was somewhat out of his control. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, he had no choice but to nod helplessly. Then he subconsciously reached out to light a cigarette, trying to relieve the tense and irritable mood at the moment. His hands trembled slightly and he finally took out a cigarette. I thought you said you didn't like smoking. Yunwen looked at Feng Jian's actions and frowned slightly. You lied to me. In the spacious and bright office of Yinji Company, Limited. Would you like one? Mo Jiang looked at Qingye, who was concentrating on reporting the project, with a relaxed expression, and handed the lichened cigarette box to Qingye. This is not good. This is still being broadcast live. Qingye was a little hesitant and pushed his glasses on his nose. He looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room in front of the computer screen, which showed over 100,000, and then looked at the game screen they were showing. Mo Jiang's account itself has millions of fans, and as a company boss, he often boosts popularity by live streaming his own games. With Mo Jiang's outstanding appearance, he has indeed attracted many female players to join the game. The live broadcast room was extremely lively at this moment, with all kinds of messages rolling in like a tide. Mo Jiang looked indifferent as he took out 2 cigarettes from the cigarette box. He handed one of them to Qingye and said, "Why don't we just turn off the face projection function on the live broadcast screen later?" As he spoke, Mo Jiang lit a cigarette with skillful movements, the flame of the lighter dancing on his fingertips. He took a deep breath, then slowly blew out the foul air. The wisp of smoke rose up and gradually dissipated in the air. He looked at the constantly refreshing messages in the live broadcast room, many of which were discussing the balance of game characters. Eating coriander, host, salted fish lu bu is too rubbish. I suggest strengthening salted fish lu bu, dongjua is too supermodel. Don't eat coriander, that's right, every time I give a rating, it's 3.0, dongjua's rating is 13.0. Hello 1, host, can you ask Qingye to strengthen lu bu? Mo Jiang had almost finished his cigarette at this time. He flicked the ash and turned on the camera again. Then he looked at Qingye who was standing beside him. Hey, I'm asking you a question, do you want to strengthen it? Qingye glanced at Mo Jiang and nodded helplessly. Behind the glasses, his eyes showed some helplessness and entanglement. Okay, I'll talk to them. After listening to this, Mo Jiang moved his chair to the side and said to the live broadcast room, all the die-hard fans in the live broadcast room can ask Qingye Plana, and he will answer you. Qingye also sat in front of the stool, his eyes fixed on the comments in the live broadcast room. As he watched, an indescribable abstract expression gradually appeared on his face. He was especially angry when he saw someone leaving a message asking him to resign and go back to carrying manure. Why do you care so much about this rating system? Qingye couldn't help but start to explain. He stood up and waved his hands in the air. It will alienate Rinja's efforts, understand? Do you know what alienation and concretization are? He paused, as if he was organizing his words, and said, give me an analogy. Qingye cleared his throat. Dongjue uses large group damage, Lu Bu uses single target damage. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, his movements exaggerated and vivid, then we'll settle the accounts at the end of the month. Qingye frowned. Oh, Dongjue got the MVP. He shook his head. I see that Lu Bu's single target damage is extremely low every day. He is either slacking off or paddling. He wins without doing anything. Winning dog. Qingye raised his voice a little excitedly, his emotions getting more and more intense. Lu Bu is just a dog who wins without doing anything. He emphasized again, Lu Bu, this round's score is 3.0. Qingye pointed at the screen. Dongjue, the group damage in this round is very strong, right? 13.0 carry rounds, can this be counted? Tell me, is Lu Bu a dog that wins by doing nothing? Don't eat coriander, yes. Love is a rat vibrator, yes plus. Chingye? Chapter 23 returning as model brother. Okay, stop nagging me. Just strengthen what needs to be strengthened. Mo Jiang looked with interest at Chingye, who was sitting in front of the computer screen, his face red with anger and almost going crazy. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose and he couldn't help but chuckle. There was a hint of mockery in that smile. Okay. Seeing that Mo Jiang had expressed his opinion like this, Chingye couldn't say anything more even though he felt as if there was a stone blocking his heart. He could only respond helplessly. Mo Jiang turned around and prepared to sit back in his seat, and inadvertently, his eyes swept across the live broadcast room. A strange ID name, 108-year-old sexy female cockroach, comes into view. This name is so absurd and weird that people can't help but take a few more glances. Mo Jiang muttered to himself, what kind of boring netizen must be to come up with such a name? However, he didn't take it too seriously, thinking it was just one of the many strange names in the online world. Afterwards, he threw himself into the activity with great enthusiasm as usual. Immersed in the game, King of Rinji, developed by myself. But in the next second, a golden light suddenly flashed in the live broadcast room, and a carnival gift streaked across the screen like a meteor. The gorgeous special effects instantly attracted everyone's attention. Mo Jiang's attention was attracted by this sudden scene, and he looked at the new account which was originally only level 1. With the help of this carnival, my level instantly soared to level 27 like a rocket. This sudden change made Mo Jiang slightly stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Mo Jiang quickly came to his senses, and his years of live broadcasting experience allowed him to quickly adjust his state. With a warm smile on his face, he sincerely and loudly thanked the camera. Thank you for the carnival of the 108-year-old sexy female cockroach. However, no one expected that as soon as Mo Jiang finished speaking, it was like a crazy feast was opened, and dozens of carnivals came down like a downpour. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with golden light, and the screen was full of the carnival's dazzling special effects, which was dazzling. That mysterious account skyrocketed all the way and directly reached level 44. The speed at which the levels soared was astonishing, as if riding a roller coaster. Mo Jiang was completely confused now. He quickly calculated in his mind that according to the profit-sharing ratio with the platform, he could get at least hundreds of thousands of dollars after this operation. In other words, a wealthy woman opened a new account and spent more than 200,000 yuan in one go in his live broadcast room. However, Mo Jiang has been in the business world for many years after all, and he can be considered a promising young man who has seen many ups and downs. Not to be easily frightened by such a scene. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly adjusted his mood and a smile appeared on his face again. Facing the camera, she said in a steady and grateful voice, "Thank you for the carnival of the 108-year-old sexy female cockroach. Thank you for your support." At this moment, a message popped up on the golden bullet screen, 108-year-old sexy female cockroach, dance the dance you learned 3 years ago. When Mo Jiang saw this message, he couldn't help but look puzzled. He frowned slightly and quickly began to search his memory. 3 years ago. He murmured softly, trying to recall the past, and then tentatively asked the camera, "Do you know me?" Female cockroach. 108-year-old sexy female cockroach, yes. This brief and affirmative reply quickly popped up on the screen, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. All of a sudden, the comments in the live broadcast room came flooding in like a tide, and it instantly became boiling. Various comments flooded the screen, and many people gave advice in the comments, urging Mo Jiang to cling to the rich woman's thighs. Their words were full of teasing and jokes, and the whole live broadcast room was as lively as a boiling pot. Mo Jiang was silent for a while, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to 3 years ago. At that time, his life was in a state of poverty. In order to make a living, he could only work as a model in nightclubs, dancing seductively. Although his dancing skills were not very good at that time, he had that handsome face. He managed to attract the attention of many wealthy women in the nightclub and won their favor. Mo Jiang didn't think much about it, and subconsciously thought that this 108-year-old sexy female cockroach should be a rich woman he met in a nightclub 3 years ago. If it were in the past, when he was in trouble, he might really consider hooking up with a rich woman to change his fate. But things are different now. He is now at least the son-in-law of a wealthy family. As the boss of a startup company, he is already considered a promising young man. He felt that he would not lower himself to please others just for such a small benefit. However, since they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on gifts at once, I have to show some appreciation out of courtesy. So, Mo Jiang took a deep breath, looked at the screen with a calm smile on his face and said, "Since the female cockroach wants to see the anchor dance so much, then the anchor will dance." Afterwards, Mo Jiang operated the computer and played the classic song Itch. Then, the seductive and provocative lyrics slowly flowed out. "Come on, have fun, there's plenty of time anyway tilde." As the music started, Mo Jiang began to dance to the rhythm. I saw him put one hand gently on his neck, his head shaking slightly, and the other hand slowly moved to his back. The buttocks twisted rhythmically, and the coquettish dance posture was instantly displayed to the fullest. This scene mesmerized the female fans in the live broadcast room. They stared with their eyes wide open, and some even drooled with excitement. Many female fans were so excited that they directly gave big gifts. The comment area was full of words like, "I want to support Mo Jiang," and the whole live broadcast room fell into a frenzy. At this time, behind the account of 108-year-old sexy female cockroach, a tall girl was sitting lazily on a soft sofa. She tied her hair into two ponytails, and let them fall randomly, adding a touch of casualness. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on Mo Jiang, who was twisting his waist in front of the screen. The reflection on the screen clearly showed her delicate face. It was none other than Cai Yunjing. "Oh, I dance much better than I did 3 years ago." Cai Yunjing looked at the screen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and spoke softly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly became sharp, and she snorted coldly, "You are the first one who dares to play with me and abandon me. And the last one. Oh, you're still dancing with a man. When will you find a man to come back? Grandma is still waiting to hold her grandson." Just then, an old man with a smile and a kind face walked over slowly, his eyes full of smiles, and said jokingly. When Cai Yunjing heard this, her face instantly turned red and hot as a ripe apple. In a panic, she quickly reached out to turn off the screen of her phone. But because it was a live broadcast, even if the screen was turned off, the blushing song could still be heard from the phone, "Come on, love tilde." When Cai Yunjing heard the song, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She was so embarrassed that she could dig her toes out of the 3-bedroom apartment. She stammered, "No. No, Grandma." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the smiling old man, his eyes full of shyness and panic. "I haven't seen you so shy in a long time, Xiao Yunjing." The old lady smiled gently, her eyes full of love. Grandma will be 80 years old soon, and she hopes to hold her grandson in her arms in the remaining days. Cai Yunjing was silent for a while, quietly listening to the music coming from the mobile phone, his thoughts intertwined like a tangled mess. After a long while, she slowly raised her head and looked at her grandmother. "Grandma, I will." Chapter 24. The son of the richest man's sister calls me cousin-in-law? Inside the courtyard. The moonlight shines through the mottled leaves, outlining patches of silvery light and shadows on the ground. Mo Jiang drove the black Maybach slowly towards the gate of the courtyard. After the car stopped steadily, Mo Jiang gently opened the makeup mirror on his forehead, and his handsome face with clear contours was instantly reflected in the mirror. He was wearing a custom-made high-end suit that was tailored to fit his tall figure perfectly. His meticulous attire coupled with his confident demeanor. At first glance, he really looks handsome and decent. Mo Jiang moved closer to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror carefully. His eyes swept over every detail between her eyebrows and eyes, and he nodded with satisfaction. Soon, the door of the courtyard slowly opened, making a slight creaking sound. Father Yun, Mother Yun, and Yunwen all came out from the door one after another. Father Yun was wearing a dark Chinese tang suit, which was simple and elegant, with exquisite embroidery on the collar and cuffs. Yunmu was wearing a light blue cheongsam. The elegant cut highlighted her gentle temperament, and her hair was neatly tied up. Yunwen wore a white evening gown, the slim design of which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Yunwen. Tonight, they are going to attend a charity auction. Simply put, this auction is when bidders bid on the items they want. All funds will be donated by relevant organizations to the children in the mountains. This activity aims to bring warmth and hope to children living in poor areas. I heard that the son of the sister of the richest man in Beijing will also come to attend this charity event. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for Mo Jiang to make friends. Perhaps with this opportunity, he can open up a new situation for his career and build a broader platform for development. Moreover, Yun's father specifically asked Yun when to go with him so that she could stay with Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang turned his head and looked at Yun when who was sitting in the passenger seat. She was sitting there quietly. Mo Jiang didn't say much, but turned his head again and slightly sideways. Looking at Yun's father and mother sitting in the back seat with concern, he asked gently, "Dad, Mom, are your seat belts fastened? I'm leaving." "Okay, let's go." Father Yun's steady voice came from the back row. Mo Jiang heard Yun's father's response, nodded slightly, and then started the car. The car slowly drove towards the venue of the charity auction. At this time, night had completely fallen and the city's neon lights were flashing outside the car window. The charity auction was held on a medium-sized cruise ship. The cruise ship was quietly docked at the shore, its hull decorated with dazzling lights, complementing the surrounding night view. Mo Jiang drove to the shore where the cruise ship was docked, and skillfully drove the car to the parking space beside the ship and stopped it steadily. He got out of the car first, walked around to the back door, and gently opened the door. Father Yun and Mother Yun walked out of the car. Mo Jiang looked around and saw rows of luxury cars parked neatly. There are Hongqi, Porsche, old Audi A4 and other luxury cars. However, Mo Jiang's attention was soon attracted by a limited edition Bugatti with a Beijing A license plate. It seems that the people who came this time are not simple. Mo Jiang pondered secretly in his heart. Then, Mo Jiang turned his head slightly, glanced at Yun Wen beside him, and said softly, "Let's hold hands." Yeah. Although Yun Wen had a hint of hesitation in her mind, her cheeks slightly flushed. But she still naturally took Mo Jiang's arm. The two of them seemed like a couple who had been in love for many years, and there was a special kind of intimacy in their behavior. Her hand rested gently on Mo Jiang's arm. Soon, the four of them walked together towards the entrance where the cruise ship connected to the shore. As he stepped onto the cruise ship, Mo Jiang couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. The interior decoration of the cruise ship is extremely luxurious, and the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars is fully displayed in every detail. As soon as Mo Jiang walked up, he saw many dignitaries talking in low voices inside. Their attire and appearance all reveal their identity and status, and most men wear exquisitely tailored suits. The women wore gorgeous evening gowns and sparkling jewelry. These people can usually only be seen on TV news, but now they are right in front of us. Mo Jiang secretly estimated that this seemingly ordinary charity auction was actually more like a social gathering of the older generation. Although there were many young people at the scene, the older generation clearly dominated. As soon as Yun's father stepped onto the cruise ship, he was surrounded enthusiastically by several middle-aged men. "Old Yun, how are you these days?" One of the middle-aged men wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked with a smile. "The ones next to you are your son-in-law and daughter, right? I think your son-in-law is also a handsome man." Another slightly plump middle-aged man looked towards Mo Jiang and Yun Wen. At the same time, he nodded slightly, seeming to approve of Mo Jiang's image and temperament. "Har har, it's okay." Father Yun smiled heartily, his face filled with pride. "In just 2.5 years, my son-in-law has already been estimated to have a market value of several hundred million. I plan to hand over our Yun family's assets to him soon." Mo Jiang indeed made him very satisfied. He was impeccable both in his conduct and in his dealings with others. Mo Jiang watched Father Yun and Mother Yun chatting animatedly with the middle-aged men. He knew he couldn't get a word in, so he said, "Dad, Mom, Yun Wen and I are going to go for a walk around the neighborhood first and then talk to people of our age." "Okay, go ahead." Father Yun smiled and nodded in agreement. Yun Wen followed Mo Jiang obediently, still holding Mo Jiang's arm tightly, and the two of them walked together in the corridor of the cruise ship. The corridor of the cruise ship is spacious and bright, and the windows on one side allow you to see the sparkling river outside. If you don't like it, it's okay to loosen it. Mo Jiang looked at Yun Wen standing beside him and spoke calmly. His tone was very calm and one could not hear too much emotion in it. "Why?" Yun Wen looked at Mo Jiang with confusion. Mo Jiang looked at Yun Wen, who looked bewildered, and could not help but feel speechless. He sighed softly, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Forget it, if you want to hug me, then hug me. Yunwen tilted his head, looked at Mo Jiang, who had an impatient look on his face, curled his lips slightly, and felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. But not only did she not loosen her arms because of Mo Jiang's attitude, but she held them even tighter, as if she was competing with Mo Jiang. Don't think that I like you. I just want to complete the task my father gave me. Yunwen blushed, lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Her heart beat faster involuntarily, and she couldn't even believe what she had just said. Whatever. Mo Jiang responded indifferently. They will get divorced anyway, so it won't cause any real loss to him whether Yunwen hugs him or not. In his opinion, this was just a show. Hey, isn't this my cousin's husband? Just then, a slightly surprised voice came from not far away. Mo Jiang was slightly startled, and looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 25. Tell your mom, I peeked when I was a kid. Mo Jiang slowly turned his head and his eyes fell steadily on a man not far away. The man had an exquisite 3:7 hairstyle, and his left hand gently embraced a popular female star. The female star was wearing an extremely gorgeous evening gown, the cut of which was just right, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. At this moment, the man was looking at him in astonishment. Mo Jiang had heard of this man before. Yes, he was the son of the richest man's sister Jiu Qingbei. Mo Jiang couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart because of the word cousin-in-law just now. If he heard it carefully, it was indeed what came from Jiu Qingbei's mouth. This name was so abrupt that Mo Jiang was confused. Mo Jiang subconsciously raised his hand and pointed at himself, his face full of surprise. With obvious confusion in his tone, he asked, "Me? No suitable picture found." Jiu Qingbei instantly realized his gaffe, his expression became a little flustered, and a hint of nervousness flashed in his eyes. He shook his head vigorously and said very quickly, nothing, I just recognized the wrong person." Jiu Qingbei knew it very well, as his cousin had given him many warnings and instructions before. She repeatedly emphasized that she must not reveal her identity in front of Mo Jiang. Moreover, he had no idea that Mo Jiang had broken up with his cousin. Facing this sudden situation at this moment, I just feel extremely difficult. With a strange look on his face, he cast his gaze towards Yunwen, who was holding Mo Jiang's arm tightly. In order to ease this sudden awkward atmosphere as quickly as possible, Jiu Qingbei pretended to be calm. He tried hard to put on a seemingly enthusiastic smile, took the initiative to walk towards Mo Jiang and the others, and said, "Hello, I'm Jiu Qingbei." Seeing this, Mo Jiang smiled back out of politeness and said gently, "Hello, I'm Mo Jiang." "Oh, Mo Jiang, who is the person next to you?" As Jiu Qingbei spoke, he gracefully extended his hand and made a gesture to invite him to take a seat. He motioned Mo Jiang to sit on the luxurious sofa next to him. Afterwards, his hands were still naturally around the waist of the popular female star next to him. His eyes never left Yun when in front of him, with a thoughtful look on his face, thinking secretly in his heart. Mo Jiang is really bold. He actually walks hand in hand with another woman so blatantly. If my cousin knew about this, with her hot temper, she would probably give Mo Jiang a hard beating. "Oh, my wife, her name is Yunwen," Mo Jiang introduced in a calm tone. While speaking, his eyes just glanced slightly in Yunwen's direction. At first, his body seemed to inadvertently move a little closer to Yunwen. But then he glanced slightly to the side, which could be clearly felt from his body movements. He had an instinctive resistance to Yunwen. Yunwen subconsciously lowered his eyes and looked at Mo Jiang's body that deliberately turned away. It felt like something suddenly stabbed my heart, and a sense of loss spread throughout my heart. She bit her lip, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly pretended to be calm. Your wife. Hello, Ms. Yunwen. Hello. Yunwen forced a smile and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Jiu Qingbei. Jiu Qingbei observed Mo Jiang's expression. From the somewhat awkward interaction between Mo Jiang and Yunwen, he realized that the relationship between the two did not seem to be harmonious. However, Mo Jiang just made it clear that Yunwen was his wife. In the circle they are in, the relationships between men and women are complex and changeable, and all kinds of romantic affairs are common. A thought suddenly flashed through Jiu Qingbei's mind: could it be that his cousin is the third party? But as soon as this idea came up, he quickly rejected it. That's not right. His cousin is a strong person to the core. How could she be willing to be a subordinate? No matter what, you have to be the dominant party. Thinking of this, Jiu Qingbei seemed to be possessed. He quietly picked up his phone and pretended nothing had happened. I quickly took a photo of Mo Jiang and Yunwen. After the photo was taken, he quickly opened the chat interface with Cai Yunjing, quickly typed and sent the message, "Cousin, I seem to have seen your little lover." Not long after, Cai Yunjing's message came back quickly. "Who is the woman next to him?" Jiu Qingbei quickly replied, "Oh, it seems to be his wife." Then, Cai Yunjing replied concisely, "Okay, you don't have to worry about him." Jiu Qingbei looked at the phone screen and hesitated for a while. In the end, he couldn't help but send another message and asked, "Cousin, if Mo Jiang knew that you were a young lady in the Beijing circle, what kind of expression would he have?" Unexpectedly, Cai Yunjing replied mercilessly, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will tell your mother about you peeping at your female classmates taking baths when you were a child." When Jiu Qingbei saw the message, he was so frightened that his whole body tensed up, his hands shook uncontrollably, and he almost dropped the phone. "Qingbei, I remember your father's company seemed to be in the gaming industry as well." At this moment, Mo Jiang suddenly spoke to break the brief silence, and took out a box of yellow crane tower gold bricks from his pocket. Mo Jiang always had 2 boxes of cigarettes in his pocket, one of which was the 18 yuan lichen that he usually smoked. The other box contains the yellow crane tower gold bricks, each worth 30,000 yuan. It is specially reserved for receiving distinguished guests like Jiu Qingbei in case of emergency. "Would you like one?" Mo Jiang smiled and handed the cigarette to Jiu Qingbei, with just the right amount of enthusiasm in his smile. Jiu Qingbei was not polite and reached out to take the cigarette handed to him by Mo Jiang. He held it in his mouth skillfully, then took out a lighter and lit it with a click. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled a beautiful smoke ring, and the movement was natural and smooth. "Indeed, what's the matter?" As he spoke, he looked at Mo Jiang in confusion. "I've long heard that the Jiu family's game company is at the top in terms of scale and industry status." As Mo Jiang spoke, he lit a cigarette for himself, took a light puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. "It just so happens that our company is also involved in the gaming field, so I thought about sending someone over there to learn from them." "No problem. I'm the president of my father's company now, and you're a good friend that I, Jiu Qingbei, just met." Jiu Qingbei patted his chest and said generously, "Forget about studying. It's not impossible to ask a few technical backbones to go to your side to assist you in developing games." "Har har, that's so embarrassing." Mo Jiang declined modestly, but a hint of joy that was hard to conceal was inadvertently revealed on his face. At this moment, the cruise ship's broadcast suddenly sounded clearly and loudly, "Dear guests, the charity auction is about to begin. Please move to the auction hall and take a seat. It looks like the auction is about to begin, so let's go over there." Mo Jiang said, then stood up steadily. "Okay, no problem, let's go." Jiu Qingbei also stood up and casually put out the half-smoked cigarette in the exquisite ashtray next to him. As soon as Mo Jiang stood up, Yunwen came close to him as if by reflex. "What are you doing?" Mo Jiang frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked with a little confusion. "Now I'm your wife, what do you say I do?" As Yunwen spoke, his body not only did not move away, but instead moved closer to Mo Jiang. Seeing this, Mo Jiang didn't know what to say for a moment, and then he walked towards the auction location with Jiu Qingbei. Just as Mo Jiang and the others turned to leave, completely unaware, there was a resentful look behind them. Staring at Yunwen beside Mo Jiang. She gnashed her teeth and cursed in a low voice, "You said you wouldn't betray me, but you are so close to that son-in-law, bitch." Chapter 26, My Imagination About the Female President. Inside the auction venue, Mo Jiang sat next to Jiu Qingbei. Yunwen quietly leaned on Mo Jiang's right side. From the moment she sat down, her hand was tightly holding Mo Jiang's hand. "Open." Mo Jiang turned his head slightly, his eyes gently falling on Yunwen's hand that was tightly clasped around his. His voice unconsciously lowered, with a hint of impatience that was difficult to conceal in his words. These 2 short words reached Yunwen's ears clearly and unmistakably. "Let go if you want. Who cares about you?" Yunwen heard Mo Jiang's cold and heartless words. She widened her eyes angrily and glared at Mo Jiang fiercely like an irritated kitten. Then, she clasped her hands across her chest angrily and leaned back slightly. Seeing this, Mo Jiang just frowned slightly. Then, his eyes returned to the auction table in front of him. Yunwen watched helplessly as Mo Jiang responded so coldly to him. There was not even a word of comfort, and a sense of loss suddenly surged in my heart. She subconsciously shook her head slightly, trying to dispel the negative emotions lingering in her heart. At the same time, she kept reminding herself in her heart. Yunwen, you just have to hold this man's hand in order to complete the task assigned by your father. It is definitely not. It's definitely not because I have any special feelings for him. Humph, this man is really ungrateful. Don't forget that you are the second lady of the Yun family. How could a female CEO be sad because of his cold attitude? It's really not worth it. At this moment, the auction officially kicked off amid everyone's anticipation. The first things presented to the public were some ordinary calligraphy and paintings as well as collectibles. Although these objects do not reach a particularly high level from a professional perspective of artistic value. The price range is roughly between several thousand and hundreds of thousands, which is not affordable for many people present. Such a price is neither too high to be prohibitive, nor too low a price to invest in. Mo Jiang looked at the items on display on the stage. Occasionally, he would participate in the auction, but mostly he would just make a symbolic bid and buy some small gifts worth around a few $1,000s. In his mind, he had already made plans and waited until he returned to the live broadcast room. These small gifts can be used as welfare and given to fans who have always supported him during live broadcasts. Look, Mo Jiang's attention was attracted by a jade bracelet. The texture of the jade bracelet is smooth and translucent, and the style of the bracelet is delicate and small, simple yet elegant. Although the price is just over 10,000 yuan, it has a unique charm. Mo Jiang thought that when the time comes, he would give this bracelet to the rich woman, 108-year-old sexy female cockroach, who had given him hundreds of thousands of gifts in one go in his live broadcast room. Yunwen's eyes followed Mo Jiang's every move from beginning to end. When I saw him bidding for this jade bracelet, I knew that the price was not expensive in this high-end auction. At that moment, she subconsciously thought that Mo Jiang was bidding for the bracelet specifically for her. She blushed slightly, lowered her head shyly, and whispered, "Humph, don't think I will forgive you easily just because you give me a jade bracelet." Jade bracelet? Did I say I would give it to you? When Mo Jiang heard Yunwen's words, he turned his head slightly, his eyes full of surprise. His tone was cold and without a trace of warmth as he responded, "Don't take yourself too seriously." As he said this, he rolled his eyes in disgust. Yunwen's face turned cold instantly, and her originally slightly red cheeks became gloomy. She couldn't help but raise her voice a bit and asked, "If it's not for me, then who is it for? Which woman?" As she finished speaking, she felt inexplicably jealous. Mo Jiang sneered, and his laughter was full of sarcasm. He paused for a moment. "Didn't I learn all this from you, female CEO? On the wedding day, you ran away with another man. What? Now you are only allowed to keep a mistress outside, but I am not allowed to have any relationship with other women." Every word Mo Jiang said was heart-wrenching, leaving Yunwen speechless and embarrassed. "You?" Yunwen was speechless after being blocked by Mo Jiang. She opened her mouth and tried to find some words to refute Mo Jiang. "But there are so many thoughts in my mind, but I don't know where to start. Thinking back carefully, what I did on my wedding day was indeed wrong." This made her look a little less imposing in front of Mo Jiang, and her originally straight back unconsciously bent slightly. "But..." She stammered, her lips trembling slightly, but in the end she couldn't utter a complete sentence. The words of defense were circling on my lips, but I couldn't say them. Mo Jiang no longer paid attention to Yunwen and turned his gaze back to the auction table. Soon, the auction was halfway through. At this moment, the cell phone in Mo Jiang's pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. Jiang frowned slightly and subconsciously looked down at his phone. It was a message from Yun's father. The phone screen clearly displayed, "Mo Jiang, there will be an emerald necklace later. Your mother also likes it. Can you take a picture of it? If Yunwen likes it, you can give it to Yunwen." When Mo Jiang saw the message, he hardly thought or hesitated. His fingers tapped quickly on the phone screen, and he quickly replied, "Okay, Dad." Then he gently turned off the phone and put it back in his pocket. Mo Jiang turned his head slightly and his eyes fell on Yunwen, who was staring intently at the emerald necklace under the stage. Her eyes revealed undisguised love and desire. Do you like it? Mo Jiang asked softly. When Yunwen heard Mo Jiang's question, he nodded vigorously without hesitation. Then, without any hesitation, Mo Jiang raised the sign decisively and bid 1.5 million. At this time, the emerald necklace had already been auctioned for 1.4 million, but Mo Jiang suddenly raised the price. The price was instantly pushed to the ceiling price in everyone's minds. For a moment, the originally noisy conference hall suddenly became quiet. After a brief silence, naturally no one continued to compete, and everyone seemed to agree on this price. Yunwen was stunned for a moment. She never expected that Mo Jiang would do this for her. He paid a high price of 1.5 million without hesitation to buy the emerald necklace. All kinds of complicated thoughts emerged in her mind. Is he, at Sunder? He kept saying he was ignoring me and acted like he didn't care about me at all. But in fact, he still cares about me, he just can't bring himself to express it. This is not good. Yunwen's face turned red, and there was a hint of shyness and helplessness in her words. Her heart beat faster involuntarily, as if she had a little rabbit in her arms, beating thump thump. Mo Jiang just glanced at Yunwen indifferently, his tone still maintaining his usual coldness. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll give it away. Yes, it's rare for you to give me something. Yunwen spoke immediately, fearing that Mo Jiang would really give the necklace to someone else. Looking at Mo Jiang's seemingly indifferent appearance, she became more certain that he was at Sunder. It's just that I can't bring myself to express my true feelings due to face. At this moment, a different feeling surged in her heart. At this time, Feng Jian, with a somewhat ugly expression on his face, stood behind the auction. His eyes were fixed on Yunwen, who was blushing and leaning intimately against Mo Jiang. Just now, he also clearly saw the whole process of Mo Jiang spending 1.5 million to buy the emerald necklace. For Feng Jian, Mo Jiang is the son-in-law of the Yun family in his opinion. The money that was spent was naturally the Yun family's money, and the Yun family's money was equivalent to Yunwen's money. So in his opinion, this man spent 1.5 million to buy a necklace for Yunwen, which was equivalent to taking more than several million from Yunwen. After all, in his memory, when he was with Yunwen, the money he got from Yunwen was at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But what about now? Yunwen actually only gave him 50,000 yuan. Only $50,000. Thinking of this, the jealousy and resentment in Feng Jian's heart were like a raging fire. And Feng Jian seemed to have completely forgotten that when he first entered society, his monthly salary was only 2,500 yuan. At this moment, he was filled with jealousy towards Mo Jiang and dissatisfaction towards Yunwen. Kazama clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth and planned in his heart that he must find another opportunity to be alone with Yunwen after some time. Perform Pua on her. Chapter 27. A young woman was kidnapped. Soon, this carefully prepared grand auction, which brought together many celebrities and precious items, was launched. The curtain slowly fell. During the auction, Mo Jiang and Jiu Qingbei had a pleasant conversation. Mo Jiang had a very good impression of Jiu Qingbei, the son of the richest man's sister. Jiu Qingbei is not only generous and magnanimous, but also has a free and unrestrained manner in his words and actions. He also has unique and profound business insights. However, there was a strange feeling lingering in Mo Jiang's heart. For some reason, Mo Jiang always felt that Jiu Qingbei seemed to have known him for a long time. But he knew absolutely nothing about Jiu Qingbei. Moreover, when the two first met, Jiu Qingbei seemed to have called him cousin-in-law out of the blue. Mo Jiang tried hard to search his memory. He vaguely remembered that Cai Yunjing seemed to have a cousin. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he quickly shook his head and decisively rejected the idea. I thought to myself, no, this shouldn't be such a coincidence. After all, if she really was the rumored young lady from Beijing, how was it possible that he had behaved so well and docilely over the past 2 years? Mo Jiang's mind involuntarily recalled the past 2 years. He and Chai Yunqiang played out various scenes of porn role-playing. He had long heard that this young lady from the capital had a cold personality. Compared with his previous sponsor, Cai Yunjing, the domineering and charming campus beauty from Peking University and Tsinghua University who had enviable long legs. There is a world of difference between them, like two completely different people. Since he had to reunite with his father and mother, Yunwen naturally took the initiative to hold Mo Jiang's arm again. The two followed the crowd and walked slowly towards the cruise ship exit. Just as they were about to get off the cruise ship, Yunwen's cell phone rang without warning. Yunwen subconsciously took out his cell phone from his pocket, took a closer look, and found that it was Feng Jian calling. She frowned slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Then he subconsciously let go of Mo Jiang's arm and said to Yun's father and mother with a little apology. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to take a call and come over shortly." After saying that, Yunwen hurriedly walked to a relatively quiet corner with few people. Yunwen answered the phone and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Feng Jian. At this time, Feng Jian had quietly left the scene when the auction was halfway through. "Return to the small apartment I had originally rented." On the other end of the phone, Feng Jian's voice sounded a little low and a little lonely. "Yunwen, I'm so lonely, can you come and accompany me?" Yunwen was stunned when he heard Feng Jian's low voice. A trace of worry suddenly surged in my heart, and I hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, are you feeling unwell? We are on the rooftop of an apartment now." "Am I so useless, Yunwen?" Feng Jian's voice was slightly choked. As soon as Yunwen heard Feng Jian on the rooftop, he heard the sound of wind whirring coming from the phone. Suddenly, he became flustered and anxious, his voice trembling slightly, and he said hurriedly, "Don't do anything stupid, Feng Jian, I'll be there soon, can you wait for me?" Her eyes were full of worry and anxiety. "Well, if I disturb you from being with that man, you don't have to come. I'm fine alone." There was a hint of helplessness in Feng Jian's tone, an attitude of wanting to refuse but also to accept. Instead, it made Yunwen feel even more guilty. "Stop talking, I'll be there soon, be good and wait for me." When Yunwen heard Feng Jian's voice, the guilt in his heart became stronger. She chatted with Feng Jian for a few more words, trying her best to comfort him. After ending the call, Yunwen didn't delay at all and immediately prepared to take a taxi. She called her father first, with a hint of anxiety in her tone. "Dad, I have something to do, you go back first." "What is it, at night?" Father Yun's slightly serious voice came over the phone, with a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction. "Can't we do it tomorrow?" Yunwen was extremely anxious, but she couldn't tell the truth that she was going to comfort Feng Jian. All he could say hesitantly was, It's very important." "Dad, I'm hanging up now." "You?" Before Mr. Yun could finish his words, Yunwen hung up the phone in a hurry. In that luxurious Maybach. Father Yun complained helplessly, "This girl is really something. She didn't go home at night and stayed at home, saying that she had something important to do." He frowned, his face full of confusion and worry. "Okay, head of the family, maybe it's because she really has something to do, and she is an adult now, not that little girl anymore." Yunmu patted Yun's father's back gently and comforted him softly. Mo Jiang just looked quietly at Yun's father and mother in the back seat through the rearview mirror without saying anything. He started the car and asked the back seat, "Dad, Mom, are your seat belts fastened?" "I'm leaving." "It's tied." Yun's father and mother answered in unison. After hearing the reply, Mo Jiang drove steadily towards the courtyard. And at this moment, on the rooftop of that apartment, Kazama stood alone at the railing, letting the breeze gently caress his face. There were several empty Tsingtao beer bottles under his feet. He muttered, "Damn it, I have to make Yunwen vomit hundreds of thousands tonight." Ever since the last time he smoked and Yunwen discovered that he was cheating on her, Yunwen had a vague sense of alienation towards him. He knew that he had to take advantage of this evening's opportunity to strengthen their relationship again. Yunwen took a private car, and after more than 10 minutes, the car slowly stopped by the roadside. Yunwen hurried out of the car and walked quickly towards the apartment. She was so filled with worry about Kazama that she didn't notice it at all. Not far away, a group of people in a van were staring at her direction with eager eyes. "Old man, the woman in front of you should be the rich lady that damn kid Feng Jian mentioned." The middle-aged woman in the passenger seat of the van said to the middle-aged man in the main seat with shining eyes. The middle-aged man stared at Yunwen intently and said, "Damn it, we've been waiting here for a week and finally got here. I don't believe it if I don't make him 1,000,000 or 800,000 this time. Don't mention this rich woman, she has a really good figure. I'll catch her and touch her hands first." There was a malicious look in the middle-aged man's eyes, and his gaze wandered freely over Yunwen's body. "What are you talking about, old man? This rich woman is the daughter-in-law prepared for my son. Do you want to take her away?" The middle-aged woman glared at the middle-aged man and angrily cursed, do you still have any shame? I'm just saying that. Although the middle-aged man said this, his eyes were fixed on Yunwen's figure, with no intention of moving away. It was almost 12 o'clock and the streets were deserted with almost no one around. Just as Yunwen walked to the door of the apartment, suddenly, a van drove over without warning. Before Yunwen could react, the side door of the van suddenly opened with a whoosh. Then a middle-aged woman ran out of the car at a very fast speed. He grabbed Yunwen's waist at once, then swung her hard and threw her into the car. Before Yunwen could call for help, a black bandage was quickly stretched out and covered her mouth tightly. Woo woo. Chapter 28. Young woman, is she only worth 7 million? Mo Jiang came to the company as usual. After a little tidying up, Mo Jiang prepared to start a day of live broadcasting. Although he is the boss of a company, he is not like those bosses in novels who are tied up in numerous businesses and are busy all day long. After all, he is in charge of a gaming company, and daily affairs are relatively easy. Their main task every day is to carefully review and solemnly sign some contracts that are crucial to the development of the company. Ensure that the company's operations can proceed in an orderly and smooth manner. In addition, he will also add popularity to his own games through live broadcasts. Expand the influence and popularity of the game among the player community. Mo Jiang sat leisurely in the comfortable office chair. His eyes inadvertently fell on the private message prompt of the note app on his phone. He gently opened the chat box of 108-year-old sexy female cockroach. This is a wealthy woman who has been giving out hundreds of thousands of tips every time in the live broadcast room these days. Mo Jiang posted a picture of the jade bracelet he had bought at an auction for 10,000 yuan. And attached a sincere text, "Sister, this is a small gift I specially prepared for you. I sincerely thank you for your strong support in the past few days. Give me the address later and I will send it to you by SF Express." Not long after, a reply message quickly popped up on the phone screen, "Sent to me? Thank you." Mo Jiang looked at the reply and felt something in his heart. He asked tentatively, "By the way, sister, can you add me on WeChat? We can communicate more in the future." He noticed that the IP address of this female cockroach also showed the capital. He wanted to see which rich woman this female cockroach was he who met in the nightclub before. However, the other party quickly replied, "It's not convenient." Seeing this, Mo Jiang didn't say anything more. After all, everyone has their own privacy. So he adjusted his mood, and as usual, skillfully turned on the live broadcast equipment and started the live broadcast. Mo Jiang is not only the boss of his own game company, but also the undisputed #1 anchor of his own game. After all, the boss personally played his own game and broadcast it live. This is undoubtedly an extremely attractive selling point for the platform, and it will naturally provide a lot of traffic support. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to openly going against the boss, and everyone understands the interests involved. But Mo Jiang hadn't been live streaming for long when the phone rang suddenly. He subconsciously picked up the phone and saw that the screen clearly showed that it was Yun's father calling. Mo Jiang frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. He looked up at the computer screen, an apologetic look immediately appeared on his face, and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Well, dear audience friends, I have to go take a call first. I have to leave for a while. I'm really sorry." After saying that, he quickly stood up, walked hurriedly to the other side of the computer, and answered the phone. "Dad, what's wrong?" Soon, Yun's father's voice came from the phone, slightly anxious and with obvious anxiety. "Mo Jiang, have you seen Yunwen?" Mo Jiang was a little confused and answered truthfully, "No, Dad, why do you ask this suddenly? What happened to Yunwen?" "Yunwen is missing. She hasn't come home since last night. I called her many times, but she didn't answer." "Dad, have you called the police?" Mo Jiang said after hearing this. "Yes." Yun's father replied. "Okay, I'll come to you right away." Mo Jiang didn't hesitate at all. Afterwards, Mo Jiang quickly turned to face the live broadcast room and anxiously apologized to the audience inside. He quickly closed the live broadcast room without hesitation. He walked to his desk, grabbed his car keys, and walked out of the office in a hurry. The black Maybach was parked quietly downstairs of the company. Mo Jiang got into the car and started the engine. Rushed towards the location that Father Yun mentioned. As soon as Mo Jiang arrived at the police station, he saw Yun's father sitting on a chair. Compared to the excitement he heard on the phone before, Father Yun seemed to have calmed down a little at this moment. However, Mo Jiang noticed that Yun's father seemed to be answering the phone. Then walked over. At this moment, he clearly heard a hoarse and obviously threatening voice coming from the phone. Well, if you want to save your daughter, the ransom is 7 million. The other party paused and said, also, you can't call the police. If you do, I will kill you. If you want to come, you can only come alone, and bring 7 million in cash. Then the man you brought will go to the entrance of Goober village and hand over the person with one hand and the money with the other. Do you understand? Father Yun wanted to say something, trying to negotiate with the kidnappers to gain more information and time. But the other party didn't give me any chance at all. He hung up the phone mercilessly with a click. Dad, what's going on? Mo Jiang hurriedly walked up to Yun's father and said with a little concern. Father Yun just shook his head helplessly and said slowly, the situation is very tense. Yunwen has been kidnapped. Who? Who did it? Mo Jiang asked. Father Yun walked to the front of the stage, picked up a document from the table and handed it to Mo Jiang, saying, I just used some connections and some means to get Yunwen's taxi record last night. We found that the car was parked in front of a certain apartment, and then we checked the camera footage of that apartment that night and found that she was forcibly dragged away by a van. And you heard the phone call just now. The location was in Goober village. I seriously suspect that this was a premeditated kidnapping. Premeditated. Mo Jiang thought for a moment, and a figure quickly flashed through his mind. He frowned and asked, Dad, are you talking about that Kazama? That's right, Fengjian's hometown is in Goober village. Yun's father answered affirmatively, his eyes revealing suspicion and anger towards Fengjian. At this time, a man in a hat came over and said to Father Yun with a serious look. President Yun, regarding your daughter's kidnapping, we have already contacted the police station in Goober village and communicated the relevant situation. Do you want to proceed to the next step? Father Yun shook his head and interrupted Uncle Hat's words. The kidnapper said that only one person can go, otherwise he will kill their hostage. What should I do? This is indeed a tricky situation. Why don't we have our people disguised as plainclothes officers to secretly protect and assist? Uncle Hat makes a suggestion to try to ensure Yunwen's safety while meeting the kidnappers' demands. At this time, Mo Jiang, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Dad, let me go. There is an employee in my company who is from Goober village. Maybe he can learn more about the situation and provide some help in rescuing Yunwen. Are you sure? Father Yun looked at Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang nodded and said, yes. Don't worry, Dad. I'm sure. And then I can just have some police officers in plain clothes to cover me. Har har har, Dad was right about you, Mo Jiang. My daughter's safety depends on you. Father Yun patted Mo Jiang on the shoulder. Mo Jiang just smiled. Maybe he could use this opportunity to greatly increase Yun's father's favor and recognition of him. As for the person from Goober village in that company, it was his former college roommate Lin Kun. They are all from the same major. When starting this business, he also called Lin Kun to join him. He still trusts Lin Kun. After all, Lin Kun had been his godfather for 4 years. Chapter 29. If you don't go by 7 o'clock, your wife will be. At the entrance of Goober village, a young man wearing black framed glasses slowly walked onto the slightly muddy street. He looked a little anxious, and quickly reached into his pocket to pull out his cell phone. He slid his finger across the screen and made a call. Then, he put the phone to his ear, and said anxiously, Lao Jiang, I think I saw someone. Okay, Lin Kun, can you see if you can get some information? Mo Jiang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Good. Lin Kun responded briefly and forcefully. Lin Kun had just turned around and walked away not far when his eyes inadvertently fell on the entrance of the village. I saw a man with a bowl-cut haircut standing among a group of people, talking loudly. He was wearing the popular moccasins and a pair of moccasins. He looks to be about 28 years old, a typical energetic young man. The reason why Lin Kun could judge so quickly and confidently was the home of this energetic young man in front of him. This is the place where Mo Jiang's wife was kidnapped. It was also thanks to the key information he had obtained from the aunt in the village intelligence department in exchange for 6 baskets of eggs. At this moment, the young man was enthusiastically discussing something with a group of young men around him who were also dressed in a very spirited style. The smugness on his face was radiating without any concealment. A friendly smile immediately appeared on Lin Kun's face, and he walked towards them calmly. Those people shut their mouths instantly, their eyes revealed vigilance, and they all looked at Lin Kun. "Brother Feng, what are you talking about?" Lin Kun took the initiative to greet them, his voice deliberately sounding friendly and familiar. "Who are you?" The energetic young man with the pot-cut hair, Feng Deng, had a puzzled look on his face and frowned slightly, looking up and down at Lin Kun. "I'm Lin Kun. Have you forgotten? I was the only college student in our village back then." Lin Kun explained with a smile. "Oh, I remember. Why, come back when you have time." Feng Deng suddenly realized, and there was a hint of surprise in his tone unconsciously. "I have good news for you. I, your brother Feng, have been single for so many years, but I'm going to get married soon, and to a rich woman." Feng Deng announced proudly, with a show-off look on his face. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest proudly. "That's right, as long as brother Feng marries that rich woman, we can also get to enjoy the benefits together." This group of younger and spirited young men followed suit, their eyes full of envy. Lin Kun just smiled and continued to speak along with Feng Deng's words. "Brother Feng, is your rich woman pretty? She won't be old, will she?" He guided the topic, trying to get more key information from Feng Deng. "How is that possible? My dad found her for me. She's so pretty, with a nice butt and nice breasts." Feng Deng described it excitedly. "She's prettier than those big stars on TV. I have a photo here. Let me show you." As he said that, he couldn't wait to reach into his pocket to take out his cell phone. Lin Kun looked at Feng Deng in front of him, and an expression of just the right amount of envy immediately appeared on his face. He said with an envious tone, "Wow, brother Feng is so lucky. I've known for a long time that brother Feng is the kind of man who is not as lucky as he is. Today, I see that his reputation is well deserved. Congratulations to brother Feng. Har har, college students are college students, they just speak nicely." Lin Kun's words made Feng Deng feel even happier. While smiling, he quickly took out the slightly old Oppo A5 mobile phone. He opened the photo album and then put the phone in front of Lin Kun. Lin Kun had a small and exquisite sports camera hanging around his neck, which clearly captured the contents on the mobile phone. In the photo, there is a beautiful woman wearing a gorgeous evening dress. He was unconscious in a corner that looked like a woodshed. The woodshed was filled with all kinds of debris, broken farm tools, scattered firewood, and the environment looked particularly simple and messy. Lin Kun hadn't even glanced at it for a few seconds when Feng Deng quickly withdrew his hand, raised his chin proudly and asked, "How is it? It looks good, right?" Lin Kun nodded, still smiling on the surface. "It's beautiful, but how come your future wife, Feng Ji, is sleeping in the woodshed?" "Or, maybe he just got tired after coming to our house at night, so he fell asleep in the woodshed." Feng Deng explained casually, but there was a hint of unnaturalness in his eyes, as if he was deliberately hiding something. "When the woman wakes up around 6 or 7 tonight, my dad told me to go with him." He paused deliberately, with a malicious smile on his face. That smile looked particularly obscene under the sunlight. "See if you can get that woman pregnant." Feng Deng lowered his voice and said with a lewd look on his face, "Or, your dad is with you." Lin Kun showed an expression of shock and confusion, his eyes slightly widened. Lin Kun's expression at this time. "My dad said that my things are his things." Feng Deng said as a matter of course, without any shame on his face. "Besides, the woman looks like a hottie. My dad said she needs to be trained and tempered before she can be my wife." His tone was full of vulgarity and shamelessness. Lin Kun just smiled awkwardly, feeling deeply disgusted with Feng Deng's behavior. But in order to obtain more crucial information, he still suppressed his inner anger and disgust. After saying a few more words, he made an excuse and left in a hurry. As soon as he left the group, Lin Kun immediately called Mo Jiang and said in a serious and anxious tone, "Old Jiang, you'd better follow the police to rescue them around 6 o'clock tonight. The location is in the firewood shed at the end of the village, in room 2 in the north area of the village. Didn't it say that the hostage exchange would take place at 9 o'clock in the evening?" Mo Jiang asked on the phone. "It's still 9 o'clock. Around 6 or 7 o'clock, your wife will be forced to have sex with those scumbags." Lin Kun explained anxiously. "Okay, I understand. Inside the police station, Mo Jiang hung up the phone with a serious expression. How's it going? Any news about your people? When Father Yun saw Mo Jiang's expression, his heart suddenly tightened and he asked anxiously. Mo Jiang nodded, there is news, but I suggest we surround the end of the village directly at 6 o'clock. Why, didn't we say we'd exchange at 9 o'clock? The uncle in the hat next to him also looked confused. My people just told me that around 7 o'clock, Yunwen might be forced to have sex with those scumbag kidnappers. Mo Jiang frowned, if we exchange people at 9 o'clock, we don't know what will happen to Yunwen, so. He paused, emphasized his tone, and said word by word, we must act in advance. But we don't know the location. This is a very tricky problem and it is likely to alert the enemy. Uncle Hat said worriedly. When Mo Jiang heard the voice of Uncle Hat, he just smiled confidently and said, don't forget, my people are also from Goober village. Uncle Hat, you guys should wear plain clothes and sneak into the village to surprise these robbers. Chapter 30 Be quiet, you don't miss you either. Inside the police station, Mo Jiang and Uncle Hat develop a rescue plan. In this atmosphere, Mo Jiang's cell phone suddenly rang. Mo Jiang subconsciously picked up his phone, only to see an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. He instinctively thought it was a call from the robber. He quickly signaled to the man in the hat with his eyes and said simply, I'm going to take a call. It might be a robber. Then he hurried to a relatively remote and quiet corner. Hello. Mo Jiang took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his inner anxiety. Where's Yunwen? Why didn't Yunwen see me the night before yesterday? And she didn't answer my messages or phone calls these past 2 days. What did you do to Yunwen? An anxious and angry voice came from the other end of the phone. When Mo Jiang heard the other party's anxious tone, his heart trembled and he instantly knew who was on the other end of the phone. Kazama, is that you? He asked calmly. Tell me quickly. Why hasn't Yunwen been? Feng Jian had obviously lost his patience and didn't even wait for Mo Jiang to finish speaking. I couldn't wait to ask further. Don't forget, Yunwen is my wife, and you are just a mistress, a third party. What qualifications do you have to know my wife's information? Mo Jiang interrupted Feng Jian without any hesitation. You? Feng Jian on the other end of the phone was so angry that he was shaking all over and clenching his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth and tried to retort, his lips trembling, but found himself at a loss for words. You really don't know where Yunwen is? Mo Jiang asked back at this time. How should I know? Feng Jian looked confused. Through our investigation, we found out that Yunwen was kidnapped by someone from your village. Mo Jiang said seriously. And according to specific information, the kidnapper is your relative. They even used this as an excuse to demand a ransom of 7 million. What? Yunwen was kidnapped. How did he do it? And, it's related to me. Feng Jian on the phone was obviously shocked by the news. Yunwen was kidnapped when he went to an apartment the night before yesterday. The kidnapper's son is named Feng Deng. He should be your relative. Mo Jiang stated in an orderly manner. There was silence for a while on the phone. After a long while, he whispered, yes. Do you have anything to say? Mo Jiang asked. No, damn, these idiots actually kidnapped Yunwen. Feng Jian couldn't help but swear. Mo Jiang said calmly, don't be so quick to scold me. You and Yunwen knew each other first. We have enough reason to suspect that you are also related to this case. Please come to the police station now. Soon, Feng Jian went to the police station without any hesitation. But as soon as he arrived at the police station, before he had time to catch his breath, he was slapped in the face by Yin's furious father. The slap was extremely powerful, accompanied by a crisp, pop sound. Feng Jian only felt a burning pain on his cheek, his body shook involuntarily a few times, and he was almost knocked to the ground. You bastard, if it weren't for you, how could my daughter be kidnapped? Father Yun was so angry that he was shaking all over and his eyes were red. Feng Jian covered his slapped face, lowered his head and said nothing. He knew in his heart that he was indeed involved in this matter. If he guessed correctly, the person kidnapped should be his second uncle. Last time, my second uncle came to him and asked to borrow 2.5 million, but he didn't lend it. What's more, he didn't have so much money. It must be because of that incident that his second uncle held a grudge and resorted to this desperate measure. Father Yun was still not satisfied, so he rolled up his sleeves, his eyes widened, and he wanted to slap Feng Jian twice more to vent his hatred. But it was blocked in time by the uncle in the hat who had been paying attention to the situation. Uncle Hat knew that this was not the time to act impulsively and that there were more important things to do. He reached out to stop Father Yun and gently advised, "President Yun, don't be impulsive. We still need to learn more from him." Then, Uncle Hat took Kazama to the interrogation room for questioning. The lighting in the interrogation room was a little dim. Feng Jian knew that things had come to this point and there was no point in hiding it. In addition to his worry about Yun Wen, he quickly told him everything he knew. After Uncle Hat carefully recorded Feng Jian's confession, considering the current situation, he asked Feng Jian to go back and wait for news. Feng Jian felt relieved, stood up, and walked out of the interrogation room in dejection. When Feng Jian walked out of the police station, Yun's father was still furious and threatened him from behind. "You stinky boy, if I find out you're having an affair with my daughter again, I'll break your legs." Feng Jian was so frightened that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he ran away, crawling. As soon as he walked out of the police station, he hurriedly took a taxi back to Goober Village. At this time, in Goober Village, in a woodshed, Yunwen wakes up. As soon as she woke up, she was panic-stricken, her eyes were full of fear and confusion. She looked around at the piles of firewood and various old debris. There was a stale smell in the air, and judging from the environment, she seemed to be in a woodshed in the countryside. "Have I been kidnapped?" Yunwen was shocked and fear surged in his heart. She subconsciously wanted to use her cell phone to call the police. This was her first reaction when she encountered danger. But when she looked down, she found that her hands were tied tightly with rough hemp rope. The hemp rope cut deeply into her skin, causing a sharp pain and making it impossible for her to move. She looked around anxiously again, her eyes full of helplessness. "But I found that my cell phone was not with me, and even my bag was nowhere to be found. It's over, what should I do?" Yunwen's face suddenly became very anxious. She was extremely anxious. She stood up and tried to push the door with her body, wanting to rush out. However, she tried with all her strength. The door didn't move at all, it seemed to be locked from the outside. Yunwen wanted to shout for help outside. At this moment, her tense nerves suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. "Second uncle, what's going on with you? Do you know who she is? How dare you kidnap her? It's not too late to release her now." When Yunwen heard it was Feng Jian's voice, his eyebrows brightened immediately. She shouted with all her strength, "Kazama, save me." But then, she heard a dull sound similar to the collision of objects, and then a bang. After that, there was no more sound from Feng Jian. The person outside the door seemed to have heard her cry, picked up an object and smashed the door hard. A loud bang frightened Yunwen so much that his face turned pale as paper, his legs went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. She quickly stepped back and huddled in a corner, shivering. "I only heard a voice coming from outside the door. Fuck you, you dead woman, if you don't want to be fucked in the mouth later, just stay still. You don't want to be covered in wounds of varying sizes before you are redeemed tonight." That voice was full of threats and obscenities. When Yunwen heard such threatening words outside the door, he was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. The thought that someone outside the door might violate her made her body tremble even more violently. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he kept muttering, "No. Don't." Chapter 31. Sorry. Oh, so. Time passed quickly and soon it was 6 o'clock. The entrance of Goober Village. Mo Jiang and 6 or 7 men in plain clothes and hats walked into the village. Based on the precise location information provided by Lin Kun, they are approaching the target location step by step and cautiously. In order to ensure that the rescue operation is foolproof, the risks must be minimized and any carelessness must be avoided to avoid alerting the enemy. Mo Jiang did not act rashly or impulsively. Instead, he familiarized himself with the location with Lin Kun. Ensure Yunwen's personal safety. And at this moment, in the woodshed, Yunwen was huddled in a corner where there was a mountain of wood, filled with fear. If her hearing just now was not distorted, she did hear Feng Jian calling a man second uncle. As a result, a terrible idea gradually became clear in her mind: the kidnapper and Feng Jian were actually acquainted. At this moment, all the things that seemed confusing and disorganized before suddenly became meaningless. It was as if there was suddenly a connecting thread and everything seemed to make sense. People often say that once a woman falls in love, her IQ instantly drops to zero. During those days when she was immersed in love, she could only see Kazama in her eyes, and her heart was filled with love for him. To the point that she completely ignored those unreasonable details that existed but she chose to ignore. However, Yunwen has gradually regained some of her sanity, and she has clearly noticed many suspicious things. Take the non-smoking persona that Kazama once created for himself. As she recalled more, she felt more and more that it was Kazama who had approached her from the very beginning. Perhaps all this was not accidental, but a carefully planned and interconnected conspiracy. In every moment I spent with him, he seemed to have used a lot of poor techniques. She began to think carefully. It was Kazama who called her the night before and tricked her into coming to that apartment with various reasons. And on the very night he stepped into the apartment, he encountered this horrible kidnapping. This series of events happened so closely and so coincidentally that it was so coincidental that one could not help but be suspicious. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that everything Feng Jian did was just a scam. When I think about how I once loved Feng Jian so madly that I would even do anything for him. Yunwen was filled with regret for having done so many things that now seemed extremely stupid. I felt that I was extremely stupid at the time. I was sold but was still happily helping others count the money. Her eyes wandered, and she looked around in a daze. Unconsciously. Through the reflection in the glass, she saw the necklace around her neck. In the reflection of the weak light, the necklace flickered with a faint glow. Inexplicably, Mo Jiang's figure appeared in her mind again. I am so sorry for him. Yunwen's voice was trembling violently as he muttered to himself in a low voice, his tone full of self-blame and regret. On the wedding day. Her words stopped abruptly. At this moment, the door of the woodshed was violently knocked open. Yunwen was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Her eyes were instantly filled with extreme fear, and she looked towards the door in horror, only to see two figures walking in. Her voice was trembling with fear, and she stammered, What do you want to do? What do you want to do? The middle-aged man among them looked Yunwen up and down unscrupulously. With that disgusting, malicious smile on her face, of course I'll fuck you. You're indeed a rich woman. Your skin is really well maintained. As he spoke these disgusting words, he approached Yunwen. Then he reached out and roughly pinched Yunwen's chin. He lifted her face up rudely. Yunwen shook her head desperately, and her hair flew in disarray with the violent movements. The hand held her tightly, making it impossible for her to break free. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged in her heart. You damn bitch, stop wasting your energy struggling and just obey me. The middle-aged man grinned and shouted triumphantly. Yunwen closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her pale cheeks uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth and said, Don't even think about it, you beast. Feng Deng, another thinner man, became more and more impatient when he saw this scene. He reached out his hand while cursing and grabbed Yunwen's arm, with astonishing strength in his hand. As he pulled hard, Yunwen staggered and almost fell to the ground. She moved her feet frantically, trying to steady herself, but her hands were tied tightly. She couldn't keep her balance at all and looked extremely embarrassed. You stinky bitch, you still dare to be so stubborn. Feng Deng was completely enraged by Yunwen's resistance and became furious out of shame. He increased the strength in his hands a little more, and Yunwen felt a piercing pain in his arm. At the same time, her clothes were torn askew, exposing large areas of her fair skin to the air. Yunwen's heart was filled with a complex mixture of anger and fear. She used all her strength to stomp her foot precisely and hard on Feng Deng's foot. Feng Deng suddenly felt pain and screamed, Ouch! He subconsciously let go of his hand, cursing continuously while raising his hand as if to hit Yunwen. Yunwen subconsciously curled up his body, turned his head away and closed his eyes. And it was at this moment. Several loud and majestic voices rang out, Don't move, everyone raise your hands. The father and son didn't have time to react. He was firmly controlled by 7 or 8 big men who suddenly rushed in. Yunwen closed his eyes tightly, his ears filled with the sudden noisy and chaotic sounds around him. At this time, a calm voice came, which was a little cold but inexplicably reassuring, You are not hurt. Yunwen heard this extremely familiar voice and slowly opened his eyes. Through tearful eyes, she saw the familiar face in front of her. At this moment, the dim light from the wood room fell just right on this face. His outline was clearly outlined. Yunwen recognized at a glance that this person was her nominal husband, Mo Jiang. In an instant, Yunwen's heart felt like there was a frantic beating of a deer in his heart. All the fear, grievances and self-blame that had been suppressed in my heart surged into my heart at this moment, like a flood that broke through a dam. She could no longer control her emotions, and finally threw herself into the arms of the man in front of her, bursting into tears. Wow, Mo Jiang, I'm so scared. I almost got. Her body was shaking violently due to excessive fear and excitement. His words were intermittent because of his crying. Mo Jiang was stunned for a moment, looking at Yunwen, who was crying and trembling in his arms. Looking at her so terrified and helpless, he still suppressed his body's instinctive rejection reaction. He raised his hand gently, patted her back tenderly, and consoled her in the softest voice possible. It's okay, the kidnapper has been subdued by Uncle Hat, you are safe now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that to you, Yunwen said while crying. Mo Jiang was silent for a while, quietly listening to Yunwen's crying voice. So what? Chapter 32 Explanation. Sorry, it's late. Yunwen's heart skipped a beat and he froze in place, his mind going blank. I didn't expect Mo Jiang to be so cold. Yunwen finally mustered up the courage and was about to speak. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mo Jiang. The kidnapper has been subdued. It's almost done. Don't let your parents worry. Yunwen opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. But the words seemed to be stuck in my throat, and when they came to my lips I didn't know where to start. Mo Jiang looked calm and slowly stood up. He slowly and gently brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. Then he walked behind Yunwen and took out a small knife from his pocket. He cut the hemp rope that tied Yunwen with a click. After doing all this, he didn't even turn his head. He walked straight out of the woodshed. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang's departing back, his heart filled with a complex mixture of loss and helplessness. I could only follow him out silently. Just stepped out of the woodshed. She saw the kidnappers, including a middle-aged woman. He was being handcuffed tightly with shiny silver handcuffs by a man in a hat and plain clothes. With the help of the uncle in the hat, Kazamar's eyelids trembled slightly and he slowly woke up. Fengjian opened his eyes blearily. When his eyes fell on Yunwen, who was safe and sound, a relieved smile instantly broke out on his face, which was as pale as paper. He seemed to have forgotten his still weak body and struggled to break free from the support of the uncle in the hat. He staggered forward a few steps, his eyes full of concern, and asked anxiously, Yunwen, are you okay? I have been so worried these past few days that I have not been able to sleep. My heart has been in my throat. As he spoke, he subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Yunwen gently. But Yunwen seemed to be suddenly electrocuted. His body trembled violently and he subconsciously took several steps back quickly. Her eyes were full of vigilance and alienation. She said coldly, don't touch me. Fengjian's fingers just stopped awkwardly in mid-air. He was stunned for a moment, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face, followed by embarrassment and panic that were difficult to conceal. He hurriedly stammered and explained, I'm sorry, I really didn't know that my second uncle and his friends would do such a thing. It's okay, but we should not contact each other anymore. She knew very well in her heart that if it weren't for Fengjian, how could I have indirectly been kidnapped? Fengjian's face showed an extremely anxious expression. He couldn't believe that Yunwen would be so decisive. He raised his voice and said, but you promised me. There was a hint of grievance and unwillingness in his voice. Yunwen ignored Fengjian and slowly turned his gaze to Mo Jiang, who had a calm expression on his face. Mo Jiang just stood there quietly, with a calm expression. There was a look of indifference in his eyes as he quietly watched the scene between her and Fengjian. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. Yunwen only felt a wave of discomfort in her heart, which made her feel unable to breathe. She was extremely anxious, and hurriedly took a few quick steps, rushed to Mo Jiang, and said anxiously, Mo Jiang, it's not what you think. Mo Jiang just laughed coldly. He didn't say anything, but turned around and walked out of the yard with a few plainclothes uncles in hats. Yunwen looked anxious and quickly chased after him. Only Fengjian was left standing there blankly, with a look of loss and unwillingness on his face. Yunwen quickly chased to Mo Jiang's side and subconsciously reached out to hold Mo Jiang's hand. However, Mo Jiang quickly dodged her hand, leaving Yunwen's hand hanging awkwardly in the air. I really have nothing to do with him now, Mo Jiang. Yunwen explained anxiously. Mo Jiang still just responded indifferently. Can you please reply to me seriously? Don't be so cold. Yunwen couldn't hold it in any longer, she spoke excitedly. He rushed directly to Mo Jiang, opened his arms and blocked his way, not letting him go. There was both anger and grievance in her eyes. The plainclothes policemen nearby looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw this scene between the two. They couldn't say much about this kind of conflict between husband and wife. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. At this time, one of the plainclothes policemen said to Mo Jiang in order to break the awkward situation, "Mr. Mo Jiang, let's escort these three people to the police station first." "Okay." Mo Jiang responded and nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and looked straight at Yunwen. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes, and he asked in a stiff tone, "What do you want to do?" Yunwen felt a little guilty when she saw Mo Jiang's cold eyes. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Not daring to look directly into Mo Jiang's eyes, she said with a trembling voice, I have nothing to do with him now. He was the one who pooed me before, and I fell in love with him. Now Mo Jiang interrupted her impatiently, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "So you explained so much just to show that you have nothing to do with him, right?" Yunwen still lowered his head, his voice as soft as a mosquito's, and he replied weakly, Are you done? I'm leaving now." Mo Jiang glanced at Yunwen. Then he walked around Yunwen and prepared to leave. He walked straight to the side of the road, opened the door of the black Maybach, and got in. Seeing this, Yunwen hurriedly trotted over. He eagerly opened the passenger door and jumped in. She turned her head and stared at Mo Jiang's profile. "Don't you have anything you want to tell me?" he asked. Mo Jiang glanced at Yunwen, his eyes still cold. Then the engine started and it emitted a low roar. He uttered a short word, "No." Then he added, "And whatever you do is none of my business. Of course, if you are in any danger, or something like that, out of morality, I will still rescue you with Uncle Hat. But I'm your wife." Yunwen clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Mo Jiang sideways. His eyes were full of anxiety and grievance, and his voice had a hint of crying. "Soon it won't be. Whether you want to go to a nightclub, stay out all night, or find a few guys to sleep with is none of my business. Of course, as your brother-in-law in the future, I will say a few words to you symbolically out of courtesy." After Mo Jiang finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to Yunwen and focused on driving. Soon, the car arrived at the police station. As soon as Yunwen opened the car door and got out, Yunmu hugged him tightly in her arms. Yunmu's body was shaking slightly, and she cried, "I scared my mother. I hope nothing happened to you. If it weren't for the information provided by Morjiang's people, we really don't know what would have happened to you." Mom was almost going crazy with worry. Yunwen felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and tears welled up in his eyes. But she still managed to force a smile and comforted him, "It's okay, Mom." Yunwen raised his head and saw his father standing beside him with a serious face. She mustered up her courage, took a deep breath, and said, "Dad, I have nothing to do with him from now on. My kidnapping this time was indirectly related to him. It's good to know. If something like this happens again in the future, it won't be so timely." Father Yun glanced at Yunwen, his eyes filled with both reproach and heartache. After saying that, he said nothing more and just sighed softly. Then, Father Yun turned his gaze to Mo Jiang, a look of approval appeared on his face, and said, "Mo Jiang, you did a great job." Mo Jiang smiled modestly and appropriately, and said, "It's my duty, Dad. Oh, by the way, Yunchu's flight will probably arrive soon. You drive to the airport to pick her up. Dad will send you her location later, and we'll go to their hotel for a family reunion dinner." Chapter 33. Should I call you husband or brother-in-law? It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Mo Jiang sat alone in the driver's seat of the black Maybach, and the car drove steadily towards the imperial capital airport. After arriving at the airport, Mo Jiangshu parked the car and sat quietly in it waiting for Yunxi. People are coming and going in a hurry around. And Mo Jiang was bored during this seemingly long waiting time. He subconsciously took out his cell phone, and the light from the screen shone on his face. Mo Jiang flipped through the pages casually on his phone, switching between pages. Inadvertently, he saw the chat history between himself and Cai Yunjing. The time on the page shows that these records are from 1 month ago. Mo Jiang's eyes could not help but fix on Cai Yunjing's last message, "Baby, I love you. I'll make you feel comfortable tonight tilde." When he saw the message, he was slightly stunned. He fell into a brief silence. "Excuse me, are you Mo Jiang?" Just when Mo Jiang was immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came from the car window. Mo Jiang came back to his senses and turned around, only to see a lady with outstanding temperament standing in front of him. She wore a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses, and her eyes behind the lenses revealed a hint of charm. She was wearing a purple skirt that hugged her body tightly. It perfectly outlines her graceful figure. Character picture of Yun 11 in the paragraph comment. The faintly visible black stockings add a bit of sexiness and charm to her, making people's eyes brighten and feel amazed. "Oh, yes." Mo Jiang responded quickly. "I'm Yunxi. My father asked you to pick me up, right?" The corners of Yunxi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle and moving smile. When Mo Jiang heard Yunxi's words, he didn't say much, but just reached out and gently pressed the button. He unlocked the car, then got up and opened the trunk. His eyes fell on the large suitcase next to Yunxi. Mo Jiang opened the car door, and just as he got out of the car, he saw Yunxi had already reached out to lift the suitcase. However, perhaps it was the high heels on her feet that restricted her movements. Or maybe the suitcase itself was too large and heavy for her to bear. Mo Jiang watched as Yunxi's legs suddenly twisted, her body instantly lost balance, and tilted to one side. His heart tightened and he rushed forward quickly, stretched out his arms, and firmly supported Yunxi's waist to prevent her from falling to the ground. Yunxi felt the hand around her waist, and a warm feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Her little face turned red instantly, she lowered her head slightly, and a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes. He whispered, thank you. Fine." Mo Jiang responded softly with a smile on his face. Then, Mo Jiang took the suitcase from Yunxi and lifted it up steadily with both hands. "Put it in the trunk of the car." "Get in the car," Mo Jiang said to Yunxi. "Yeah." Yunxi responded obediently. As soon as he sat in the car, Mo Jiang noticed that Yunxi's hands were on the armrest. He tilted his head, his eyes fixed quietly on his own face. There seemed to be a hint of inquiry and admiration in those eyes. "My face, is there something else?" Mo Jiang felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by her like this, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. Yunxi just smiled gently, she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. She said calmly, "No, I was thinking, when I was studying abroad, my father kept telling me that you are very good. So I couldn't help but take a few more glances. If my father can say that you are excellent, you must be a good person." As she spoke, Yunxi moved a little closer to Mo Jiang, as if inadvertently. Her slender white fingers gently touched Mo Jiang's hand from time to time. "My father also told me about what happened to my sister, and I also learned about it. My sister is really something. She doesn't have enough experience. She was sold out and didn't even know how to count the money she was paid. She ran off with another man on the wedding day. I want to apologize on behalf of my sister." As Yunxi spoke, she lowered her head slightly, her eyes falling intentionally or unintentionally on the hands of the two people approaching each other. Her fingers even stroked Mo Jiang's hand lightly, intentionally or unintentionally. Mo Jiang lowered his head to glance at Yunxi's slender, beautiful fingers, which were gently touching his hand. But he didn't resist, he just said calmly, "It's nothing, we're getting divorced anyway." There was a hint of helplessness and relief in his tone. The corners of Yunxi's mouth rose slightly, revealing an even more charming smile. She deliberately used her hands to touch her soft long hair and gently pushed the hair behind her ears. This action was full of femininity. She looked at Mo Jiang's profile with loving eyes and said, "So I should call you brother-in-law. Or, husband." As she spoke, she winked playfully. Mo Jiang's face turned red at Yunxi's straightforward and bold teasing. His face turned red instantly. He stammered, "You're being a little too direct." Seeing this, Yunxi smiled even more brightly. She tilted her head, a sly look in her eyes, and asked, "Do you prefer to be direct, or do you prefer to be more subtle?" "My future husband." Yunxi is indeed very beautiful, and that kind of sexy queen charm is displayed to the fullest in her. Every gesture can touch people's hearts. At least in Mo Jiang's opinion, she exudes an irresistible attraction. But Fan Morjiang is a young virgin who has not experienced much of the world. I'm afraid she would make everyone blush, feel at a loss, and have pounding hearts. Wait until I divorce her before calling her, otherwise it will feel weird. Mo Jiang said helplessly, trying to calm the panic in his heart. Okay. Yunshi readily agreed. Then she added, since your sister won't cherish a man as good as you, then I, as your sister, will love you well tilde. At this time, the car was waiting at the traffic light. Yunshi seemed to have mustered up her courage. That hand directly interlocked with Mo Jiang's hand and held it tightly. She felt the warmth from Mo Jiang's palm. She closed her eyes slightly, as if enjoying the intimate contact at this moment. It wasn't until the green light came on and the car started slowly that she reluctantly let go of her hand. Soon, the car arrived at the hotel. As soon as the two opened the car door and got out, Yunshi naturally took Mo Jiang's hand. Their whole person pressed against him intimately, as if they were a couple who had been in love for a long time and had a deep affection for each other. Mo Jiang hesitated for a moment, a struggle flashed through his mind, but in the end he did not refuse. He let Yunshi hold his hand, interlocking their fingers. Yunshi's face was gently pressed against Mo Jiang's shoulder, looking like a little bird. Mo Jiang, what do you think my sister would say if she saw us like this? Yunshi raised her head, looked at Mo Jiang, and asked with a smile on her face. Mo Jiang glanced at Yunshi and said calmly, no. Besides, she was the one who filed for the divorce. That's right. Yunshi said, holding Mo Jiang's hand tighter. Afterwards, the two walked hand in hand to the room designated by Yun's father. When Yunshi entered the room, she restrained the blatant ambiguity that she had shown outside just now. But she still held hands with Mo Jiang. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Yun's father, Yun's mother, and Yunwen were already sitting inside. The moment the door opened, the three people in the room looked over at the same time. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang and then at her sister Yunshi. Their whole person froze in place for a moment. She couldn't believe her eyes. Mo Jiang was actually holding hands with her sister, and their fingers were intertwined. An indescribable discomfort surged into Yunwen's heart. Chapter 34 He is still my husband. It seems like you two had a good chat. Father Yun's eyes fell gently on Mo Jiang and Yunshi. Look at their intimate behavior. A relieved smile appeared on his face, and there was a hint of joking in his tone. His eyes were full of satisfaction with the relationship between the two. Dad thought it would take a while for you two to get used to each other, but I didn't expect you to be so compatible. Father Yun continued. Yeah, Dad, I think Mo Jiang is a good match for me. Yunshi smiled and let go of Mo Jiang's hand. He came to Yun's father in an instant and gave him a big hug. She snuggled tightly in Father Yun's arms. The voice of the spoiled child was soft and sticky. Dad, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Har har, Dad misses you too, my dear daughter. Father Yun's eyes were full of doting and he gently patted Yunshi on the back. Mom, I miss you too. After Yunshi let go of her father, she turned around and gave her mother a big hug. She buried her head deeply in Yunmu's arms. Mom misses you too. I thought you forgot about me. How could that be? A daughter loves her mother the most. Yunshi said in a tender voice. By the way, Yunwen, are you okay? I heard that you were kidnapped. After Yunshi hugged her mother affectionately for several times, she turned her gaze towards where Yunwen was. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of concern. Yunwen. Seeing Yunwen in a daze, Yunshi couldn't help but raise her voice and shout again. Oh, yes. Yunwen finally came back to his senses. Just now, the image of Mo Jiang and his sister holding hands kept flashing through her mind. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Is it because of the kidnapping? Yunshi asked with concern, tilting her head slightly. What's past is past. Be careful next time and don't get together with those weird men. Yunshi said earnestly, with a sister-like tone of admonition and concern, otherwise, my parents and I will be worried about you. Yes, I will. Yunwen responded softly. So, a hug. Yunshi said this with a gentle smile on her face. She walked up to Yunwen and slowly spread out her hands. Yunwen did not refuse. She took a few steps forward slowly, her movements a little slow. He hugged Yunshi gently. However, her eyes looked uncontrollably in the direction of Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang still had no expression on his face. It was not until Yunxi released their hug from her that she walked over to the seat next to Mo Jiang and sat down. Then he naturally started talking to Mo Jiang. The two of them chatted with each other and laughed continuously. Yunwen watched this scene. Inexplicably, I felt uncomfortable in waves. Especially when she looked up and saw the faint smile on Mo Jiang's face. When he looked at his sister Yunxi's face, the stinging pain in her heart almost overwhelmed her. Obviously Mo Jiang is her legal husband. She is the other half of Mo Jiang, who has been married for 2.5 years. But she seemed to have selectively forgotten. On her wedding day, she did it in front of many important figures. He resolutely took Feng Jian's hand and escaped. She ruthlessly abandoned Mo Jiang and their marriage, which should have been a happy one. Later, she lived with Feng Jian, a single man and a single woman, abroad. If Yun's father hadn't secretly sent someone to keep an eye on him and sternly warned Feng Jian, I'm afraid the two of them have already crossed the bottom line and had an unthinkable relationship. Moreover, it was she who filed for divorce herself. Yunwen fell into a long silence. She slowly lowered her head and her eyes fell on the reflection of the dinner plate. The faint light illuminated the necklace around her neck. This necklace cost Mo Jiang a lot of money. Gifted to her. After these few days of getting along. Especially after experiencing all the twists and turns of being kidnapped and fortunately being rescued by Mo Jiang. Unconsciously, she seemed to have developed some feelings for this man. Just now, in the dim woodshed. The dim light softly shines on Mo Jiang's face. That moment. Her heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably, like the fluttering of a deer. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, if it wasn't because of Kazama. Will she be able to live happily with Mo Jiang? The more Yunwen thought about it, the stronger his resentment towards Feng Jian became. Today, let's have a toast to celebrate my precious daughter Yunxi's return to China. Father Yun's cheerful voice broke Yunwen's thoughts. Yunwen heard his father's words and silently picked up the bottle of red wine. He slowly poured himself a glass of red wine, then slowly stood up. At this time, everyone raised their glasses and clinked them against each other. Everyone drank it all in one gulp. Yunwen just sat down. She caught a glimpse of her sister Yunxi, who quietly switched their wine glasses while Mo Jiang was picking up some food. She was startled. I want to speak up and stop all this. But when the words came to my lips, they seemed to be choked by something and I didn't know where to start. She could only stare at Yunxi blankly and quietly. I watched her drink up Mo Jiang's wine. Then she leaned gently on Mo Jiang's shoulder coquettishly, with a happy and sweet look on her face. Soon, the dinner party was over. Except for Yunwen, everyone else enjoyed the meal very much. Mo Jiang really has a good impression of Yunxi. She can talk and flirt. And he is very considerate of people's emotions. Because everyone was drinking to some extent. To ensure safety, Mo Jiang called a designated driver. After returning to the courtyard, Mo Jiang was already drunk and his steps were staggering. Among these 5 people, Mo Jiang and Yun's father drank the most. Yunwen, Yunmu and Yunxi only tasted the wine and drank 1 or 2 cups each. Yunwen watched Yunxi supporting Mo Jiang affectionately as they walked towards her own room. She suddenly felt anxious and quickly stepped forward, reaching out to stop Yunxi. Sister, what are you doing? Yunwen frowned, with a questioning tone in his voice. Mo Jiang is still my husband. Even if you helped him, you should have helped him to my room. How did you help him to your room? Chapter 35, recognized as Xiao Yunjing? Who is she? Oh, sister, you are being unkind. Yunxi's lips curled up slightly. The smile was vague, but it carried a hint of sarcasm that was hard to ignore. As she spoke, she naturally put her hands around Mo Jiang's waist. There was a flash of pride in his eyes, declaring a certain sovereignty to Yunwen. It was you who filed for the divorce, and it was you who ran away from the marriage with another man. Now you say he is your husband. Aren't you ashamed when you say that? Yunxi's voice was not loud, but every word was as sharp as a needle. The harm you have done to him cannot be easily wiped out. Do you think that just because he's still your husband, you can pretend nothing happened? The reproach in her tone grew stronger. Lay out Yunwen's past mistakes one by one. After saying that, Yunxi held Mo Jiang steadily. Walk towards your room. Yunwen opened his lips slightly and was about to speak. But her throat was stuck and she couldn't make a complete sound. I watched Mo Jiang getting closer and closer to Yunxi's room. A strong feeling of unwillingness surged in my heart. She subconsciously rushed forward and blocked their way again. But at least he is still my husband now. Yunwen gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. His expression was extremely determined. Sister, you don't want to be known for sleeping with your brother-in-law at night, which is against common sense. She looked straight into Yunxi's eyes. Yunxi heard what Yunwen said. I was slightly stunned at first. The expression on his face froze for a moment. Then she chuckled. The laughter was particularly clear in the silent corridor. Okay, my dear sister, you have never escaped from my palm since you were a child. Now, you have become more capable. Anyway, you're going to divorce our dad after his birthday. I'm not in a hurry for a while. As Yunxi spoke, she brought Mo Jiang in front of Yunwen. He slowly loosened his grip. I found Yunwen's behavior funny. Seeing this, Yunwen bent down quickly, almost instinctively. Hugged Mo Jiang tightly. Humph, who said I must divorce him? Yunwen muttered softly. The sound was as small as a mosquito's buzz. When Yunxi heard Yunwen's words, she couldn't help but chuckle again. The smile seemed like a mockery. Why are you laughing? Yunwen was irritated by Yunxi's laughter and asked angrily. Yunxi shook her head helplessly. His face was replaced with a serious expression. Slowly said, Girl, why don't you understand? Men are creatures with strong self-esteem and a strong desire to win. Think about what you did 2.5 years ago. For any man, it's nothing short of a devastating disaster. On the wedding day, his wife ran off with another man and even escaped from the marriage. How much pressure must he have been under? If it were you, could you bear it? How strong must he be to not divorce you and not collapse? Also, do you really think that he stayed in the Yun family for the past 2.5 years just because he still had feelings for you? Do you really think he can control himself without desire? Yunxi said this, leaning forward slightly. He moved closer to Yunwen and lowered his voice deliberately. He spoke word by word. If it weren't for the fact that the identity of the Yun family's son-in-law could bring him many benefits. I'm afraid you're nothing in his eyes. Am I wrong, female president? After hearing these words, Yunwen stood there in a daze. Her eyes were empty. She stared blankly at Mo Jiang, who was drunk and unconscious in her arms. Yunxi's words. It struck her heart hard again and again. It made her heart ache. Yunxi saw this. A few more chuckles, then he turned around. Go back to your room. Only Yunwen was left standing there alone. My mind is like a tangled mess, with all kinds of thoughts intertwined and unable to make sense of them. Yunwen took a deep breath and suppressed the complex emotions in his heart. Finally hugged Mo Jiang. Walk towards your room step by step. Mingming finally managed to take Mo Jiang back from his sister. But there was no joy in her heart. Instead, it was shrouded in a heavy haze. Her mind kept replaying what her sister had just said. It kept circling in her ears, lingering. Finally, Yunwen carried Mo Jiang back to the bed in the room. Mo Jiang's face was flushed at this time. His eyes were blurry and he looked drunk. He kept mumbling drunken words from time to time. I'm not drunk, I can still drink. You're already so drunk, and you're still drinking. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang's appearance and sighed helplessly. He spoke softly, not sure whether the drunk Mo Jiang could hear him. Just then, my mother's concerned and gentle voice came from outside the door. Yunwen, I've prepared the hangover soup. Bring it in for Mo Jiang to drink. Yunwen heard his mother's voice. He stood up slowly and walked to the door. She gently opened the door and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Well, okay, Mom. Yunwen then carefully picked up the hangover soup. Walked slowly to the table step by step and put it down gently. Then she bent down and tried to prop Mo Jiang up. Thinking in my heart, if I lie down, Mo Jiang had no way of drinking the hangover soup. But just when Yunwen had just leaned half of Mo Jiang's body against the head of the bed, her feet suddenly slipped and she lost her balance in an instant. She threw herself forward uncontrollably and buried herself directly in Mo Jiang's arms. Yunwen was suddenly panicked and his heart was pounding. She tried desperately to break free. But he found that Mo Jiang got the strength from nowhere. Hold her tightly. This made her stick tightly to Mo Jiang, unable to move. Yunwen only felt a burning sensation on her face, and her little face instantly turned red. She said shyly and anxiously, What are you doing? Let go. Her voice trembled slightly due to nervousness and shyness. However, when Mo Jiang spoke, Yunwen was completely stunned. Xiao Yunjing, I'm sorry. I hope you won't blame me. Mo Jiang's voice was unclear. But Yunwen was completely stunned for a moment. She lay blankly in Mo Jiang's arms, her mind going blank. Mo Jiang actually mistook her for another woman. A sour feeling suddenly surged into my heart. Sour and astringent. Who is Xiao Yunjing? Yunwen was a little jealous. An indescribable feeling of grievance welled up in my heart. She raised her head and looked straight at Mo Jiang. His eyes were full of confusion. My mind involuntarily recalled the charity auction a few days ago. The jade bracelet that Mo Jianghua bought at a high price. She couldn't help but guess. Was that jade bracelet bought for this woman named Xiao Yunjing? Before Yunwen could come back to his senses from his confused thoughts, Mo Jiang suddenly lowered his head. Without any warning, he kissed Yunwen's lips. Yunwen only felt a buzzing sound in his head. The pupils suddenly dilated. I could clearly feel the strong and pungent smell of alcohol on Mo Jiang's lips. She subconsciously wanted to resist. He pushed Mo Jiang hard with both hands and struggled with his legs. But Mo Jiang held him tightly and he couldn't move at all. Soon, Yunwen began to feel powerless. A soft feeling spreads throughout the body. My whole body went limp uncontrollably. She felt somewhat weak after being kissed by Mo Jiang. Her mind was in a mess at this moment, and her reason told her that she should struggle to break free. But emotionally, I seem a little overwhelmed. This put her in extreme turmoil. After a while, Yunwen could no longer bear it. Using the last bit of his strength, he gently patted Mo Jiang's chest. Mo Jiang then slowly released his lips. Xiao Yunjing, after all this time, I still can't let you go. Can you forgive me? Mo Jiang was still mumbling. At the same time, he reached out his hand to Yunwen's clothes and groped with his fingers. He was about to undress Yunwen, as if he wanted to take the next step. Abbreviation. Teaching and Training. Chapter 36, Put on your clothes, I am not worthy. In the room. The warm yellow light shines gently. Yunwen's pretty face flushed. There is a hint of shyness in the light and shadow. Her eyes were fixed on Mo Jiang's slow-moving hand. My heart follows his movements. It was beating violently. Mo Jiang's fingertips trembled slightly as he unbuttoned her clothes one by one. Unlock one at a time. Every tiny sound hit Yunwen's heart hard. At first, Yunwen pressed hard against Mo Jiang's shoulders with both hands, trying to break free. But the drunk Mo Jiang had amazing strength. Her resistance seemed futile. The smell of alcohol emanating from Mo Jiang carried with it a scent that was unique to him. It kept drilling into Yunwen's nasal cavity, making her brain dizzy. As the buttons were undone one by one, Yunwen's resistance gradually became weaker. His hands slowly fell to his sides. His eyes were full of panic and helplessness, and finally he stopped struggling. His breathing became more rapid and disordered. In a blink of an eye, her clothes were half open, leaving only her underwear to cover her body. Yunwen closed her eyes tightly, and her long eyelashes trembled constantly. She pursed her lips slightly. She subconsciously spread her hands to the sides, looking innocent and helpless. Mo Jiang was drunk and confused. Stretch out your long arms. He suddenly hugged Yunwen's slender waist. Press her close to you. The heartbeats of the two people intertwined into a chaotic drumbeat. Just when Mo Jiang's hands wanted to move uncontrollably again, Yunwen couldn't help but let out a soft cry. This gentle call instantly made Mo Jiang sober up a little. He raised his eyes slowly. For the first time, he looked clearly at Yunwen, whose face was flushed. There was a flash of confusion in his eyes. Then I was deeply shocked. He froze in place for a moment. After several seconds, it felt like being scalded. He quickly looked away and abruptly let go of Yunwen. The atmosphere in the room was solemn and subtle. The warm yellow light seemed to be infected by the atmosphere and became a little depressing. Mo Jiang's eyes fell on Yunwen, who was only wearing underwear. A blush quickly appeared on her face, and even her ears began to feel hot. He turned his head away in panic and stammered, You, put on your clothes first. Yunwen did not respond. His eyes were red, as if filled with grievance and unwillingness. Her long legs stood out in the dim light. She slowly took a few steps towards Mo Jiang. There was a slight tremor in their voice. There was also a hint of self-abandonment. No. Don't you want to be close to me? Am I not pretty enough? Speaking of. She actually reached out, held Mo Jiang's hand and pressed it against her chest. Can you really hold it in? Mo Jiang was shocked. His eyes were fixed on Yunwen, whose face was flushed red. Trying his best to control the emotions surging in his heart, he said in a deep voice, "Let go." After a pause, he added, "We're getting divorced in a few days, don't be like this." Is it because of that little Yunjing? Yunwen's voice was tearful. Mo Jiang was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, "How do you know her? You mistook me for her just now." Tears finally rolled down Yunwen's eyes and flowed across her red cheeks. Mo Jiang was silent for a moment, and then explained in a low voice, "She is from my past, and now I have nothing to do with her." After saying, he advised again, "Put on your clothes and don't degrade yourself like this." Yunwen just kept shaking his head. She cried even harder, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Then she eagerly asked, "Can we get back together? I have completely severed ties with Kazama, and I am still innocent." Mo Jiang heard this. The body unconsciously reveals resistance. It's amazing to think that Yunwen lived with Fengjian for 2.5 years. Even betrayed me on my wedding day. It is difficult to feel any good feelings in my heart anymore. He turned his head away, avoiding Yunwen's gaze. She said calmly, "No, you should keep this precious thing of yours for the man who truly loves you." "I can't bear it. I really know I was wrong, Mo Jiang." Yunwen's voice was clearly filled with tears. Her eyes were fixed on Mo Jiang. "I was also bewitched by him. Let's start over again and start a new relationship, okay?" Her tone was almost pleading, and her voice was trembling slightly. Mo Jiang just looked at Yunwen's tear-stained face quietly and did not respond immediately. After a while, he stood up slowly and walked to the drawer beside him. He reached out, opened the drawer, and pulled out a few tissues. "Wipe your tears yourself." Mo Jiang's voice was as calm as water. He was not too moved by Yunwen's pleading. "I don't." Yunwen seemed like a sulky child. She turned her face away, unwilling to take the tissue that Mo Jiang handed over. "Love or not? Throw it yourself." Mo Jiang's tone remained cold, and he didn't seem to intend to force Yunwen anymore. He put the tissue aside. Seeing this, Yunwen felt even more aggrieved. "Just crumple up those paper towels into a ball. Throw it into the trash can with a sense of resentment. Pick up these tissues." Mo Jiang looked at the paper bowl in the trash can and said coldly, "I." A hint of disdain flashed across Yunwen's eyes. Looking at the crumpled tissues, "It's impossible. The tissues are so dirty." She frowned, her face full of reluctance. The corners of Mo Jiang's mouth rose slightly. He gave a mocking sneer, "Look, you even think it's dirty. Isn't this piece of paper useless? There's no trash in the trash can, and the tissues are clean, so why are you disgusted?" His eyes were fixed on Yunwen. It sounded like a question, but also like a mockery. "This." Yunwen was speechless for a moment. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to respond to Mo Jiang's question. "Put on your clothes and stop talking about these useless things," Mo Jiang said. He stood up again and cast his eyes towards the hangover soup on the table. Then he slowly sat down on the chair. "I picked up the hangover soup and drank it mouthful by mouthful. Can we really not be together again?" Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang's back. Her voice was very soft, afraid to hear Mo Jiang's negative answer. Mo Jiang listened to Yunwen's voice behind him. He turned his head slightly and looked at Yunwen. He asked expressionlessly, "Why? Give me a reason." Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang and replied, "A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in my heart. Because I like you." As he spoke, Yunwen blushed and lowered his head. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes. "Seems a little nervous and shy." "Oh." Mo Jiang just responded calmly. There was still no expression on his face. He turned his head and continued drinking the sobering soup. Yunwen was stunned for a moment. The hope in my heart was shaken for a moment. She asked anxiously, "What do you mean by oh?" Her eyes were full of confusion and anxiety. Nothing else. Mo Jiang still had that cold look on his face, and there was no fluctuation in his tone. After drinking the sobering soup, he seemed to be much more sober. "I have no patience for you, nor do I love you. Being together will only hurt you." Mo Jiang spoke slowly. I don't care. I was in the wrong first. No matter how you play with me or vent your anger on me, I don't care. Yunwen said hurriedly, as if he was ready to bear everything. "We can cultivate our relationship. No matter what you say in the future, I will agree to you." I. Chapter 37, Still Peeking. Shameless Yunwen. Yunwen wanted to say something else. However, the words came to my lips. But he was interrupted mercilessly by Mo Jiang. "I despise you and think you have no shame. Is that okay?" Mo Jiang's voice remained calm. But it carries a kind of coldness that cannot be ignored. There are only countless and zero times of cheating in marriage. He said this coldly. He completely ignored Yunwen. Mo Jiang stood up slowly and picked up the bowl of sobering soup. "Just prepare to leave this room." Yunwen could only stand there blankly. Uncontrollable tears blurred her eyes again. The tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the ground. "Hey, Mo Jiang, why did you come out?" When Mo Jiang put the bowl in the kitchen. "I happened to meet Micah." Yunmu asked, looking at Mo Jiang with a gentle smile on her face. Mo Jiang saw this. He immediately put on a polite smile and said, "Mom, the soup is finished, take it out and put it away." His tone was natural. It was as if the intense emotions in the room just now had never appeared. "Well, it's getting late, you should go back to your room and sleep," Yunmu said. While taking the bowl that Mo Jiang brought, he began to wash it carefully in the sink. After washing, she put the bowl into the sterilizer again. Then he turned around and said to Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang nodded and responded briefly. Then he turned and walked towards the room. After returning to the room, he closed the door gently. Mo Jiang felt a little tired. "I plan to take a hot bath and then have a good sleep." Then he walked to the closet and opened the door. He took out clean clothes and pants from it. "Do you want to wash it or should I?" Mo Jiang looked at Yunwen, who was squatting on the bed, and asked in a calm tone. "Can we take a shower together?" Yunwen raised his head slightly. With a hint of expectation and shyness in her eyes, she looked at Mo Jiang weakly and said. Her voice was very soft, fearing that her request would upset Mo Jiang. "No." Mo Jiang had almost no hesitation. Directly rejected Yunwen's proposal. His tone was firm, leaving no room for Yunwen to negotiate. "Then can I come in and take a shower with you while you're in the middle of it?" Yunwen didn't seem to be planning to give up, and asked again carefully. Mo Jiang. Faced with Yunwen's bold question, Mo Jiang didn't know how to react for a moment. After a moment's silence, he ignored Yunwen and walked straight to the bathroom with his clothes. After entering the bathroom, he locked the door. This way Yunwen can be kept out of the door. After all, I can't find a key to open it for him. At this time, Yunwen had not had time to change clothes. He was only wearing too thin underwear. The sound of water from the shower came through the bathroom door. It is especially clear in a quiet room. This voice made Yunwen inexplicably nervous, and she swallowed subconsciously. Yunwen put on slippers. With her long legs, she lightly stepped to the bathroom door in just a few steps. She stared down at the door handle. He hesitated for a moment, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Finally, she slowly reached out her hand. Hold the door handle lightly and try to turn it gently. The door didn't move at all. It seemed that Mo Jiang had indeed locked it. But this is not a problem for Yunwen. She seemed to suddenly remember something. He walked quickly to a cabinet and opened the door quickly. She rummaged through the cupboard. He took out a key from the interlayer of a book. This key is the spare key to the bathroom. When she placed this key before, I never thought it would come in handy in a situation like this. I just let it go at that time. Unexpectedly, this moment became the key for her to enter the bathroom. In the bathroom, the water sprayed from the shower head was very loud, making a gurgling sound. Mo Jiang was washing his body leisurely. The hot water flowed down his body, making him forget his previous troubles for a while. He didn't notice at all. The bathroom door had been quietly opened a tiny crack. And an eye is looking through this gap. Looking around cautiously, Yunwen saw Mo Jiang's broad and strong back through the crack in the door. The lines are smooth and powerful. The muscles rippled slightly with his movements. This scene made her unable to help but look at it a few more times. The image of Kazama's naked upper body that I had seen before unconsciously emerged in my mind. At that time, she thought Fengjian had a good figure. But now compared with Morjian, there is a huge difference and it is far inferior. Yunwen couldn't help but watch intently. A blush gradually appeared on her face. A subtle emotion quietly spread in her heart. Watching. Some images of intimate contact between men and women suddenly flashed through Yunwen's mind. Those images kept flashing in her mind like movie clips. Her face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. My heart is filled with shyness and panic. The heart also began to beat uncontrollably. Because the gap in the door is too narrow. And Yunwen was very nervous. Suddenly, her hand slipped. There was only a loud clang. The door flew open. Yunwen fell forward due to inertia. He fell awkwardly onto the wet bathroom floor. In a panic. Her already thin underwear was torn into a mess. Large areas of skin are faintly visible. Yunwen was both embarrassed and anxious. My mind went blank. I subconsciously covered my body with my hands. His face was as red as a ripe tomato. At this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and avoid this extremely embarrassing scene. Mo Jiang was startled when he heard the sudden sound. Turned around suddenly. When he saw Yunwen suddenly breaking in. He was stunned for a moment, with shock and confusion written all over his face. He clearly remembered that he had locked the door. What is going on? For a while, the two of them stared at each other. The air in the entire bathroom seemed to freeze. The atmosphere of embarrassment spread like a thick fog, making it almost impossible to breathe. Yunwen lowered his head and stared at the ground. I didn't dare to look into Mo Jiang's eyes. I was filled with regret for being so rash and doing such a shameful thing. Yunwen opened his mouth, wanting to explain it all. But my throat seemed to be choked by something. For a moment I didn't know where to start. The words haven't been spoken yet. Next second, Mo Jiang hurriedly kicked her out of the bathroom. Mo Jiang felt both embarrassed and annoyed at this moment. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang as he quickly wrapped himself in a towel, his face flushed. Mo Jiang asked with some embarrassment, "No, how did you open the door?" Mo Jiang's voice rose unconsciously due to excitement, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Seeing Mo Jiang's shy look, a thought suddenly popped up in Yunwen's mind: he is so cute. The thought flashed through my mind. It eased her originally nervous mood a little. I opened it with a key. Yunwen said this while spreading out his hands. Want to show the key to Mo Jiang. But her movements were too big. The already messy clothes accidentally slipped off. A large area of skin was instantly exposed without reservation. Mo Jiang was panicked when he saw this. He quickly turned his head away, not daring to look again. He hurriedly picked up the clothes prepared beside him. Throw it towards Yunwen. The voice said hurriedly, put on your clothes at least. He just wanted Yunwen to cover his body quickly and end this embarrassing situation. I'm only like this to you. Yunwen muttered softly. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. After hearing this, Mo Jiang was speechless for a moment. Chapter 38. Help me get my panties, Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang put on his shorts, leaving his upper body naked. The hairdryer in my hand was humming. He was casually fiddling with his hair with a hairdryer. As he turned his head inadvertently, his eyes fell on Yunwen, who was sitting quietly beside him on the bed. You're not washing yet. Mo Jiang frowned slightly, looked at Yunwen, and asked. There was an unconscious urgency in his tone. After all, it's getting late now. I want you to help me wash. Yunwen lowered his head deeply, holding the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands. Don't want. Mo Jiang refused almost instinctively and without hesitation. There was no room for Yunwen to negotiate even a little bit. Then I won't wash it. Yunwen glanced at Mo Jiang's profile with some annoyance. He pursed his lips slightly and muttered these words quietly. Then I'll sleep on the sofa later. Mo Jiang still responded calmly. No, I'll just go take a shower. Don't refuse to sleep with me. Yunwen was shocked when she heard that Mo Jiang was going to sleep on the sofa and not share the bed with her. I suddenly became anxious. Her originally quiet eyes were instantly filled with anxiety and reluctance. He quickly moved his body and approached Mo Jiang. Why don't you go now? Mo Jiang looked at Yunwen's anxious expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yunwen was very reluctant in his heart. But when I thought about sleeping with Mo Jiang, I weighed the pros and cons. He stood up slowly and walked towards the closet. She stopped in front of the closet and searched carefully. Finally, her eyes locked on a set of pink pajamas. The fabric of this pajamas is very soft and can perfectly outline her graceful curves. Yunwen picked up the pajamas and held them tightly in his arms. Yunwen gently opened the bathroom door and walked in slowly. However, the bathroom door was not closed for long. A tiny crack opened up again. She poked her head out cautiously. Mo Jiang. Yunwen called out softly, with a hint of coquettishness unconsciously in her voice. Mo Jiang turned his head helplessly. Look at the half-body that is exposed from the crack in the door. Yunwen's face was red, as if it had just been steamed by hot water, with an alluring blush. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. What is Yunwen up to? What's wrong? Mo Jiang asked, with a hint of doubt in his tone. I forgot to take my change of underwear. Yunwen bit her lips slightly, with an embarrassed look on her face. There was a hint of embarrassment in his voice. What, you can forget this? Mo Jiang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A suspicion suddenly arose in my heart, and I felt that Yunwen seemed to have done it on purpose. But, think about it. I really can't find any solid evidence to prove my guess. Can't you come out and get it yourself? Mo Jiang was actually not very willing to help Yunwen. After all, this situation is really embarrassing. Anyone who encounters this will feel uncomfortable. But, I'm all dressed. There was a hint of grievance in Yunwen's voice. And my hair is wet too, Tilda. She added, her tone rising slightly and the ending drawn out, as if she was deliberately acting coquettishly. Can you help me get it, Mo Jiang, please, Tilda? Yunwen said. She didn't even realize it herself. At this moment, she actually used such a coquettish tone towards Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang had long been accustomed to Yunwen's lukewarm attitude towards him. Suddenly I heard this delicate and coquettish voice. I suddenly felt uncomfortable all over and got goosebumps. If you really don't want to get it for me, then I'll have to go get it myself. Speaking of. Yunwen pretended to open the bathroom door directly. When Mo Jiang saw this situation, he immediately panicked. He turned his head away hastily and said in a panic, go in, I'll get it for you. He didn't want to see Yunwen coming out of the bathroom in such a disheveled state. Just thinking about that scene makes me so embarrassed that I want to dig my toes into the ground. Mo Jiang, you are the best. Yunwen blinked his bright eyes and a sly smile appeared on his face. Don't think I won't divorce you because of this. Mo Jiang just spoke silently, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. He didn't care about the expression on Yunwen's face and walked towards the closet. Mo Jiang and Yunwen's clothes were stacked in 2 layers in the closet. He opened Yunwen's wardrobe and saw the compartment specifically for underwear. When his eye swept over the things in the grid, he was really surprised. Oh, there are all kinds of underwear inside. There are ones with the yellow mouse Pikachu pattern, and also ones with cartoon characters like Cardcaptor Sakura. Mo Jiang never expected this. Yunwen always looks cold in front of others. I actually prepare such cute style underwear in private. This strong sense of contrast made him feel an inexplicable smile in his heart. I couldn't help but laugh. Is it okay, Mo Jiang? Yunwen urged anxiously in the bathroom, his voice coming through the crack in the door. All right. Mo Jiang heard the voice and didn't delay any longer. He grabbed a pair of underwear with a Pikachu pattern on it and headed towards the bathroom. As he got closer, he saw the bathroom door was half open. Before he could react, Yunwen suddenly opened the door completely, as if he had planned it in advance. With a stumble, the whole person fell towards him. You know, Mo Jiang was shirtless at this time, wearing only a pair of shorts. Yunwen rushed straight towards him. Mo Jiang clearly felt the touch of her warm skin. At that moment, his brain seemed to be struck by electricity. There was a blank in an instant, and I was completely panicked. You, get up. Mo Jiang's face turned red instantly. His voice trembled slightly due to nervousness and shyness, and even his speech became stuttering. Yunwen did not stand up immediately. Instead, she put her arms around Mo Jiang's waist and said in a crying voice, "I sprained my foot, Mo Jiang, it hurts." As she spoke, she lifted her feet. She looked at Mo Jiang with a wronged expression, looking so pitiful. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if they would burst out at the next second, making people feel pity for her. Mo Jiang was a little at a loss. Reluctantly, he said, "Then wrap yourself in a bath towel first. Otherwise, this wouldn't be good." Yunwen seemed not to hear it and still leaned against him tightly. Seeing this, Mo Jiang pretended to be serious and raised his voice, "If you do this again, I will really be angry." Yunwen then realized that Mo Jiang seemed really unhappy. I couldn't help but feel a little scared and reluctantly let go of her hand. "Take the underwear into the bathroom and wrap yourself in a towel." He limped out. "Sit in a chair." Mo Jiang calmed down his emotions, tried to regain his composure, and spoke to Yunwen in a calm tone. Yunwen nodded obediently. Like an obedient child, he sat on the stool obediently. "Lift your legs." Chapter 39, Bad News from the Bodybuilding Circle. He used to exercise with Cai Yunjing. I got leg cramps from exhaustion during the process. To deal with this kind of situation, Mo Jiang has accumulated some experience. He slowly squatted down. He gently held Yunwen's little feet. "Start kneading slowly." His palm applied just the right amount of pressure, trying to help Yunwen relieve the pain from the sprain. "Hum tilde." Yunwen couldn't help but hum softly. The voice was soft and gentle, and seemed to carry a hint of indescribable joy. Mo Jiang subconsciously raised his eyes and glanced at Yunwen. With a warning look in his eyes, he said, "Don't make any weird noises. It's because you rubbed me so well, Mo Jiang." Yunwen's cheeks were flushed like a ripe apple, and she responded with a hint of shyness. Her eyes narrowed slightly and an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face. Mo Jiang didn't say anything. But his palms were always on Yunwen's feet, and he was concentrating on massaging them. His expression was as calm as water, and he was not affected by Yunwen's words at all. Yunwen felt the warmth coming from Mo Jiang's palm. The little face instantly became redder. Especially when she lowered her head slightly. Looking at Mo Jiang's calm and unperturbed appearance, an inexplicable attraction quietly grows in my heart. Her eyes seemed to be fixed on Mo Jiang and she couldn't move them away. "Mo Jiang, can we really not cultivate our relationship anymore?" Yunwen gently placed his hand on his chest. The sound was like a mosquito, carrying a hint of caution and expectation. Mo Jiang was silent for a while. After a moment, he uttered two words, "No." Yunwen still had some hope. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment and said, "Oh, then, what if I pursue you again? I can catch you, okay?" There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He stared at Mo Jiang closely, trying to find any sign of relaxation in his expression. Mo Jiang felt that it was about right. Then he slowly put down his hand and stood up. "Whatever you want." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, as if to brush off the non-existent dust on his hands. "Go back to the bathroom, put on your clothes, turn off the lights and go to bed." After he gave the order, he no longer paid attention to Yunwen and prepared to rest. Yunwen couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that Mo Jiang didn't directly deny it. She thought to herself, "At least Mo Jiang doesn't hate him that much, which may be a good sign." Then she walked to the bathroom like a happy little rabbit. Mo Jiang looked at her like this and shook his head helplessly. He really didn't understand. What on earth has Yunwen gone crazy for? There was such a sudden change. Then he put on his shirt. Lying lazily on the bed, I picked up my phone and started watching videos. Not long after, Yunwen walked out wearing the carefully selected pink pajamas. The pajamas fit her body curves well, making her look even more charming and delicate. She walked over to the bed with a smile on her face. "Do I look good, Mo Jiang?" Yunwen blinked her bright big eyes and looked at Mo Jiang expectantly, hoping to get his praise. "Turn off the lights." Mo Jiang didn't even look at Yunwen. Instead, he continued to concentrate on watching the video on his phone. The voice in the video. Bad news from the bodybuilding community. He seemed completely absorbed in the video content. Yunwen curled his lips, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. She reached out her hand, gently poked Mo Jiang's waist, and called out coquettishly, "Mo Jiang. It looks good, okay." Mo Jiang responded perfunctorily, his eyes still not leaving the phone screen. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang, who didn't even look at him. "I just casually said it looked good, but I felt more aggrieved inside." She raised her head and looked at Mo Jiang. "I looked at my phone again and listened to their voice coming from it. Kunbalong gets 6 injections a day, and the muscles are corroded by oil." She couldn't help but mutter, "What's so good about it, really?" But in the end, she ran over to turn off the lights. Then, like a kitten, he quietly slipped into bed. She tilted her head, staring at Mo Jiang's profile intently. Mo Jiang's profile has strong lines, exuding a unique charm. "Mo Jiang, can I hug you?" Yunwen mustered up his courage and asked in a low voice. "No." Mo Jiang refused briefly. As he spoke, he moved. He deliberately kept about half a meter away from Yunwen, drawing a boundary between the two of them. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang's behavior. An extremely familiar feeling welled up in my heart. She suddenly remembered that this was exactly what she did to Mo Jiang on the night she returned home. Her heart ached and regret welled up in her. "Yes, I'm sorry," she whispered, "I'll make it up to you later." However, Mo Jiang did not speak. As if he had fallen into deep thought. After a while, Mo Jiang turned off his phone and gradually fell asleep. Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang with his eyes closed, not sure if he was really asleep. She hesitated for a long time. Finally, he reached out his hand cautiously. He gently touched Mo Jiang's shoulder. Seeing that Mo Jiang didn't react at all, she became bolder and slowly moved her body again. Moved slowly towards Mo Jiang. Feeling the breath coming from Mo Jiang. The next day, the early morning sunlight shines through the cracks in the window and gently fills the room. Mo Jiang woke up early. He tried to get up out of habit, but felt something pulling at his body tightly. He turned his head. I saw Yunwen tightly wrapped around my body like an octopus. All her limbs were draped over him, and she was sleeping soundly. "Hello." Mo Jiang called softly, trying to wake Yunwen up. He reached out and pulled Yunwen's hand away from him. Yunwen was still somewhat reluctant and muttered to himself. She reached out her hand and hooked it around Mo Jiang's shoulders, saying coquettishly, "Don't leave. Stay with me and sleep for a while." Her voice was thick with sleep. Mo Jiang said nothing and tried again. "Just pry Yunwen's hands open." Then he got out of bed. When Yunwen saw Mo Jiang get out of bed, he knew that he couldn't continue to sleep in. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and got out of bed. Mo Jiang simply washed up, brushed his teeth, and walked out of the room. Just walked into the living room. I saw Yunmu busy in the kitchen, cooking a pot of fragrant porridge. Just about to bring out the porridge from the kitchen. Seeing this, Mo Jiang hurried forward. He reached out and helped Yunmu bring out the porridge. "Mom, why don't you hire a nanny? Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get tired if you always cook for yourself," Mo Jiang said with concern. "Dad, aren't you up yet?" he asked again. Yunmu just smiled and waved her hand, saying, "I'm used to cooking for myself. As the wife of our Yun family, I have nothing to do all day long. When I was young, I married into the Yun family and learned my cooking skills. Now is a good time to practice." Her smile is amiable, revealing the temperament of a good wife and mother. "Your dad was very drunk last night. He drank the sobering soup and is still sleeping. Wait until he wakes up and ask him to come over for dinner." At this time, Yunxi also walked out of the room. As soon as she came out, she walked straight to Mo Jiang. With a meaningful smile on his face, he asked, "Mo Jiang, how did you sleep last night? Is it okay for my sister to sleep with you? If your body resists, why don't you sleep in my room first to get used to it?" And at this moment, Yunwen, who had just come out of the room, happened to hear Yunxi's words. She was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Then she clenched her fists and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. A strong urge surged in my heart. She wanted to question her sister. Why do you say such things? Chapter 40, I'll take you to wash your feet in a few days, my good brother. Yunwen walked straight towards Yunxi, who was standing leisurely beside him. There was a hint of annoyance on his face and his eyes were full of questioning. Sister, Mo Jiang is my husband, what do you mean by that? There was obvious dissatisfaction in Yunwen's voice. Yunxi raised her eyes and looked at Yunwen's angry expression. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile, and he said softly, that's what you think. You? Yunwen was choked by Yunxi's leisurely attitude and was speechless. Clench your hands into fists. Okay, you two sisters, stop arguing. It's not easy to get together, so don't ruin the harmony. Yunmu hurriedly spoke up to persuade them. She glanced back and forth between her two daughters, fearing that the conflict would escalate further. Yunxi still had a smile on her face when she heard her mother's words. He walked over to his mother and said affectionately, well, okay, Mom. Then he said with a smile, Mom, you made breakfast for us early in the morning. You have worked hard. Come, sit down, and let your daughter give you a back massage. Seeing this, Yunmu smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. He couldn't close his mouth and said with relief, alas, you, girl, have made your parents feel at ease since you were a child. Of course. After all, I am the eldest sister in our family, so it's my duty. Yunxi responded with a smile. Yunwen watched this scene from the side, feeling mixed emotions. It's a bad feeling, from childhood to adulthood. No matter what she does, Yunxi always seems to be better than her. I will get more praise from my parents when I think of this. She was a little angry. But it was difficult to lose his temper in front of his mother, so he could only grit his teeth and feel very depressed. Yunwen looked to Mo Jiang for help, hoping to get some comfort from him. At this time, Mo Jiang was sitting quietly in a chair with a calm expression. Holding the bowl attentively, he slowly filled the porridge. Mo Jiang. Yunwen walked to Mo Jiang's side, leaned slightly closer, and called softly. There was a hint of coquettishness and grievance in her voice. Mo Jiang glanced at Yunwen beside him and asked coldly, what are you doing? I miss you. Before Yunwen could finish her words, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Mo Jiang. No time. I haven't finished my sentence yet. Yunwen's eyes were slightly red, and he said aggrievedly. Mo Jiang ignored her and finished his porridge. After eating 2 more eggs, he stood up and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Yunwen looked at Mo Jiang's leaving figure and asked anxiously. Go back to the company. Mo Jiang answered briefly, then looked at Yunmu and said politely, Mom, I'll go back to the company first. Yeah. Yunmu nodded with a smile. Have a safe journey, Mo Jiang. Yunxi also said with a smile, with just the right amount of concern in her tone. Okay. Mo Jiang responded. He walked out of the courtyard and drove the black Maybach slowly towards the company. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when Mo Jiang arrived at the company. The sun is getting hotter. It shines on the parking lot downstairs of the company, reflecting a dazzling light. He had just parked the car. I noticed a limited edition Bugatti parked next to it. If he remembered correctly, this should be Jiu Qingbei's car. Mo Jiang couldn't help but wonder why Jiu Qingbei came to his company. It suddenly flashed through his mind that he seemed to have said this to Jiu Qingbei before. When the time comes, we will recruit a few key employees. But he didn't think much about it and got out of the car. Mo Jiang got off the car and walked to the back of the company. Jiu Qingbei was seen surrounded by 3 or 4 strangers, and leaders of relevant departments were also around him. Mo Jiang had met this leader before. It was about the relevant leader of the department to which he submitted the information for the game release. He heard from his former colleagues that this leader was difficult to deal with. But he had brought Cai Yunjing with him to meet her before. But I found this leader to be quite kind, not as difficult to get along with as the legend said. Tsinghua University and Peking University. Mo Jiang walked forward and greeted him warmly. Jiu Qingbei heard Mo Jiang's voice. He turned around and a hearty smile immediately appeared on his face. He walked forward, patted Mo Jiang's shoulder vigorously, and said, "Oh, Mo Jiang." Then he changed the subject, "You came at the right time. I poached a few key employees from our company. Do you think it will work? Their dormitories and salary issues are left to you. They are all elderly people and can be trusted. Thank you, I didn't expect it to be so soon. Mo Jiang said with a smile, his eyes full of gratitude. The three key employees that Jiu Qingbei brought with him looked at Mo Jiang and said respectfully, "Hello, boss." Mo Jiang nodded. Then he called Qingye over and said, "Qingye, how these three employees were treated in the company before. Our company will treat them the same way." "Well, okay, Lao Jiang." After Aoba responded, he took the three employees to another office for an interview. Then, Mo Jiang looked at Jiu Qingbei and made an invitation gesture, "Come into my office and have a chat. Have a seat." "Okay." Jiu Qingbei agreed readily. In the office, the sunlight shines through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows and spreads across the ground. Mo Jiang sat on the stool beside the tea table, fiddling with the tea set. He picked up a can of packaged tea and gently opened it. Mo Jiang took out an appropriate amount of tea leaves from the jar and sprinkled them evenly into the teapot. Then he picked up the kettle beside him and poured water into the teapot. In an instant, the aroma of tea filled the entire office. Mo Jiang leaned forward slightly. "Pour the brewed tea into the teacups of Jiu Qingbei and the leaders who followed him in turn. By the way, Mo Jiang, I heard that your wife seemed to be kidnapped. How is it going?" Jiu Qingbei gently took the teacup and lowered his head slightly. He blew gently on the steaming tea. Then he took a few sips and slowly asked. "Fortunately, I went with a few hat uncles to rescue him yesterday and rescued him." Mo Jiang replied calmly. After listening to this, Jiu Qingbei nodded slightly. His expression relaxed a little, and he said, "Well, I'm glad you're okay. It's more important than anything else that people are safe. By the way, I remember your father-in-law's birthday is coming up in a few days." Jiu Qingbei seemed to suddenly remember something, his eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at Mo Jiang and said, "Yes, maybe you could do me a favor and go with me to Peking University or Tsinghua University." Mo Jiang looked at Jiu Qingbei. "My father-in-law's birthday is an important occasion, and it would be great if we had friends like Jiu Qingbei to go and add to the fun." "Of course it couldn't be better. Of course you can. As a good friend of mine, Jiu Qingbei, I will go over to support you on your father-in-law's birthday." Jiu Qingbei patted his chest and said generously, "By the way, let me tell you something. My cousin will be there too." Jiu Qingbei suddenly spoke at this time. Mo Jiang was silent for a while. Various rumors about the richest man's daughter quickly emerged in my mind. He said slowly, "I have heard of your cousin, the daughter of the richest man." "The daughter of the richest man, I heard that she is very stingy with words and is cold to people. I didn't expect that she would be so kind as to come over and let your cousin come with her." Mo Jiang frowned slightly. "You must have spent a lot of effort, good brother. I will take you to wash your feet in a few days." Chapter 41 Rem, Valkyrie, Hatsune Miku. Ahem. Jiu Qingbei and the department leader beside him felt as if a mouthful of choking chilly water was poured into their throats. At the same time, he started coughing violently. Their bodies trembled slightly uncontrollably and their hands subconsciously covered their mouths. The department leader is well aware of the Beijing girl's notoriously hot temper. At this moment, I heard Mo Jiang brazenly say that he would take Jiu Qingbei to wash his feet. There was a real storm in his heart, and he thought to himself, "This Mo Jiang is too bold." Jiu Qingbei's face was full of surprise. Staring straight at Mo Jiang, his eyes seemed to be saying, "Did I hear you right?" However, he thought about it for a moment. Mo Jiang is already married, and the relationship between my cousin and Mo Jiang is so delicate. From a certain angle, my cousin really seems like a third party. Thinking about it this way, it seems that my cousin really has no control over Mo Jiang's affairs. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was staying at his cousin's villa. One time he suddenly had the urge to wash his feet. As a result, I was severely scolded by my cousin. Mo Jiang looked at the two people's strange appearance and was full of doubts. I couldn't help but ask with concern, "What happened?" There was a pause. He half-jokingly said, "And Tsinghua and Peking University, don't act like a naive person in front of me. When I was watching videos before, I saw a streetcar blogger take a picture of your cool Bugatti parked at the entrance of Yuzu City." Ahem. Jiu Qingbei was choked by Mo Jiang's words. It was as if he was choked again and he coughed several times in succession. A look of embarrassment flashed across his face for a moment. He waved his hands and explained, "That's all old news. My cousin is very strict now and won't let me go at all." After saying, as if a light bulb suddenly flashed in his head, he looked at Mo Jiang with burning eyes and asked, "By the way, do you really not know my cousin?" This question. The department manager standing by was even more confused. I kept wondering in my mind, what do you mean by recognize or not recognize? Isn't Mr. Gu's cousin Mo Jiang's girlfriend, the famous Miss Cai Yunjing from Beijing, who can shake the whole Beijing world with just one stomp of her feet? Recalling the time when I heard Mo Jiang wanted to see me. He still had some plans in mind, thinking about how to take advantage of the boss of this small company. Let him spit out more blood. After all, he often makes things difficult for these small characters at work. But no one expected that Mo Jiang would be followed by a young lady from the Beijing circle. That scene scared him so much that he instantly changed from his usual arrogant and domineering self. He became a servile and fawning grandson. How could I possibly know such a big shot? Mo Jiang smiled bitterly, his tone full of self-mockery. He really knew nothing about the true identity of Ji Yuqingbei's cousin. In his eyes, people like that are like the stars in the sky, out of reach. The department leader was full of doubts. Just as I opened my mouth to ask, "She is not you." The words haven't been spoken yet. Ji Yuqingbei was quick-witted and immediately reached out to stop him. Then, Ji Yuqingbei grabbed the department leader's arm. He walked towards the door, turned his head and said to Mo Jiang, "Mo Jiang, I'm going to go outside to talk with Lao Wang first, and I'll be back soon." "Oh, sure." Although Mo Jiang felt that the behavior of these two people was strange. But it's not a good idea to ask any more questions. I could only watch them hurriedly leave in silence. Arrived at the office door, the department leader looked at Ji Yuqingbei in bewilderment, and finally couldn't help asking, "Mr. Ji, what are you talking about? And what about Mo Jiang? Does he really not even know his girlfriend?" "Old Wang, let me tell you the truth. Mo Jiang probably really doesn't know the identity of my cousin." Ji Yuqingbei looked at the department head and said with a serious expression, "R." The department head was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he blurted out, "Is the young lady playing so extravagantly? She actually played this game of concealing her identity with Mo Jiang." He really didn't expect that the eldest lady of the Beijing circle would do such a thing. Ahem. Ji Yuqingbei coughed twice gently and signaled him to speak more quietly with his eyes. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Anyway, don't tell him about my cousin's identity before Mo Jiang's father-in-law's birthday." After hearing this, the department leader nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice and said respectfully, "Okay, Mr. Ji." After a while, the two men walked back into the office. "Mo Jiang, there is a party in our circle tonight, do you want to come?" Ji Yuqingbei looked at Mo Jiang with enthusiasm. He invited her, "You can go there to meet people in the circle and expand your network." "Okay." Mo Jiang agreed immediately without any hesitation. After all, you can take this opportunity to expand your network in the circle. For him, it was simply a blessing in disguise. Maybe it can open up some new paths for your career and bring unexpected opportunities. Night falls quietly. The streets are busy with traffic and brightly lit. A Bugatti with a Beijing A license plate was speeding on the street. Behind it, a Maybach followed closely. The two luxury cars attracted the attention of passers-by. Finally, they slowly stopped in the parking lot of a luxurious club. Mo Jiang parked the car skillfully in the parking space. He opened the car door gently and got out. His eyes scanned the vehicles parked around him. The parking lot was filled with sports cars that were loved by young people in the circle. Porsche 911, Lamborghini Bull, etc. Among these many luxury cars, a Mercedes-Benz particularly caught his attention. The reason why I pay special attention to this Mercedes-Benz. That was after he graduated from college, and he had a girlfriend. But fate plays tricks on us. The reason they finally broke up was that his girlfriend cheated on him. He still remembers the scene clearly. At that time, the rich second generation hugged his ex-girlfriend's waist. He sat in the Mercedes-Benz with a smug look on his face and drove away with a swagger. In fact, Mo Jiang also understood it in his heart. He doesn't really blame his ex-girlfriend. After all, his business venture suffered a setback at that time. Not only is he burdened with a lot of debt. Moreover, when I first entered society, I encountered difficulties in finding a job. Either you encounter companies that don't even provide basic social security, or you encounter companies that use the 996 work system as a banner. A job with a monthly salary of only 3,000. Life was overwhelming him. In the end, he was even forced to work as a male model in nightclubs to make a living. We are all adults and we all want to pursue a better life. Make such a choice in the face of cruel reality. It seems to make sense. After Jiu Qingbei got out of the car, she naturally put her arms around Mo Jiang's neck, and the two of them were arm in arm. Walked towards the clubhouse. As soon as I walked to the entrance of the club, I saw a row of girls in exquisite clothes bending over in an orderly manner. With sweet smiles on their faces, they said in unison, "Welcome, Mr. Jiu." Jiu Qingbei showed a satisfied smile on his face, nodded and said, "Well, not bad, it sounds really nice." At this time, a man who looked like a club manager had a big smile on his face. He walked quickly to Jiu Qingbei's side and asked respectfully, "Mr. Jiu, is it still the same as before?" "Well, the private room is 3 for 8. Jiu Qingbei said casually. "Okay." The manager responded quickly. Then he added, "By the way, Mr. Jiu, Mr. Chen who was in the private room before has already ordered for girls wearing cosplay costumes. REM, Valkyrie, Hatsune Miku, Asuka. Do you think you can still order 3 girls in white one-piece swimsuits as before?" Chapter 42. Dad, I just want to drink with you. Okay, same as usual, but with a different group of girls, from Europe and America. Jiu Qingbei raised his head slightly. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes. As he spoke, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table beside him. That group of girls got drunk after just a few drinks. I heard that Europeans and Americans have a good alcohol tolerance, which should make this evening more enjoyable. The person in charge saw this. He nodded and bowed hurriedly, with a fawning smile on his face. The smile was so exaggerated that it almost reached his ears, and he said hurriedly, no problem, as long as it is your request, Mr. Jiu, I will definitely do it for you properly and I guarantee you will be satisfied." As he spoke, he patted his chest hard, making a bang bang sound. He looked very confident and said, "Who else but me can do it? Don't even mention European and American girls. Even if you want Indians, I can find a way to get them for you." The tone was full of boasting and flattery. After hearing this, Jiu Qingbei stretched out his foot and kicked the person in charge on the buttocks lightly. He laughed and scolded, "Get lost, stop talking nonsense here. What a mess." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Mo Jiang beside him. With enthusiasm on his face, he asked excitedly, "Mo Jiang, do you want any girls to accompany you for drinks? There are all kinds of girls here, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Mo Jiang was silent for a long time. A strange expression appeared on his face and he looked Jiu Qingbei up and down. His eyes were full of teasing and doubt, and he said, "You are so playful, Tsinghua and Peking University. Aren't you afraid of going too far? Are you sure you can handle 3 hostesses? What are you thinking about, day by day?" Jiu Qingbei immediately realized that Mo Jiang had misunderstood. Feeling both angry and amused, he raised his fist and punched Mo Jiang on the back. Explained, "My cousin even watched me wash my feet, how could she let me do something so indecent? I just accompanied her for a drink." He shook his head helplessly, seeming to be a little amused by Mo Jiang's misunderstanding. Then he continued, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Although some people in our circle do not behave properly, I know my limits. Besides, it's human nature for men to like to admire pretty girls. Although we can't do anything beyond the boundaries, it's okay to look at beautiful women and satisfy our eyes." Mo Jiang listened to Jiu Qingbei's explanation. The doubts in my heart were slightly alleviated after thinking for a moment. In the end, I decided not to hire a hostess. The two walked slowly along the corridor, but only took a few steps. Then I saw 3 European and American blonde beauties in white jumpsuits walking towards me with graceful steps. These beauties have tall and slender figures. Her long golden hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. She exudes a strong exotic and charming charm. As soon as they walked to Jiu Qingbei's side, he then approached her very intimately and took the initiative to stick close to her. One of the beauties stretched out her slender fingers and gently touched Ji Qingbei's neck. The action was ambiguous and bold, and the eyes were full of seductiveness. Ji Qingbei was also not polite. He skillfully put one hand around a beautiful woman's waist. He held them close to him, while the other beauty sat obediently beside him. A smug smile spread across his face. Mo Jiang just stood quietly by and watched this scene. Then he followed them silently into the private room. As soon as I stepped into the private room, Mo Jiang was instantly enveloped by the luxurious atmosphere of feasting and revelry. The decoration in the private room is extremely luxurious, with colorful lights shining brightly and flickering constantly. There are also resident singers standing on the stage, singing popular songs with great passion and emotion. The singing was melodious and beautiful, accompanied by dynamic music and people's laughter. It interweaves into a scene of extraordinary bustle and decadence. As soon as Mo Jiang walked into the private room, he noticed that several girls who seemed to be serving drinks were wet. Looking closely, their clothes were tightly attached to their bodies. Their graceful figures are clearly outlined, and it is obvious that they were spilled with wine. Mo Jiang saw this scene. Suddenly a realization dawned on my mind. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the two European and American girls that Ji Qingbei was hugging, who were also wearing white one-piece swimsuits. I had a vague suspicion that something similar might happen next. Ji Qingbei just stepped into the private room. Several rich second generations who were chatting and laughing in the private room immediately stood up in unison. At the same time, they all smiled warmly and said respectfully in unison, "Mr. Ji." One of them was a rich second generation guy with an American-style spiky hairdo. There was a hint of malicious mockery in his eyes. He glanced at the two girls who were holding Ji Qingbei's hands tightly. Without saying a word, he glanced at me. He simply poured the bottle of red wine in his hand toward the two girls. The two girls faced this sudden action. There wasn't much panic reaction. Instead, she cried out in a coquettish and strange voice, "What a nuisance, Master Wang Tilder, I just bought this dress." One of the girls pouted slightly. Looking at her wet clothes, she acted aggrieved and said coquettishly. There was a hint of enjoyment in his eyes. "New." The rich second-generation man called Wang Xiao raised his lips slightly, showing a playful and ostentatious smile. He pulled a bank card from his pocket and shook it gently in his hand. The bank card gleamed with metallic luster under the light. "Okay, here's a bank card with 200,000 yuan in it. If you can drink 20 glasses of wine with Master Ji, 10,000 per cup. As long as you drink 20 cups, the card will be yours," he said, raising his eyebrows smugly. His eyes were full of boasting about his wealth and power. "Old Wang, you really are such a jerk." Ji Qingbei smiled helplessly and shook his head gently. He held the two girls in his arms and lay down on the sofa. He said, "I ordered the girl, I can play with her by myself, don't make trouble here, just go and play your own thing." "Hey, Mr. Ji, who is this person next to you?" Only then did the other rich second generations turn their attention to Mo Jiang. They all showed curious expressions and asked questions. "Oh, my friend." Ji Qingbei sat up, with a warm smile on his face, and introduced to everyone, "I brought you here specially to meet him, so that he can integrate into our circle." "Friends, okay, Mr. Gu's friends are naturally our friends, hello, hello." The faces of these second-generation rich people were immediately filled with more enthusiastic smiles. Holding wine glasses in their hands, they all walked towards Mo Jiang enthusiastically. One of them even poured an extra glass of wine, and it was obvious that this glass of wine was prepared for Mo Jiang. "Why don't you have any girls? I have a girl wearing REM clothes here. She looks so pretty. If you are interested, I will ask her to come over and drink with you." An obese rich second generation with a smile on his face. He handed the glass of wine to Mo Jiang and said. Mo Jiang took the glass of wine and wanted to politely refuse, so he said, "Sister, even if." But this rich second generation didn't give Mo Jiang any chance to refuse. He pushed the girl wearing REM clothes into Mo Jiang's arms. Still with a big smile on his face, he said with a smile, "Hey, we are all men, don't be so shy, okay? When you go out to play, you have to have fun. Dad, I just want to drink with you." The girl REM snuggled in Mo Jiang's arms, looked at the rich second generation, and said in a coquettish voice. The voice was soft and had just the right amount of grievance. Stay with me, buddy, I will definitely reward you well in bed tonight. Chapter 43a. Do not eat coriander flying nationwide. The rich second generation waved his hand casually without caring about anything. There was a cynical look on his face. He said casually, by the way, buddy, my name is Chen Zun. Didn't take it seriously at all. Mo Jiang lowered his head slightly. His eyes fell on Miss Rem, who was nestled in his arms. I have to say, this girl is indeed quite pretty. She has a pretty appearance, with a pair of big watery eyes that look lively under her curved eyebrows. The makeup is exquisite, and the character of Rem is restored very well. However, deep in Mo Jiang's heart. But I always feel that she is far inferior to the stunning look that Cai Yunjing showed when she cosplayed. My name is Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang responded out of politeness, his voice sounding calm and peaceful in this noisy private room. The name Mo Jiang is quite familiar, a bit like the name of my ex-girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. The other rich second generation touched his chin, frowned slightly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. When Mo Jiang heard this, he subconsciously raised his head. His eyes were fixed on the rich second generation. It was this rich second generation who drove the Mercedes-Benz and got into the car with his ex-girlfriend in his arms. It looked like he didn't recognize me. He asked, I think so. By the way, since she has the same name as me, how did she break up with you in the end? After hearing what Mo Jiang said, the rich second generation just waved his hand nonchalantly. With an indifferent expression on his face, he said lightly, I'm tired of playing. It's just a school beauty. I thought it was new and interesting at first, but after playing with it for a while, I lost interest, so I switched to another one. When he said these words, it was as casual as if he was talking about what he had eaten today. Why are you interested? The rich second generation raised his eyebrows, with a playful gleam in his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. If you are interested, I will recommend her to you and let you get to know her. Don't mention it, she's really nice, very smooth. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone skillfully and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. He quickly passed the contact information to Mo Jiang. He looked as if he was selling a product that he thought was very good. Mo Jiang looked at the contact information that popped up on his phone. When he broke up with her. My heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, and in a fit of rage I deleted the contact information without hesitation. But now, I never expected that it would be added again in such an absurd way. Those memories, whether sweet or painful. At this moment, all these were intertwined in his mind, making him feel mixed emotions. Soon, everyone sat together and started drinking. Those second-generation rich men each hugged their hostesses tightly. Completely immersed in an atmosphere of indulgence. He drank so recklessly. I saw them pouring wine on the girl without any scruples. The wine slowly slid down the girl's graceful body like beads that had broken off the string. After being soaked, the clothes became thinner and more transparent, with the lines barely visible. The whole scene was filled with an atmosphere of ambiguity and indulgence. It seemed as if all morals and rules were thrown out of the window at this moment. Mo Jiang looked at the girl named Rem beside him. I inadvertently noticed that her eyes would always secretly glance at Chen Zun from time to time. There seemed to be some unspeakable emotion hidden in his eyes. Okay, I want to drink with Daddy. Miss Rem said in a sweet voice, with a deliberate hint of coquettishness in her voice. Drinking Daddy's wine. Mo Jiang looked at this scene and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. A strange feeling welled up in my heart. It seems out of tune with everything around it and it's really hard for me to fit into this circle. And the behavior of the girl next to me is really strange. If you really want to drink with Chen Zun, you don't have to force yourself. Mo Jiang finally couldn't help but speak. No, Dad told me to drink with you tonight. After hearing what Mo Jiang said, Miss Rem immediately pouted her lips and looked pitiful. There was a hint of grievance in his eyes. Otherwise, I won't be able to drink delicious milk tonight. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to be glued shut. Staring straight at Chen Zun. Mo Jiang couldn't help but be secretly shocked. I felt in my heart that Chen Zun was going too far. Although he used to play role-playing games with Cai Yunjing. Cai Yunjing often called him those ambiguous names. But it was unbelievable for a girl like Rem to interact so blatantly with Chen Zun in such a public place. It really opened his eyes. He had to admire their scale, which was beyond his comprehension. The whole game. Mo Jiang noticed that except for the girl REM beside him, the other hostesses were all more or less wet with alcohol. And these girls' clothes were stuffed with all kinds of $100 bills. There are even quite a few bank cards that looked bulgy. I have to say that the people in this circle really have a lot of fun, which is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But look at it from another angle. For these girls, making money is surprisingly fast. Mo Jiang couldn't help but think back to when he was a male model. Many of his colleagues advised him to become a gigolo. With his outstanding looks and strong physique, he is sure to be known as the Little Duck King in the Beijing circle. If only I could have a crazy night with a rich woman. Maybe you can achieve a reversal in life and get a Rambo. When Mo Jiang heard these words before, I was still a little skeptical and thought it was just a joke from my colleagues. But really get in touch with this circle. After witnessing these absurd scenes with his own eyes, he finally believed it. At last. They played like this until the early hours of the morning. Mo Jiang, those rich second generations, and Jiu Qingbei were all drunk. Mo Jiang was in a daze, and his consciousness was gradually becoming blurred. But I still knew that I couldn't go home on my own. There was really no other way. I had to rely on the last bit of clarity. Call your dad and ask him to drag you back. After all, he had already given the villa he lived in to Cai Yunjing. So his current residence is either a courtyard house or the villa where his parents live. As for his Maybach, he called a designated driver to drive the car back to the villa. In a Maybach. Father Mo sat in the driver's seat, looking at Mo Jiang, who was already drunk and unconscious in the passenger seat. My heart was filled with worry, and I couldn't help but persuade him, hey, you should hang out with less people in this circle in the future. It seems like they are having a lot of fun, you young people. Just now I saw a few girls dressed in strange clothes shouting at that fat guy. When Mr. Mo said this, he paused, a look of embarrassment and dissatisfaction appeared on his face. As if those scenes were difficult for him to talk about. Dad. It's really immoral. He shook his head slightly. Mo Jiang is confused now. The brain is completely unable to think normally. It was all blurry and I couldn't hear clearly what my dad was saying. He just responded subconsciously, his voice was weak and unclear. Mo Jiang slept until noon the next day. The sunlight shone through the window, shining warmly on his face. He just woke up. When he got up, he habitually reached for his cell phone. As soon as I opened the screen, the number of unread messages showed 99 plus. He couldn't help but feel doubtful. I wondered to myself, who on earth is so bored to send me so many messages? Then, he opened his phone out of curiosity and found that it was full of messages from Yunwen. The content was nothing more than why he didn't reply to her message yesterday. Then I asked him what he did yesterday. One after another, like a household registration check. It makes people feel a little bored when watching it. Mo Jiang ignored the news. However, among the many messages, there was a red dot that caught his attention. The note is, AAA. Do not eat coriander, available for flights nationwide. Chapter 44, Maybach's Flower Language, the best arrangement. Mo Jiang stared at the avatar on the phone screen. If it weren't for the only remaining bit of memory, I would not be able to recognize who the other person is. Otherwise, at first glance, you might think that some chicken added you. Strange, why did she change her name? Mo Jiang was full of doubts and couldn't help muttering to himself. Then he stretched out his finger and tapped the screen lightly. Clicked on the chat interface with "Don't eat coriander can fly nationwide." In an instant, a series of messages came into view. Hello, are you the brother recommended by Wang Xiao? Mo Jiang was slightly startled and remained silent for a moment. Then, he tapped his fingers lightly on the screen. Yes. Almost at the moment of reply. Don't eat coriander, my name is Wan Kasin. Don't eat coriander, brother, are you free tonight? Don't eat coriander, the hotel room is already booked tilde. Mo Jiang read the message she sent word by word. All kinds of feelings came over me. He just shook his head slowly and sighed softly, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have finally made up his mind. He whispered, forget it, let's meet. Then, he typed a line of words on the screen. Good. I'm driving a Maybach. After the fight. When you gently put your phone aside, you're putting more than just the phone aside. It is also a memory that has long been buried deep in my heart and I don't want to touch it again. Today, the first love filter he once had for Wan Kasin has long disappeared without a trace. His previous impression of Wan Kasin was that she was simple and beautiful. This is also why we were able to stick together until the years in college without breaking up. Due to the influence of drunkenness last night, Mo Jiang exuded a sense of laziness and stayed at home the whole day. Yunwen kept sending messages. But Mo Jiang really couldn't muster the energy to pay attention. Just watching videos or playing LOL out of boredom. Soon, it was night. Mo Jiang looked at the location sent by Wan Kasin on his phone, without any sign of anxiety in his eyes. He slowly opened the door of the room and saw his father lying comfortably on the sofa. Dad's left hand gently pushed the stroller. He held the phone tightly in his right hand, his eyes fixed on the screen, watching the female anchor intently. From time to time, I would chuckle at the content on the screen. And his mother was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. When Mo's mother heard the noise coming from outside the door, she stopped what she was doing. Turning around, he looked at Mo Jiang with tender concern and asked softly, "Aren't you having dinner tonight?" "No, I have an appointment with someone else." Mo Jiang responded simply. After saying, he reached out and took the car keys on the coffee table beside him, turned around and walked out of the villa. After arriving at the parking lot, he pressed the key skillfully, and the car drove with a beep. The doors of the Maybach unlock automatically. He gently opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. After starting the car, Mo Jiang subconsciously looked at his phone. Only then did I realize that I was already half an hour late for the appointment with Wan Kasin. He frowned slightly and didn't say much. He just put his phone aside, held the steering wheel firmly with both hands, and continued to drive with concentration. While waiting for the traffic light, Mo Jiang inadvertently turned his head. My eyes naturally fell on the street not far away. I saw a young couple standing on the street. The atmosphere was extremely tense and they seemed to be arguing fiercely. The boy's face was full of anxiety and helplessness. His brows were tightly furrowed and his eyes were full of pleading. He kept saying something, as if trying to save something. Mo Jiang watched this scene. Wasn't Wan Kasin also so condescending towards me in the past? Whenever there was a festival, no matter how big or small, she would naturally ask Mo Jiang to send gifts. Even special days like Qingming Festival are not spared. Fortunately, at that time, Mo Jiang's family was relatively well off. Although these requests were a bit reluctant, I still gritted my teeth and managed to come up with the money to meet her expectations. However, the trajectory of fate is always full of variables. Since my own business failed, everything has changed dramatically. Only then did he wake up from his dream and found that Wan Kasin had already betrayed him and thrown herself into the arms of another rich second generation. At that time, I was as humble as dust in love. Isn't it just like the boy in front of you who is begging desperately? Thinking of this, Mo Jiang's hands unconsciously tightened on the steering wheel of the Maybach. And at this time, the car music happened to be playing the song The Best Arrangement, which was widely circulated on the internet. This is what people call the Maybach March. It is said that men who drive Maybach will not feel inferior. That's true. Meanwhile, on the other side of the agreed location, a girl dressed extremely sexy was standing quietly on the street. She has striking long wavy hair. The breeze blew gently, and the curly hair fluttered gently. She had been standing here for more than half an hour. My legs started to feel sore from standing for so long. But there was no resentment in her eyes, instead there was a gleam of expectation. The thought of sitting in the passenger seat of a Maybach and enjoying the envious looks from others makes me feel happy. My legs, which had been tired from standing, straightened up unconsciously, as if they were filled with strength. She was lowering her head at this time. She was concentrating on chatting enthusiastically with her bestie on the phone. She quickly scanned the screen of her phone and read the message from her bestie. "Cushion, has the rich second generation arrived? When we get there, take a picture of me to see if I'm handsome. No more talking, I'm going to go drink the milk that old man prepared for me. Didn't he the old man transfer 100,000 yuan to me? I want tea drink it. Soft and small. Wan Kasin quickly typed the 3 words, "coming soon," on the screen, and then turned off the phone. In the past few years, her life has been like a colorful yet somewhat confusing dream. She has changed several boyfriends and often hangs out in nightclubs and other places of entertainment. Try every possible means to get close to those rich second generations. Although this kind of life makes money quickly, it allows her to easily satisfy her material pursuits. But it also brought her a lot of unspeakable harm. She has already had several abortions. But she listened to what Wang Xiao said. The friend introduced to him this time was also called Mo Jiang. The name Mo Jiang has become a little vague in her memory. She then opened the photo album on her phone. Slide your finger lightly across the screen. Finally, she found the photos from 4 years ago. Looking at herself on the screen, she was not as charming and sexy as she is now. His face is filled with the innocence and youthfulness that are unique to student days. His eyes revealed a longing and confusion about the future. And standing next to her was also a sunny and handsome young man. That was her ex-boyfriend. At the same time, she is also his first love. It should be the same name. Wan Kasin said softly, with a sneer unconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. That smile contained a mockery of the naive self he once was. It also seemed like he was looking down on the relationship that had long gone and could not be recovered. What's the point of being handsome? He can't make a living. His family is in debt, how can he afford it? Wan Kasin hadn't finished speaking yet. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a Maybach slowly approaching. Her eyes froze instantly, and her mouth, which had been talking fluently, also froze suddenly. It was as if time suddenly stopped at this moment. Her steps began to tremble uncontrollably. What shocked her was not the luxurious body of the Maybach, but the fact that the person driving the Maybach was him. The one she had abandoned. In her impression, he had already fallen into destitution. At this moment, it appeared in front of her in such an unexpected way. Chapter 45, First Love is Good, but she only exists in memories. Wan Kasin just stood on the street blankly. He watched the Maybach slowly driving towards him. In an instant, an indescribable complex emotion. It surged up in her heart. She couldn't imagine it anyway. The boy who was once extremely down and out. At this moment, she appeared in her sight again without any warning, looking so glamorous and beautiful. Her heart was instantly filled with mixed emotions. I felt so uncomfortable that I almost suffocated. My thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. At that time, she was blinded by her desire for material life. In order to live a so-called rich life, she hardened her heart. She resolutely abandoned Mo Jiang and threw herself into the arms of the rich second generation without any hesitation. At that time, she thought that she had found the happy home she had always dreamed of. However, but fate always likes to play cruel jokes on us inadvertently. She never expected that she would be in such an embarrassing and tormenting situation. Meet Mo Jiang again. At this moment, her heart was tightly entangled with guilt and anxiety. He didn't even have the courage to look Mo Jiang in the eye. Wan Kasin subconsciously raised her hands slowly, trying to cover her face tightly. At the same time, his feet moved backwards uncontrollably. All I wanted was to escape as quickly as possible. However, just as she turned around, Mo Jiang's voice, which couldn't be more familiar, suddenly sounded behind her. It's so cold, why don't you come in now that you're here? The moment Wan Kasin heard Mo Jiang's voice, their whole person froze in place instantly, unable to move. That voice was still as gentle as before, but with a hint of alienation. Inside the Maybach, Wan Kasin sat quietly in the passenger seat. But her mood at the moment. It is a far cry from the joy I had imagined countless times when sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car. At this moment, she seemed to have a panicked little deer in her heart. The feeling of uneasiness follows me everywhere. She didn't even dare to raise her head. He just whispered in a voice as small as the buzzing of a mosquito, "Hello, long time no see, Mo Jiang." "Yeah, it's been a long time, about 3 or 4 years. How have you been lately?" Mo Jiang's tone was as calm as water. Then he reached out and gently pressed the button to turn on the passenger seat heating function in the car. Then he took out a licking cigarette from his pocket. Started smoking. "It's okay, working in a nightclub." Wan Kasin hesitated for a long time. After struggling for a long time, I finally mustered up the courage. He answered Mo Jiang's question about his recent situation in a low voice. However, as soon as the words came out, those pasts that are too painful to look back on, the moment came clearly to her mind. She couldn't help but whispered, "What happened back then?" Mo Jiang seemed unwilling to touch upon the past that had long been forgotten. He gently shook the ash from the cigarette in his hand. He calmly interrupted Wan Kassin's words and said slowly, "It's okay, I have already let go of what happened back then." After saying that, he drove the car attentively and slowly stopped in front of a small noodle restaurant. "Come and eat here. We used to eat here often when we were in college." Mo Jiang turned his head slightly and his eyes fell on the slightly old noodle shop. "But now I also like to eat here." Wan Kassin followed Mo Jiang's gaze, standing there in a daze. After a long while, he seemed to wake up from a dream. He nodded hesitantly. Although Beijing has always been a place where luxury cars gather, but in this area, luxury cars are still relatively rare. As soon as Mo Jiang's Maybach stopped steadily, it attracted a lot of people's attention. "Get off the car." Mo Jiang walked straight into the noodle shop. He said familiarly to the proprietress who was busy in the kitchen, "Same old. A bowl of pork trotter noodles and a bowl of tomato beef noodles." "Okay, hey, Mo Jiang, who's next to you?" The proprietress was standing in front of the stove, concentrating on cooking noodles. Hearing Mo Jiang's familiar voice, subconsciously I raised my head and looked at him. His gaze fell on the girl next to Mo Jiang, and his eyes were instantly filled with confusion. "Wan Kassin," Mo Jiang introduced. "Are you happy?" The proprietress stopped what she was doing and frowned slightly. Thought for a while. An expression of sudden enlightenment suddenly appeared on his face, and he said excitedly, "Hey, isn't that your first love, Mo Jiang? Why are you two together again?" I almost didn't recognize Kushin. The proprietress smiled enthusiastically as she spoke. "I haven't seen you two together for a long time. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you two an egg each. How about that?" "Thank you." Mo Jiang sincerely thanked the proprietress with a faint smile on his face. Not long after, 2 bowls of steaming and fragrant noodles were served. Wan Kassin sat quietly opposite Mo Jiang. A long while passed. Wan Kassin finally mustered up the courage. He slowly raised his head, looked at Mo Jiang who was chewing the pig's trotter with relish, and said softly, "Mo Jiang, it seems like nothing has changed about you. You're still the same as before." When Mo Jiang heard this, he paused in his chewing of the pig's trotter. He raised his head slightly and looked at Wan Kassin indifferently. The corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a faint smile. Really, you have changed a lot. I still remember that when we were together, you were quite innocent. I still have the shirt you gave me." After saying this, he smiled bitterly as if mocking himself. Wan Kassin listened to Mo Jiang's words. She was silent for a long time, as if trying to suppress the emotion surging in her heart. He said slowly, "You were very accommodating to me back then. You always prepared surprises for me. I miss you a lot." As Wan Kassin spoke, her eyes became moist. She thought everyone would be as nice to her as Mo Jiang. "But you will know that it has truly touched society. Only then did I know about the so-called rich second generation. It's just playing with yourself. When you get tired of it, just throw it away like garbage. For years have passed, and things have changed. You've also lost your youthfulness. I almost didn't recognize you just now." Mo Jiang continued to chew the pig's trotter and said. She hesitated for a long time. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Finally, he mustered up all his courage and asked with a choked voice, "Mo Jiang, do you think, can we go back to the way we were before? I will love you very much, this time. I thought everyone else was just like you, so gentle and caring. Now I realize how good you are." Wan Kassin said this, staring straight at Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang paused eating the pig's trotter again. It was as if Wan Kassin's words had hit the most sensitive string deep in my heart. He slowly raised his head and looked at Wan Kassin calmly. Then he gently put down a half-eaten pig's trotter in his hand. He pulled out 2 tissues from the side and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth. He looked at Wan Kassin quietly and said slowly, Many people can't compare to you in the past, even you now. First love is beautiful, but it only exists in that memory. You in my memory. The year I turned 18 will always exist. Forever.